Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto was pushed too far by Konoha and awakened a power older than the shinobi world itself? In this alternate timeline, Naruto is attacked by the villagers on his birthday and left near death inside a hidden cave. But instead of dying, he is discovered by Kai, the ancient guardian dragon of fire. Kai sees something inside Naruto that no human has ever carried before: a prophecy, a destiny, and the power to wield one of the legendary golden weapons. When Naruto pulls the Crimson Sun Katana from the stone, golden fire erupts across the land of fire, announcing the return of a forgotten legend. Now Naruto is no longer just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He is the child of the sun, the wielder of the Crimson Sun, and the future Golden Master. But when Konoha realizes what it has created, it may already be too late. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1: The Encounter with the Fire Guardian. Author's note: this story will be published on platform name missing. I don't know exactly when it will be uploaded, but I hope it will be complete and entertaining enough for everyone who decides to read it. This fanfic will be rated T16+, almost 18 years old due to more serious themes, violence, and deep plot development. One last thing, this Naruto fanfic will feature my own lore, which I will be revealing over several volumes. I plan to develop between 30 and 50 volumes, or even more, but that will depend on the support I receive on platform name missing. Without further ado, let's begin. Naruto, Master of Ninjutsu. Prologue. The golden weapons were ancient relics with unique elemental powers, existing during the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Each one was imbued with the chakra of the five primordial elements. A golden katana, capable of spitting fire and leaving cuts that burned even after impact. It was known as the katana of the Crimson Sun. A golden trident that spewed water and ruled the seas. It was said that, long ago, someone used it to part the oceans and guide their people to a better land. History remembers it as the trident of the drowned sky. Two golden, three-pronged shuriken, so sharp they could cut through any material like butter, even obsidian. They were once used to tear the sky apart, unleashing a near-endless storm. They were known as the twin shuriken of the gale. A golden nunchaku, its links not of metal, but of chained lightning bolts. It spewed electricity, allowed its wielder to reach incredible speeds, and emitted a storm aura at will. Its name was the nunchaku of the chained thunder. And finally, a golden sickle, capable of moving the earth at will, causing earthquakes, and opening fissures beneath the feet of its enemies, trapping them alive underground. It was known as the earthquake sickle. Over time, these weapons were considered mere legends and eventually forgotten. Before dying, the Sage of the Six Paths summoned 5 guardian dragons to protect them. Kai, the red dragon of fire. J, the blue dragon of lightning. Nya, the cyan dragon of water. Cole, the brown dragon of earth. And Moro, the gray dragon of wind. In legends, they were known as the 5 guardian dragons of the elements. But let's get back to the point. Konoha, night of the Kyuubi's attack. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stood beside his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Both had been impaled by a massive claw of the nine-tailed fox. Even so, his sole purpose was to protect his newborn son. A blonde baby, like his father, with 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek, and a red mark descending the right side of his forehead, as if kissed by the sun itself. Volume 1, The Encounter of the Fire Guardian. 5 years or more after the Kyuubi's attack. A group of villagers and some shinobi fled desperately from a hidden cave on the outskirts. Their faces no longer showed hatred, but pure terror. For hours they had tortured the one they considered the Kyuubi's reincarnation, convinced that sooner or later he would destroy the village. A blonde child, marked from birth, upon whom they had unleashed all their rage without remorse. But they were not running from him. They fled from whatever had awakened deeper within the cave. A deep roar shook the rock walls. The air grew heavy, scorching. From the darkness, slowly, a pair of extremely slanted blue eyes opened, glowing like living flames. Then, a massive mouth opened with terrifying calm, and golden fire, mingled with crimson red, began to erupt from within. The villagers, hatred transformed into utter terror. They fled without looking back, abandoning the blonde child, unconscious and mangled, at the mercy of whatever they had awakened. The little boy lay on the ground, covered in wounds. He was missing an arm. And one of his eyes had been destroyed. The red mark ran down the right side of his forehead, now stained with dried blood. The guardian dragon of fire emerged fully from the shadows. He observed the child in silence. In his mind, a single question arose. Is this the world the golden weapon was meant to protect? Now he understood the cruelty of humans. With surprising care, the dragon extended one of its enormous claws and gently picked up the boy, carrying him deeper into the cave, away from the entrance. Green fire began to erupt from its claws, slowly enveloping the boy's body. The wounds gradually closed, the bones mended, life returned within him. But the arm and the eye could not regenerate. This irritated the dragon. It could sense the true potential that lay dormant within that child. A power it had never before witnessed in a human. This is all the human's fault, he thought with barely contained fury. Even so, he decided he would do whatever was in his power. The dragon turned his gaze toward the back of the cave. There, embedded in a massive stone, rested a completely golden katana, emanating an ancient and powerful heat. The Crimson Sun Katana. Hokage's office, late, almost at night. Hiruzen Sarutobi was returning from a council meeting. Yet another one. And, like so many others, a complete waste of time. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Today he should be with Naruto. Today was his birthday. He sighed wearily and picked up the crystal orb, activating the observation technique. Let's see, where are you, Naruto? The surface of the crystal remained blank. It showed no image whatsoever. Hiruzen's eyes widened in alarm. What? At that moment, an Anbu appeared before him, silently landing on the floor. He wore a dog mask and had silver hair. Hiruzen glared at him sternly. Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on Naruto Uzumaki? The Anbu nodded slowly. Yes, Hokage-sama, but another Anbu informed me that, on your orders, I was to go and check on a supposed breach in the walls. Hiruzen frowned. And did you find anything? No, sir. Everything was in perfect condition. The Hokage closed his eyes for a second. Then he opened them. Tell me something, was that order given directly by me? The Anbu shook his head. The silence that followed was suffocating. Suddenly, a brutal pressure flooded the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's murderous instinct erupted unchecked, making the air tremble. The Anbu stood rigid, sweating beneath his mask. Do you realize what you've done? Hiruzen said in a low voice, heavy with anger. Quote. You left a child alone. A child this village has wanted to kill since the day he was born. The Hokage snapped his fingers. Instantly, 10 of his best Anbu appeared in the office, kneeling at once. Listen carefully, Hiruzen ordered, his murderous intent becoming even more palpable. Quote. I want you to find Naruto Uzumaki. His voice turned icy. I want him alive. The tension mounted so high that a crack appeared in the office window. And if anyone tries to kill him, I will make sure their end is exactly the same as the boys. The silence that followed was absolute. The 10 Anbu, trembling under the pressure, vanished in puffs of smoke, obeying without question. Only one remained. The silver-haired Anbu. Hiruzen slowly rose from his seat. He gripped his staff and took a step forward, fixing his gaze on the figure before him. The silence was heavy. Without warning. Crack. The staff slammed into the Anbu's mask, shattering it on the ground. The face was revealed. A young man, with a scar across his mouth, silver hair that seemed to defy gravity. And in his right eye, a red glow with 3 tomo slowly rotating. Kakashi Hitaki, Hiruzen said harshly. The anger wasn't explosive. It was pure disappointment. Your recklessness could have cost a child's life, he continued. Quote. A child whose protection I entrusted. Kakashi gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Minato would be deeply disappointed in you, Hiruzen declared. Quote. You didn't think. You obeyed a false order without verifying it, and abandoned your post. The blow was worse than the staff. From this moment on, he continued, you are demoted to Chunin. Kakashi looked up, surprised. But Hiruzen was gone. The Hokage disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind the weight of his words. The next day. No one. Not a single Anbu had managed to find Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha was tense. Somewhere inside the cave, Naruto slowly began to awaken. He opened his only eye, his right one, with difficulty. His head ached. His body felt strange, different. He looked around and, with effort, tried to sit up. But as he did, he fell backward. In front of him, occupying almost the entire cave, slept a gigantic dragon, its scales red and veined with gold, breathing slowly, like a living mountain. Naruto froze. Fear completely overwhelmed him. He didn't know what terrified him more. The dragon. or the villagers. But deep down, he no longer cared. Nobody loves me. Everyone wants me to die. He closed his eye tightly. Then, I hope it's quick. At that moment, the dragon slowly opened his eyes, lazily, as if he had been waiting for this moment. His pupils burned like live coals. Silence returned to the cave. The dragon sat up completely. He stretched his enormous wings slowly and yawned, as if he had just awakened from an ancient sleep. As he did so, a wave of fire spread throughout the cave. The flames traveled along the rock walls without burning them, igniting hidden torches one after another, illuminating the place with a warm, golden glow. The cave ceased to resemble a dark refuge, and began to resemble a sanctuary. The dragon lowered his head and looked at the blond boy. He studied him closely. A small body, marked by suffering. Without his right arm. Without his left eye. His blonde hair seemed kissed by the sun, disheveled but shining even in the dimness. A mark of fire ran down the right side of his forehead, as if the sun had left its imprint there. His single eye, sapphire blue, watched him with fear, but also with something more. Broken determination. And on his cheeks, 6 whisker-like marks. 3 on each side. The dragon narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Without yet knowing his name, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke for the first time in centuries. His voice was deep, ancient, and resonated throughout the cave like an echo of contained fire. Little human. Don't scream, don't run, and don't try to die here. The dragon tilted his head slightly, observing him curiously. If I had wanted to kill you, your story would have ended already. The torchlight flickered in time with his voice. Tell me. Why was a child like you abandoned by his own kind? The blond boy remained pressed against the wall, his body trembling. He didn't scream. He didn't cry. Fear had silenced him. The dragon didn't move. He only watched him. His burning eyes fixed beyond the visible wounds. To the seal on the boy's stomach. An 8-pointed seal, with a swirling vortex inside. The dragon's eyes narrowed. It is not an ordinary seal. He could clearly sense the presence that slumbered within. The Kyubi, the 9-tailed fox. An ancient beast. Hated. Feared. Naruto, however, knew nothing of that. The dragon raised its head slightly and spoke in a firm, yet controlled voice. Come closer, little human. Naruto didn't move. His feet seemed rooted to the ground. The dragon showed no impatience. On the contrary, it sighed slowly, letting out a small burst of flame that dissipated into the air. You don't trust me, he said. That's understandable. Then, for the first time, he introduced himself. My name is Kai. I am the guardian dragon of fire. The boy raised his gaze slightly, surprised. Kai observed him one last time with attention. Lingering on the fiery mark that descended across his forehead, as if the sun itself had touched him before he was born. Exactly the same. The dragon extended his perception and analyzed his aura. It was small. Unstable. But within it, something else shone. Golden chakra. Still weak, but unmistakable. Memories returned to his mind. The words of his father. Of the creator of the golden weapons. Of the sage who spoke of an uncertain future. When the world once again rejects its savior. When fire and the sun unite into a single spirit. The golden master will awaken. Kai opened his eyes more intensely. He looked again at the wounded, frightened, and abandoned boy. So, he murmured. The prophecy wasn't a myth. The fire in the cave blazed brighter. Come, child of the sun. Your destiny doesn't end here. The dragon slowly extended one of its enormous claws toward the boy. Naruto hesitated. His body trembled. But still, he gathered what little courage he had left and took the claw. The instant they made contact, something stirred within him. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, spreading from his chest to every corner of his being. It didn't burn. It didn't hurt. It was comforting. Before the boy could utter a single word, the dragon spoke. You feel it, don't you? Naruto opened his single eye in surprise. That's your chakra network, Kai continued. It was dormant, closed off by the fear, pain, and hatred that surrounded you. The dragon's claw began to glow with a controlled, fiery radiance. Chakra flows like fire, he explained. If you suppress it, it consumes you. If you unleash it uncontrollably, it destroys you. The heat inside Naruto grew clearer. More defined. Breathe, Kai commanded. Feel it flow. Don't force it, let it move with you. Naruto, not fully understanding, obeyed. For the first time in his life, something inside him responded. That's the first step of ninjutsu, the dragon said. Not the seals, not the technique, but the control. When the explanation ended, the boy lowered his gaze, still processing what he had just felt. Then, he looked up toward the back of the cave. There, embedded in a massive stone, something shone. A golden glow, ancient and powerful, that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. That, he murmured. Kai followed his gaze. The glow intensified slightly. Yes, the dragon replied in a deep voice. The fire has recognized you. Kai carefully picked up Naruto with one of his claws and gently lifted him, bringing him closer to the enormous rock where the Crimson Sun Katana was embedded. The weapon was entirely golden, from blade to hilt, as if it had been forged from the sun itself. It radiated an aura of intense heat, so powerful that the air around it distorted. Naruto felt the heat even before he was close. Kai set him down on the ground in front of the sword. That is the Crimson Sun Katana, he said in a deep voice. A weapon that has existed since the time of the Sage of Six Paths. The dragon inclined its head slightly. You can try to pull it out. But be careful. The cave fire crackled loudly. No human has ever managed to extract it from the stone, it continued. All who tried ended up with burned hands, unable even to touch it. Naruto swallowed. The heat was intimidating. But something inside him wasn't afraid. Kai watched him silently. If he manages to pull it out, there will be no doubt. Quote. His eyes burned intensely. He will be the future Golden Master. The katana emitted a faint glow, as if responding to the boy's presence. Destiny had just been set in motion. Naruto took a deep breath. With his only functioning hand, he slowly extended it and grasped the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana. He waited for the pain. He waited for the fire. But it didn't come. The heat was there, intense, enveloping. But it didn't burn him. Kai's eyes widened in barely contained surprise. Naruto gritted his teeth and pulled upward with all his might. The rock began to crack. The golden glow of the katana intensified, filling the cave with a blinding light. With one last effort. Crack. The blade was ripped from the stone. At that same instant, a shockwave of fire erupted from the cave, soaring into the sky like a roar of the sun. The flames didn't destroy. They proclaimed. The shockwave swept across the land of fire, piercing mountains, forests, and rivers, setting the air ablaze for a brief but eternal second. An ancient power had awakened. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently reviewed the Anbu reports. None had found Naruto. His expression was grave. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through the Hokage tower. The old man jerked his head up. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Even the Anbu hidden in the room tensed, unable to ignore the burning pressure that had arisen from nowhere. This, Hiruzen murmured, rising to his feet, is not normal. He took his staff and tapped it gently on the floor. Anbu. 3 figures immediately appeared before him. I want you to investigate the source of this disturbance immediately, he ordered firmly. It doesn't matter where. I want answers. The Anbu nodded and vanished in puffs of smoke. Hiruzen walked to the window and gazed at the horizon. His instinct screamed one thing. Naruto, he whispered. What, you just woke up? Naruto looked down at his right hand. There it was. One of the 5 golden weapons. The Crimson Sun Katana rested in his hand as if it had always belonged to him. The gold of the blade reflected the torchlight with a vivid, almost pulsating brilliance. Unbeknownst to him, the mark on his forehead began to glow gold, responding to the newly formed bond. Naruto didn't see it. He was too focused on the sword. Kai approached slowly. It's not the only one, he said in a deep voice. There are 4 more golden weapons, as ancient and dangerous as the one you hold now. The dragon fixed his gaze on Naruto. You must be careful, he continued. The golden weapons are extremely destructive when they fall into the wrong hands. Without a worthy wielder, they only bring ruin. Naruto looked up, listening intently. When recognized by a weapon, Kai explained, you unlock an ability tied to your elemental affinities. You won't understand it yet. But in time, your body and chakra will begin to respond. The dragon paused briefly. You'll discover it later. Then, Kai extended one of his enormous claws and carefully brought it close to the katana. Golden fire enveloped the weapon. The light contracted. The aura vanished. And, before Naruto's eyes, the Crimson Sun Katana changed shape. Now it resembled a conventional katana, devoid of golden luster or supernatural heat. Kai withdrew his claw. It's best if no one knows, for now, he said gravely. If the world discovers that the golden weapons still exist. The fire in the cave flickered. Wars would erupt. Entire nations would fight for their power. For their control. The dragon lowered his head, staring at him intently. Until you are ready. This secret must die with you. Naruto gripped the hilt. For the first time in his life. He wasn't alone. And without yet knowing it, he had just taken the first step toward becoming what legends both feared and hoped for. The Golden Master. Volume 2, The Red Sun. Naruto stepped out of the cave. The sun shone directly on his face. The heat and light blinded him for a moment, and he had to cover his single eye with his hand. His body and clothes were stained with blood. But there was no pain. The wounds had healed, though his right arm was still missing, a constant reminder of what he had lost. He leaned against the colossal fire guardian dragon, who gently supported him as he tried to regain his composure. Kai stood beside him, immense, imposing. Like a living mountain. When Naruto was finally ready to take a aimless step, the dragon made a slow but steady movement. From the ground rose a large, ancient, and heavy scroll, which Kai placed before the boy. This, he said in a deep voice, is yours. But before you take it, you must seal it with your blood. Naruto blinked, puzzled. He didn't quite understand, but something in Kai's gaze told him exactly what to do. Bring me your thumb, Kai said in a deep voice. The boy obeyed, extending it toward the dragon's claw. Kai gently placed his claw on Naruto's finger, causing a tiny cut, just enough for a few drops of blood to fall onto the scroll. Naruto took the makeshift brush and signed it with his blood, tracing symbols he didn't fully understand, but which Kai watched closely. Good, Kai said. You have now signed the dragon summoning contract, one of the oldest and most legendary contracts in existence. The scroll glowed briefly, responding to the boy's blood and chakra bond. Remember, Kai continued. This contract cannot be broken. It's not just a pact. It's the responsibility of an entire lineage. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling for the first time the weight and magnitude of what he had just accepted. He wasn't just a child. He wasn't just a ninja. He was the heir to a legacy that could change the world. Kai looked up, watching the figures approaching the cave entrance. People from the village, the Anbu, were following the trail he knew they couldn't break. He leaned slightly toward Naruto and, in a deep but calm voice, said. Remember this, child of the sun. Your path has only just begun. Never forget what you have accepted today. Before Naruto could reply, Kai disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind only a faint scent of fire and golden ash. Naruto was left alone in the cave. He now carried the Crimson Sun Katana on his back, under a transformation seal that made it look like a simple, conventional katana. Minutes later, the Anbu arrived at the scene. Their mission had been clear: find Naruto Uzumaki, the boy the Hokage had been searching for hours without success. What they saw left them pale and breathless. Before them stood the blonde Jinchuriki, a war-scarred child, missing an arm and an eye, his body stained with dried blood. But what baffled them most was the katana he carried on his back, perfectly aligned and protected beneath its scabbard. No one understood how a child in that condition could be alive. And standing. Silence filled the air. And, in their hearts, they knew something none dared to say aloud. If they handed Naruto over to the Hokage in that state, they wouldn't live to tell the tale. The boy wasn't just a survivor. He was a greater danger than they could imagine. Naruto sensed something strange in the air. Malicious intentions. His body reacted before his mind. He instinctively stepped back, assuming a fighting stance. His left hand went straight to the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana on his back. Even under the transformation seal, something within him seemed to recognize the sword, as if the weapon itself were guiding him. He didn't know how he did it. He didn't know if it was chakra, instinct, or sheer willpower. But a golden glow, warm and scorching, began to emanate from the blade, traveling up his arm until it concentrated at the edge. With a swift and decisive movement, Naruto unleashed a slash of golden fire at the Anbu who exuded ill intent. The attack wasn't merely physical. The heat and light emanating from the katana felt like pure will, brimming with ancient power. The Anbu retreated just in time, stunned by the intensity and the unknown power he had just faced. The golden radiance illuminated the entire area, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The air grew heavy, thick with the feeling that this child was extraordinary, even for a Jinchuriki. Naruto took a deep breath, his heart pounding. He didn't fully understand what he had just done. But he knew one thing for certain. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt him. Naruto glanced down at the other Anbu standing behind him. Instantly, they all dropped their weapons, as if an invisible weight compelled them to do so. Their masks concealed their faces, but they couldn't hide the sweat beating on their foreheads or the trembling of their hands. The silence became absolute. The air was thick with golden fire and pure fear. Not one of them dared to advance. Not a single one of them could look him directly in the eyes. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the golden heat of the Crimson Sun Katana against his back. Although he himself didn't yet understand the extent of his power, something inside him told him he wasn't just any ordinary child. The Anbu understood, even if they didn't want to admit it. This child was a danger beyond anything they had ever known. Naruto took a step toward one of the Anbu. His sapphire eyes shone with absolute determination and seriousness. The golden heat of the Crimson Sun Katana seemed to intensify around him. With a firm movement, he raised the sword and pointed the tip directly at the Anbu's face. The Anbu froze. Naruto fixed his gaze on the Konoha symbol emblazoned on his mask. A chill ran through his body. A bitter disgust welled up inside him. That village, the one that had tortured him and almost killed him, was standing before him, as if nothing had happened. "Tell me," Naruto said, his voice clear and sharp as fire. "Where is your village?" The Anbu swallowed, trembling. He turned slowly and, pointing in a direction, said, "Over there, to the north." Without another word, he slowly backed away, followed by the other Anbu. They all walked fearfully, timidly, their steps faltering, their voices reduced to whispers. Naruto, alert, listened to everything. How did he activate his chakra network? What is that golden fire? Is he a child or a monster? The words floated in the air, but to him they were nothing more than the echo of his newfound power. Naruto took a deep breath and sheathed his katana behind his back, beneath the transformation seal. The golden flame no longer shone so brightly. But the feeling of absolute control over the situation remained. The boy who had once been despised by his own village now inspired fear and respect, simply with his presence and his sword. When Naruto finally reached the gates of Konoha, the reddish sunset bathed the village in a warm, deceptive glow. But the peace was only an illusion. Suddenly, an army of Anbu appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding him. Their shadows blended with the golden sunlight, forming a perfect circle around the boy. Black masks, watchful eyes, and concealed weapons that seemed to glow with deadly intent. Naruto stopped. His single sapphire eye scanned each figure around him, assessing every stance, every held breath. The heat of the Crimson Sun Katana against his back instinctively intensified, and a faint golden flame began to flicker along the hilt beneath the transformation seal. The silence became absolute. Not a bird, not a breeze, not even the murmurs of the village could be heard. Only the pounding of Naruto's heart and the tension of the moment. The boy, stained with blood, missing an arm and an eye, did not back down. Inside him, a mixture of anger, pain, and determination began to ignite his golden chakra. The Anbu, though numerous, paled at the sight, remembering what he had done in the cave and the shockwave that had rippled across the land of fire. Naruto took a deep breath. His voice was low, but charged with authority. "I don't want to fight. But if you try to touch me, you won't leave alive." A golden flame danced across his katana, reflecting the fire that was beginning to awaken within the boy. The confrontation was about to begin. All the Anbu were trembling, unable to stand their ground. The heat from the Crimson Sun Katana and the golden aura emanating from Naruto caused even the most experienced warriors to feel sweat trickle down their foreheads and backs. For a moment, no one spoke. But one of them, braver or perhaps more reckless, stepped forward. His voice trembled as he tried to maintain his composure. "He, the Hokage, wants to see you," he said, pointing to the Hokage tower in the distance. "He says that he needs you." Naruto looked up, his single sapphire eye assessing the messenger. The boy could clearly see the mixture of fear and respect on every face beneath the black masks. His voice, firm and authoritative, broke the silence. "Then, I will accompany you." A golden flame coursed through his Crimson Sun Katana beneath the barely visible transformation seal, but enough for the Anbu to understand that any attempt to attack him would be suicidal. Even stained with blood, missing an arm and an eye, Naruto was ready to enter the village that had nearly destroyed him. And the Anbu knew it. Now there was no doubt, this boy was no ordinary child. He possessed a power that even they could not control. Naruto advanced slowly through the streets of Konoha. Each step was firm, determined. And each step seemed to raise the temperature around him. The civilians and shinobi who years before had tried to hurt him, torture him, or ignore him, began to feel a suffocating heat. The air around him seemed to burn without scorching, as if the sun itself had drawn closer to the earth. One by one, those closest to him fell to their knees, unable to remain standing. Sweat trickled down their foreheads and their bodies trembled, not from Naruto's strength, but from the presence emanating from him. Some tried to look up, but they couldn't withstand the intensity of his sapphire eye and the Crimson Sun Katana hidden beneath the transformation seal. Naruto watched them, without hatred, without resentment, but with a calmness that made even the strongest tremble. His golden aura radiated ancient power, and those who had once despised him now understood, if only for an instant, that this child was not normal. He was a being marked by fire and destiny. Murmurs began to rise among those who could still breathe normally. Is that the child? How can he? His chakra is different. But Naruto didn't hear them. His gaze was fixed on a single place, the Hokage Tower. Each step brought him closer to his destination, and with each step, Konoha felt the weight of its awakening. Hiruzen sat in his office, engrossed in a report that seemed endless. His quill moved across the parchment, carefully tracing each word. But suddenly, something strange happened. His hand began to sweat profusely, the ink smudged slightly, and his fingers trembled, something that had never happened to him before. The heat inside the office began to rise slowly, growing until it was almost stifling. The old man frowned, and for a moment, his experienced eye was filled with pure alertness. Before he could react, an Anbu appeared in front of the office. His body trembled, even beneath the mask that concealed his emotions. "Hokage-sama," he said, his voice trembling. "It's the child. He's standing in front of the village gates." Hiruzen looked up, his heart racing and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The old man sensed something he had never felt before, the presence of a power so intense it could fill the entire room and beyond. Something told him, wordlessly, that the child who had survived so much was not simply a Jinchuriki. The air vibrated with a golden, stifling heat, and a heavy silence filled the office. Hiruzen gripped his cane, bracing himself for what was to come. "Show him to me," he said firmly, though inside he throbbed with a mixture of worry and anticipation. "I want to see him with my own eyes." The Anbu nodded, trembling even more, and vanished in a puff of smoke to inform the Hokage about the boy who had unleashed a golden fire at the village entrance. In another puff of smoke, the same Anbu appeared before Naruto, trembling as before. But this time, upon accidentally touching the boy's shoulder, something incredible happened. The Anbu's skin began to burn with intense, searing red fire. "Ah!" the Anbu screamed, jumping back. "I can't put it out with water." The fire seemed impossible to control. Everyone present held their breath, including the nearby Anbu watching from the shadows. Naruto looked at him calmly. With a simple gesture of his hand, the fire was extinguished instantly, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Hiruzen's heart leapt. Before him stood the boy who had survived the village's torture. His face reflected coldness and determination. His clothes were stained with dried blood. He was missing an arm and an eye. And above all, it was clear that his trust and disappointment with Konoha ran deep. The old Hokage felt a silent panic. The village he had so fiercely protected had been unable to care for this child, and now he stood there, before him, powerful and aware of his destiny. As if that weren't enough, advisors Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo entered the office, sweating profusely from the stifling heat emanating from Naruto. Upon seeing the child before Hiruzen, they froze. Their mouths remained slightly open, unable to utter a word. The heat, the blood, the golden katana beneath the transformation seal, the fire that had appeared and disappeared. All of it made it clear to them that this child was no ordinary shinobi. The silence in the office became absolute. Even Hiruzen, accustomed to dealing with mortal threats, froze for a moment, assessing the danger and the magnitude of what lay before him. Naruto said nothing. He didn't need to. His gaze, cold and calculating, spoke for him. It was obvious, the village had created a monster. And now it had to face it. Naruto raised his eyes, and his single sapphire eye shone with fire and disappointment. "Where were you on my birthday?" he asked, his voice thick with barely contained anger. "What exactly were you doing while I almost died because of this village that hates me? Why should your time be worth more than that of the one who suffered, who was trampled underfoot, whose name was defiled and whose life was ignored?" His hand instinctively went to the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana, poised to use it should anyone dare. The Anbu, trembling and sweating profusely, were powerless to intervene. Hiruzen's advisors, Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo, were even more frozen by the boy's heat, presence, and intensity. Naruto continued, his voice trembling only with pent-up emotion. What good is the title of Hokage if you can't control or protect your own people? What good is a name respected by all if your own village nearly destroyed me and no one did anything to stop it? His gaze locked directly into the eyes of the elderly Hokage. There was no pure hatred. There was disdain and pain, mingled with the fury of a child who had survived the impossible. The silence in the office was absolute. Every breath, every drop of sweat, and every spark of golden heat from the katana filled the space with palpable tension. Naruto was ranting, verbally attacking the Hokage's authority, and everyone knew it. The boy wasn't just a survivor. He was a judge, and he was evaluating the village and its leader. For the first time in a long time, the elder Hiruzen felt the weight of power and truth emanating from a child. And he understood, wordlessly, that this would not be an ordinary conversation. Naruto took a step forward, each movement slow, calculated, heavy, as if every footstep asserted his authority and determination. Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling the heat emanating from the boy, rose with difficulty. His staff trembled in his hand, sweat dripping, as he tried to maintain his composure. But deep down, he knew he was facing something far greater than himself. The room seemed to shrink beneath Naruto's intensity, and for a moment, the old Hokage felt as if he were under the blazing sun, unable to escape the golden heat that enveloped him. Naruto raised the Crimson Sun Katana and, his left hand firmly gripping the hilt, pressed the blade's tip directly against Hiruzen's forehead. The contact wasn't deep, but the pressure and heat emanating from the katana made him mentally take a step back. There was no brute physical force, only the boy's will transformed into fire and steel. The silence became absolute. The Anbu trembled in the shadows, unable to move. The advisors stood frozen, sweating, watching the scene with horror and utter respect. Naruto bowed his head slightly, his voice low but firm, charged with a power that transcended the physical. Hokage. Is this how you protect your people? Each word struck harder than any physical attack, shaking Hiruzen's authority in the presence of a child who had nothing to lose. And everything to fight for. It was then the trembling voices of the advisors that finally pulled Hiruzen from his mental trance. Hokage-sama, Homura called out, her voice barely a whisper. Be careful. Kaharu and Danzo stood beside him, their sweaty faces reflecting the stifling heat and tension in the room. The old man blinked, slowly returning to reality. The contact of the Crimson Sun Katana against his forehead was still there, but the tremulous warning from his advisors brought him back to reality. Naruto stood motionless, like a golden sun radiating power and defiance, observing every gesture of the Hokage and those around him. Hiruzen took a deep breath, leaning firmly on his staff. His hand trembled slightly, but his eyes, now fully alert, met Naruto's. Silence once again filled the room. The only sounds were the soft crackle of the golden aura emanating from the katana and the boy's heart pounding. Hiruzen knew that any false move could trigger something irreversible. But he also understood, albeit silently, that this child was not simply a Jinchuriki or an ordinary shinobi. He was someone marked by destiny, power, and fire, a danger and a hope at the same time. Naruto slowly withdrew the tip of his Crimson Sun Katana from Hiruzen's forehead. His sapphire eyes scanned the portraits of the Hokage on the wall, as if assessing their legacy and all they represented. Then, he glanced at the trembling, sweating elders and the hidden Anbu, still reeling from the shock. With purposeful steps, Naruto approached the door and closed it behind him. Instantly, the golden heat that had surrounded him vanished, and the room returned to its normal temperature. Hiruzen fell to his knees, hyperventilating, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He could finally breathe normally, but his mind was still reeling from the intensity of the encounter. The advisors were in even worse shape, sweating, trembling, and staring at each other in disbelief. The hidden Anbu slowly emerged, breathing heavily, still trying to process the magnitude of the power they had seen. Silence once again filled the office, but this time it wasn't a tense silence. It was a silence heavy with absolute respect, fear, and awe. Everyone understood one thing. That child wasn't just a survivor, he was a force they couldn't trifle with. The advisors stood there, still trembling, their faces beaded with sweat. Hokage-sama, Homura said, her voice trembling. What made you so angry? That little demon brat. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. He felt his killer instinct, that lethal spark he had always controlled, resurface, though this time it was directed at those who had allowed the child to suffer. He opened his eyes slowly, his gaze settling on the three advisors, Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo. The silence grew heavy, almost unbearable, as each could feel the contained power behind the Hokage's stare. "You are all guilty," Hiruzen exclaimed, his voice deep and trembling with suppressed anger. "If it weren't for your negligence, my surrogate grandson, wouldn't have been alone on his birthday, exposed to torture, to contempt, to the hatred of the village." The advisors took a step back, unable to withstand the intensity of the old man's gaze. The heat in the room seemed to concentrate solely on them, and for an instant, they felt the Hokage might lash out at them without warning. Hiruzen gripped his cane tightly, controlling his impulse, but the rage and disappointment still burned within him. "I will never allow this to happen again," he said, his voice firm and deadly. "And if anything happens to him, you will be responsible, and you will regret ever having been born to witness it." Silence returned to the office. The advisors didn't dare speak. They all understood that the Hokage's power and anger were now aligned with the child's fate, and that any future mistakes would have unavoidable consequences. Hiruzen glared at them, his voice booming with an authority that brooked no argument. "You are no longer my advisors," he said, each word laced with reproach and restrained power. "You will be under investigation. You are responsible for my surrogate grandson suffering in this way, and I will not allow it to happen again." The three elders remained motionless, unable to utter a word, as the weight of the Hokage's words crushed them like the heat of the sun. Hiruzen gripped his cane tightly, taking a deep breath. His gaze shifted to the door, and without another word, he rose. His steps were firm and purposeful as he left the office, leaving his paralyzed, sweaty, and trembling advisors behind. "It's time to find my surrogate grandson," he muttered to himself. "And make sure no one ever hurts him again. Ever." The office fell into absolute silence. The heat, the tension, and the fear left by Naruto's presence seemed to have settled permanently in the minds of everyone who witnessed the scene. In a forest near Konoha, Naruto was surrounded by a mob of villagers, all with faces filled with hatred and a desire for revenge. They wanted to finish the job they hadn't been able to complete years ago. Naruto hadn't yet unleashed his killer instinct. He remained focused, wiping the Crimson Sun Katana with a piece of his shirt stained with dried blood, the transformation seal active, making the sword appear normal to the unwary, but throbbing with hidden power. Suddenly, a kunai flew toward him from the crowd. Naruto watched it calmly. The weapon was enveloped in golden fire, and in an instant, it turned to dust, leaving everyone speechless. The heat began to rise unusually. Naruto unleashed his killer instinct, and the temperature around his body became stifling. Unbeknownst to him, a red chakra began to erupt from within, forming the silhouette of a one-tailed fox around him, its silent roar seeming to echo throughout the forest. His single hand gripped the Crimson Sun Katana, ready for any threat. But before he could act, a cloud of smoke appeared before him. From it emerged Hiruzen, clad in his battle armor, prepared to intervene. The villagers felt a momentary relief, convinced that their Hokage would save them and that they could kill the demon before them. But they soon realized the truth. Hiruzen was trembling, sweating, his eyes wide. Before him lay everything that had gone wrong. His mistakes as Hokage. His broken promises. Kushina's promise to protect her son, and how he had failed. The magnitude of the power and fury contained within a single child, almost a mirror of everything he had allowed. Finally, Naruto spoke. His voice was deep, broken, and filled with hatred, echoing with every wound, every betrayal, and every abandonment he had suffered. "Hokage. Look at me. This is what your negligence created." The forest fell silent, only the roar of his red chakra and the heat of his golden fire filled the air. Everyone understood, this was no ordinary child. He was a living judgment, a burning reminder of everything the village had let slip away. Naruto gripped the Crimson Sun Katana tightly in his one hand. His sapphire eyes shone like a blazing sun, reflecting hatred, pain, and pure determination. Suddenly, in a flash of golden and red chakra, he shot toward Hiruzen, leaving behind a red trail that looked like liquid fire. The forest trembled under the force of his march. Every step, every movement was imbued with the power of his golden weapons, his killing intent, and the chakra of the one-tailed fox. Hiruzen barely had time to react. The old Hokage, with all his experience, his battle armor, and his staff, couldn't move in time. The first attack wasn't just physical, it was a blow to the very heart of his authority, a manifestation of all the accumulated mistakes of the village and himself. Naruto advanced relentlessly, and with every meter he covered, the temperature in the air around him transformed, burning as if a red sun had descended upon Konoha. The villagers, the Anbu, and the advisors who followed him from afar were paralyzed. The sun despised by the village had become a whirlwind of fire and vengeance, and Hiruzen stood there, a direct witness to his mistakes, powerless to stop him. Naruto was about to unleash the first battle of errors, where each slash of his katana was not just an attack, but a reminder of what the village had caused, and the price it would now have to pay. Naruto raised his Crimson Sun Katana with his one hand and began to unleash slashes of red fire, each one cutting through the air with a searing shockwave that incinerated everything in its path. Hiruzen, concentrating all his chakra, began rapidly forming hand seals, attempting to unleash a giant water dragon to neutralize the attack. But he instantly realized it was useless. The red fire emanating from Naruto could not be extinguished by conventional means. The water dragon collided with the flames, instantly turning into steam, while Naruto continued his relentless advance. With effort, Hiruzen stepped aside just in time to avoid the direct impact of the katana, but the heat and pressure of the fire forced him back a step, reminding him of the magnitude of the power before him. The forest trembled with each slash, the air vibrated, and the trees bent from the heat. The Anbu and advisors, hidden in the distance, watched in astonishment as the boy the village had ignored was now able to master fire and the killing instinct with such ferocity. Naruto showed no mercy. Each slash was not only intended to strike, but to demonstrate the weight of his fury and the price of the village's mistakes. Hiruzen was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, aware that he couldn't underestimate the boy for a single moment, and that this fight wasn't just physical but a test of his leadership and his failings. Suddenly, Naruto felt an explosion within him, and a second tail of red chakra emerged from his back, twisting and turning as if it had a life of its own. Hiruzen, seeing the manifestation of the boy's power, cursed himself and the village that had forced him to this extreme. "Damn this village," he whispered in frustration. "How could it have come to this?" Quickly, he began forming the necessary hand seals and executed his summoning jutsu. In an instant, Enma, the Monkey King, appeared before him, glowing with his aura of authority and power. In a flash, the monkey transformed into the great adamantine staff, ready to face the unleashed boy. But Naruto didn't wait. With an explosive burst of speed, he launched himself at Hiruzen, dodging the staff's movements with supernatural precision. In an instant, he disarmed the Hokage, leaving the staff out of reach. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the power surge through his single hand, and decided to unlock his katana's transformation seal. The sheath vanished, and before everyone's eyes, the Crimson Sun Katana revealed its true form, entirely golden, shining blindingly, and enveloped in a fiery chakra that made it resemble a miniature sun. The air around them began to tremble with the heat and pure energy, and the golden light cast dancing shadows across Hiruzen and the surrounding forest. Naruto was ready, not just a child with a katana, but a potential golden master, engulfed in the fire of his rage and his destiny. Hiruzen shouted loudly, trying to reason with Naruto. "Naruto, listen to me." But his words were lost in the blazing air, completely ignored by the boy. Naruto continued his onslaught without hesitation. His slashes with the Crimson Sun Katana unleashed bursts of red fire, which Hiruzen tried to dodge, but even with his experience, some blows managed to find their mark. The flames that touched him were impossible to extinguish, leaving searing burns on his body and armor. Without pausing, Naruto vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing before Hiruzen in a matter of seconds. His fists and kicks were charged with fiery chakra, striking the Hokage's chest and arms with pinpoint accuracy. Each blow left deep burns, and the air vibrated with the crackling of the fire and the released energy. Hiruzen was pushed back, staggering, gasping, and feeling the weight and force emanating from a child who barely knew the world. The trees of the forest bowed before the heat, and the Anbu watching from a distance could feel it even meters away, paralyzed by the magnitude of the attack. Naruto wasn't seeking to kill. At least not completely. But each blow was a reminder of the pain, betrayal, and neglect he had suffered, a moving judgment that Hiruzen couldn't dodge. Naruto struck Hiruzen hard in the chest, sending him reeling backward. Before the Hokage could rise, Naruto grabbed his head, and wings of red fire erupted from his back, soaring as his body seemed to burn with immense power. His eyes, now red and slashed, displayed the fury of a being who had suffered too much, a child who carried the weight of the village's betrayal, contempt, and loneliness. But then, a memory of Kai flashed through his mind. "Remember, future Golden Master. Uncontrolled power only destroys. Do not become what you fear." The thought struck him hard. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, the fire engulfing him beginning to subside, and the fury in his eyes giving way to clarity and judgment. With a determined movement, he slowly descended, kneeling before Hiruzen. His fiery wings vanished, and carefully, he transformed the Crimson Sun Katana back into its conventional form, the golden blade disappearing beneath the transformation seal. He took a deep breath, feeling control and calm return, and although he was still wounded and scarred by pain, he knew that true power lay not in destruction but in knowing when to stop. Hiruzen, panting, watched silently, impressed and relieved at the same time. He saw that before him was not just a furious child, but a potential gold saint, capable of controlling even the most intense rage. Naruto spun around, leaving behind the scorched forest and the remnants of the battle. His steps led him to an undefined place, far from the village, where civilization could not reach him. He didn't want to leave Konoha, but he did need space, a refuge to recover and protect himself from those who had hurt him physically and emotionally. Hiruzen, his battle armor marked and scorched, struggled to his feet, breathing heavily. His eyes locked onto the boy, and in a firm voice, he shouted, "Naruto, listen to me." But instantly, Naruto's murderous instinct and his suppressed rage took control once more. A death glare settled on the elderly Hokage, making all his power and authority seem useless in the face of the young man. Naruto remained motionless, simply observing him, evaluating every word and movement of the man before him. Hiruzen swallowed, aware of the danger he represented, but he knew he had to speak. "Naruto," he began, his voice trembling, trying to maintain both authority and composure. "There are things you don't know, things that the village, that no one should know." Without realizing it, in his fear and need to reason, Hiruzen began to reveal classified and critical information, details about the village, the secret jutsus, and the history of the Jinchuriki. All while the boy who had almost defeated him listened intently, absorbing every word, every secret he should never have known. Naruto, without losing his composure or taking his eyes off him, received the information coldly, evaluating what Hiruzen said, processing every detail for his own benefit. The surrounding forest was silent. Only the wind seemed to echo the tension between the boy and the old man, as a complex relationship of power, mistrust, and secret knowledge was woven, one that would define the future of Konoha and Naruto himself. Hiruzen approached Naruto, trembling from head to toe, each step seemingly dragged by the weight of years and guilt. "Naruto," he began, his voice trembling. "You must understand why the village treated you this way." He knelt, leaning on his staff, coughing up a little blood as each word seemed to cost him the world. "The day you were born, the village was attacked by the Nine Tails. Your father, the fourth Hokage, had to seal it inside a newborn baby. That baby was you. I kept your identity a secret so you could have a normal childhood. But I failed." Hiruzen lowered his head, hurt and guilty. "I wanted them to see you as a hero. And instead, they saw you as a monster." Naruto watched him, his single blue eyes slowly turning red, heat and anger bubbling inside. "Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki. And your father," Hiruzen's voice stopped, unable to continue because of the lump in his throat. But Naruto didn't need to hear any more. He didn't want excuses, he didn't want regrets. Without a word, he turned away, his firm, determined steps leading him from the nearly dying old Hokage, leaving him alone in the scorched forest, surrounded by his guilt and the blood of the battle. Hiruzen stood there, trembling and defeated, aware that although he had tried to explain the truth, the boy no longer depended on him or sought his approval. Volume 3, Mistakes. The council chamber was utterly silent. The civilian council seats were empty, and the tension was almost palpable. Only the shinobi side remained, where the clan leaders occupied their places with serious demeanor. Fugaku Uchiha, with his usual cold expression. Hiyashi Hyuga, observing with piercing eyes. Inoichi Yamanaka, discreetly noting every move. Choza Akamichi, concerned for everyone's safety. Shikaku Nara, strategically assessing the situation. Shibi Aburame, alert and silent. Sume Inazuka, frowning. At the head of the table, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat with bandages on his arm and chest, his eyes showing weariness and guilt, while the leaders looked at him with seriousness and concern. Hiruzen spoke first. "Today's topic is serious. What happened to Naruto Uzumaki? To the Jinchuriki child," he paused, breathing heavily. "I need us to understand how we failed." Fugaku Uchiha raised his voice. "Hokage, who did this to him? Who allowed a child of Konoha to be harmed in this way?" Hiyashi Hyuga added solemnly. "And more importantly, why wasn't action taken to protect him from birth?" Hiruzen lowered his gaze, coughing slightly, and replied with a voice heavy with regret. "The responsibility is mine. From the moment he was born, the Kyuubi was sealed inside him by his father, the fourth Hokage. I tried to protect him. I tried to keep it a secret so he could have a normal childhood. But I failed. Inoichi Yamanaka, in a neutral but firm tone. Hokage, the clan leaders wanted to adopt him since he was a baby. We wanted to offer him a home. But the advisors told us we couldn't. They said the village needed balance. Choza Akamichi, barely containing his anger. Balance. Balance for whom? The child was alone, marked, and hated by those who should have protected him. Shikaku Nara, coldly assessing. Apparently, the advisors decided that keeping him isolated was more important than his well-being. That decision has cost us dearly. And the Hokage himself almost lost his life trying to rectify it. Sume Inuzuka, slamming her fist on the table in frustration. A child shouldn't pay for the politics of adults. If Naruto had been anyone else, this wouldn't have happened. Hiruzen sighed, a visible weight on his shoulders. I know we failed. We all failed. The child grew up being seen as a monster, when all he needed was protection and affection. Hiyashi Hyuga sighed. And now, what do we do? He's no longer just a helpless child. We don't know the extent of his power, Shikaku said. We can't underestimate what he's learned on his own. Fugaku Uchiha, his voice cold but calculating, said. Then the question is clear, how are we going to rectify our mistakes? And how do we ensure that Naruto doesn't turn against us? Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. First, we must acknowledge our guilt and our errors. Then, we must approach him, but with caution. If we act forcefully, fearfully, or with orders, he will reject us. But if we act with respect, perhaps we can guide him. The room fell silent again. Everyone knew that the decisions made years ago had created this chaos, and that the future of Konoha now depended on how they handled the child the village had once rejected. At the entrance to a cave, Naruto slept with his back against the rock, his Crimson Sun Katana sheathed beneath the transformation seal. Silence reigned, broken only by the gentle breeze. Suddenly, there was a soft knocking at the entrance. Naruto slowly opened one eye, his gaze fixed and calculating. His killer instinct activated instantly, filling the air with a presence that could burn anyone who came near. The intruder appeared, a chunin with gravity-defying silver hair, one visible eye crystalline and alert, while the other remained covered beneath his Konoha headband. He was carrying a change of clothes and supplies, seemingly with good intentions for the boy. But sensing Naruto's murderous intent directed at him, the chunin froze, sweating profusely as invisible heat emanated from the small Jinchuriki. His body trembled, and he couldn't take a step forward. What? He stammered, trying to speak, but his voice was lost amidst the silent power that Naruto exuded even in his sleep. Naruto, motionless, watched him with one open eye, assessing every gesture, every intention. The latent power in his aura made even a trained shinobi feel insignificant and vulnerable, and for a moment, the entire world seemed to stop before him. Kakashi, his heart pounding, carefully set his clothes aside, as if any sudden movement might awaken the child's fury. He leaned slightly, his voice trembling behind his mask. I'm sorry, Naruto. It was all my fault for leaving you alone that day. Naruto didn't move, nor did he lower his guard. His single visible eye watched him with suspicion, evaluating every word, every gesture. The air around the cave still seemed heavy with the latent power of his killer instinct, and Kakashi felt it like a crushing weight on his chest. The silver-haired chunin swallowed, sweating from the heat emanating from the boy, and added in a low voice. No, I didn't want this to happen. I just wanted to help you. Naruto, his eyes red and sharp, remained silent for a few seconds that felt like an eternity, until he finally lowered his guard slowly, though without completely letting it go. His breathing was heavy, his hands rested near the Crimson Sun Katana, and his killer instinct remained alert, gauging whether Kakashi was truly worthy of approaching him. Kakashi nodded slightly, understanding that trust would have to be earned, step by step, and that the boy before him was not just any shinobi, but someone with power that surpassed any conventional measure. Kakashi stood up, unable to force any more trust, and with a slight apology, walked away, disappearing into the forest mist and leaving Naruto alone at the cave entrance. Naruto bent down and picked up the change of clothes Kakashi had carefully left. As he opened it, his brow furrowed, bright orange, like a cry of, "Look at me, here I am." His disgust was immediate. Orange, he muttered to himself, wincing. Like it's saying, "Look at me, kill me." He gripped the fabric tightly in his left hand, and a small golden flame erupted from his fingers, incinerating the clothes in seconds. The smoke rose into the sky, mingling with the scent of the earth and the cave, leaving only golden ashes. Without wasting any more time, Naruto shouldered the Crimson Sun Katana, adjusting his stance. Determined, he left the cave in search of food, his steps firm on the damp earth, the sunlight illuminating his sun-kissed blonde hair. He didn't need anyone to decide for him. He didn't need the rules of the village that had scorned him. He only needed to survive and grow stronger, in his own way. Naruto moved silently among the trees, his sharp, alert eyes fixed on an unsuspecting grazing deer. With a swift movement, he placed his single hand on the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana and delivered a precise slash. The deer fell to the ground, and Naruto sighed, relieved, as he secured his meal for the day. He gathered some nearby vines and dragged the animal back to the cave, preparing a place to cook it. With fluid movements, he slashed with his katana, using the golden flames of the blade to efficiently sear the meat, focused on his task, accompanied only by the scent of fire and damp earth. Suddenly, a rustling of branches outside caught his attention. Naruto looked up, and his eyes fell upon an approaching woman, dressed in a Jonin vest. Her long, tousled brown hair fell over her shoulders, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her figure was undeniably defined, her breasts barely contained by the tight vest. Naruto slowly brought his one hand to the hilt of his golden weapon, the golden fire of the katana flickering slightly, a testament to the power contained within the young man. The woman, realizing the truth about the village and the boy's condition, froze. She couldn't imagine that the village had taken his arm and an eye, and in Naruto's heart, the latent rage toward those responsible still burned brightly. If he tried anything, those who had tortured and scarred him for life would have met an immediate and swift death. Naruto, with a cold and calculating gaze, assessed. "Who are you?" His firm, deep voice echoed through the cave, surrounded by the golden firelight. The woman swallowed, feeling the pressure of his power, and knew she wasn't facing an ordinary child, but someone who could annihilate her if she made a mistake. Sume introduced herself in a trembling voice, almost whispering. I am Sume Inuzuka, head of the Inuzuka clan. A friend of your mother." Upon hearing those words, Naruto observed her in silence. Only the golden heat of his katana illuminated his scarred face, his single blue eye beginning to glow faintly, reflecting his distrust and suppressed rage. For Sume, being an Inuzuka brought back no pleasant memories. That clan reminded her of the village's brutality, and even more so. The pain inflicted by an Inuzuka ninkin that day, when she lost her arm and the fury of her people nearly consumed her. Naruto finished gripping his katana firmly. The air around him grew hot, so intense that the cave stones began to smoke slightly, and golden fire seemed to dance in his aura, radiating suffocating heat. His gaze, fixed and penetrating, did not flicker. Sume took a step back, her body trembling, as the heat around her intensified. She could not hide the truth. This child was no ordinary boy, he was a living danger, someone capable of destroying anyone who did not respect his space or his history. Naruto took a deep breath, his firm, deep voice cutting through the hot air. If your intention is to hurt me, or hurt someone I care about, no one will stop you. The echo of his words mingled with the crackling of the golden fire, and the entire cave seemed to respond to his contained fury, as Sume understood that this child was much more than a mere Jinchuriki, he was a living weapon, and no one should forget it. Naruto slowly raised his gaze. His single sapphire blue eye was cold, devoid of any trace of innocence. "Have you come to devour my other arm?" he said in a dry, disgusted tone. "Or perhaps a leg, like one of your bastard dogs did?" The heat intensified. The ground beneath Sume's feet began to crack slightly, the air became unbreathable, and the golden fire of the Crimson Sun Katana vibrated violently, as if responding to its wielder's rage. Sume paled. Not because of the threat, but because she knew exactly what he was talking about. The smell of burnt flesh, the screams, the blood. That day, too, was etched in her memory. "Naruto," she tried to say, but her voice cracked. He took a step forward. Just one. It was enough for Sume to feel she was facing something far older and more dangerous than any biju. "Don't look at me like it hurts," he continued, his voice deep, broken with hatred. Quote. "That day I screamed. That day I begged. And no one stopped that damned beast." The katana lowered slightly, pointing at the ground. But the heat didn't lessen. "So tell me, Inuzuka," he spat out the surname like an insult. "Are you here to finish the job? Or just to pretend you care now that I'm a problem?" Sume gritted her teeth, sweat trickling down her neck. She didn't raise her hands. She didn't back down. For the first time in a long time, she didn't speak like a Jonin, nor like a clan leader. She spoke like someone who had failed. "If I wanted to hurt you," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "I'd be dead by now." The golden fire roared one last time, and Naruto stared at her, assessing whether those words deserved to live another second. Naruto watched her for a few seconds that felt like an eternity. "Stand up," he ordered, his voice so cold it brooked no argument. "And hold out your hand. In front of me." Sume hesitated for only an instant. Then, she obeyed. She sat stiffly and held out her hand, palm open, trembling. Sweat trickled down her temple, and yet she didn't withdraw her hand. Naruto closed his eyes. The fox's chakra responded first, red, violent, charged with resentment. Then the golden chakra surged, scorching, precise. They intertwined within him like two opposing wills. And yet obedient. The Crimson Sun Katana vibrated. A first cut appeared on Sume's palm. Not deep. But clean. She stifled a scream. Then came another. And another. Naruto didn't speak. Didn't scream. Didn't lose control. His movements were precise, surgical, as if each cut had a purpose. The slashes slowly traveled up her forearm. Some superficial. Others more serious. Painful. Difficult to heal. He didn't amputate. He didn't seek to mutilate her. He sought to mark her. Sume clenched her teeth until they bled. Tears fell silently. The pain was intense, but what burned most was the realization. Each cut was a memory. Each scar, a debt. When Naruto stopped, the air still boiled. "This," he said finally, lowering the katana, "is so you'll never forget." Sume fell to her knees, clutching her bleeding arm, breathing heavily. She knew these wounds wouldn't disappear. Not even with the best medical ninjutsu. Naruto looked down at her, his one expressionless eye. "I lost an arm. An eye. My childhood." The katana returned to its transformation seal. "You'll only carry scars." The heat began to slowly subside. Sume looked up, her face drenched in sweat and tears. There was no hatred in her eyes. Only acceptance. Naruto turned away. "Go," he said. "And pray that no Inuzuka ever crosses my path again. Because next time, there would be no scars." A few hours later, Naruto sat near the cave entrance, using a small piece of wood to clean his teeth, trying to dislodge a piece of meat stuck in his throat. It was a simple gesture. Mechanical. Almost routine. Then, he felt it. A presence entering the cave. Naruto looked up with immediate disdain. There stood Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan. Naruto's world twisted instantly. An old pain returned like a whiplash. Memories of a mind invaded without permission. Of voices crushing his own. Of silent screams inside his head. The mental pressure returned, even though it wasn't actually happening. Naruto gritted his teeth. An imaginary trickle of blood seemed to run near his ears. The memory of how they had given him excruciating headaches, how he had ended up with a nosebleed, returned with a vengeance. His hand went to the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana without hesitation. The air in the cave grew heavy, thick with heat. The golden fire responded instantly, shimmering with a clear purpose. Punishment. "Don't come any closer," Naruto said, his voice low and dangerous. Quote. "Not one step further." Inoichi stopped immediately. He raised both hands, palms facing forward, and didn't release a single ounce of mental chakra. "I didn't come here to mess with your mind," he said, his voice firm but careful. Quote. "I swear on my clan." Naruto took a step forward. Just one. The thermal pressure increased, making the air ripple. "Someone from your clan did," Naruto continued, his voice hardened with hatred. Quote. "And you didn't stop them. So tell me, Yamanaka." The golden blade barely emerged from its scabbard. "Did you come to apologize? Or to test if you can still smash my head in?" The golden fire illuminated the cave, casting long, menacing shadows. Inoichi swallowed hard. He knew he was a second away from death if he said the wrong word. This time, he wasn't facing a helpless child. He was facing someone who had survived. And who wouldn't allow anyone to enter his mind again. Inoichi took a deep breath, determined. His plan was simple, from his perspective, erase Naruto's painful memories and replace them with good ones to win the boy's loyalty. He formed the Yamanaka clan seal swiftly, concentrating all his chakra into his hands. His eyes glowed as he began mentally reciting the jutsu. Mind-body transfer. But he hadn't counted on one thing. Naruto's mind was a raging battlefield, his brain like boiling oil at 100 degrees, mingled with red and gold fire, with memories of betrayal and pain seared into it. Every neuron was a volcano. Every thought, a blaze. Naruto felt the jutsu arrive before it fully activated. Unbearable pain exploded in his head, as if someone had lit 1,000 fires at once. He clutched his head, screaming in a broken, gravelly voice. Ah! The chakra of his Crimson Sun Katana reacted instinctively, enveloping his body in a halo of golden, vibrant, and protective fire. The heat made the ground crunch beneath his feet and the cave walls tremble, as if the anger and defense of his mind were manifesting physically. Inoichi stepped back, sweating, his hands trembling. He had never felt resistance like this. Never had he felt a child bounce a mental jutsu directly back at his own head. Naruto fell to his knees, breathing heavily. His single blue eye glowed with a painful light as the pressure in his skull slowly subsided, but the memory of the attempted manipulation was seared into his mind like a scar. "Don't you dare," he whispered, his voice barely audible but heavy with menace, "touch my mind again." Inoichi swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that this child could not be controlled, and that any attempt at mental manipulation now could unleash a far greater disaster than any physical fight. Gasping and staggering, Inoichi crawled toward the cave entrance, his hands clutching his head as if trying to contain a fire raging in his brain. Every step was torture. Every breath, a reminder of the pain he had inflicted. His mind felt like it was being mercilessly fried, like oil exposed to 100 degrees, and every attempt to move forward only made him tremble more. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with silent tears of frustration and fear. Never in his entire life had he felt such resistance, nor had he ever faced someone capable of deflecting his own jutsu back at his skull. Without looking back, he ran toward the nearby forest, the echo of Naruto's golden fire still resonating in his mind. Fear and respect drove him more than strength, and he knew that even if he escaped, that mental scar would never disappear. Naruto stood at the cave entrance, his blue gaze fixed on the distance. There were no words, no gestures. Only the presence of a boy who had survived, unyielding and dangerous, making it clear that no one could touch his mind without suffering the consequences. Silence returned to the cave. Only the creaking of the wood and the golden fire of the katana echoed in the air. And Naruto knew that, from that moment on, every attempt at manipulation would have a price no one would be willing to pay. Naruto sat back down on the cave floor, closing his eyes for a while. Silence enveloped him, save for the distant rustling of leaves and the echo of his own breathing. He slept for about an hour, until a pungent smell of hot food woke him. His muscles reacted instantly. He sat up, the Crimson Sun Katana in his hand. His steps were silent, but lethal. As he stepped out of the cave, he stopped when he saw a floor covered in leaves. Without hesitation, he made a precise cut, triggering a camouflaged trap net. The leaves rustled and fell under his weight, trapping any unwanted movement. Naruto took a step back and returned inside the cave, satisfied. From afar, Shikaku Nara murmured barely audible. "Trouble." The echo of that word hung in the air. He knew it wasn't an exaggeration. The next day, the clan leaders met privately. The room was thick with tension. None of them spoke much, but their bodies spoke for them. Sume Inuzuka, Kushina's friend, had a bandaged arm, a bloody reminder of their encounter. Inoichi Yamanaka, a friend of Minato and Kushina, still had an excruciating headache, as if his brain were still burning. Shikaku Nara, Minato's ally, was thinking about how to get close to Naruto without making him hate the village even more than he already did. Choza Akamichi, Minato's friend, was bruised, covered in superficial cuts and contusions that served as reminders of his failures. Hiyashi Hyuga, Minato's friend, had cuts on his face that would take hours to heal, even with medical ninjutsu. Fugaku Uchiha, another friend of Minato, had red eyes from so many failed genjutsu attempts. Now he felt it 4 times stronger, a pain that made it hard to breathe. They were all scarred for life, not only physically, but in their souls. Every attempt to reach out to Naruto, every plan for reconciliation, had left its mark, and none of them could forget what they felt before the boy's golden flames. The silence was absolute. No one dared to speak. The legend of the boy who survived hatred and pain, Naruto Uzumaki, was already being forged before his very eyes. Hiruzen entered the room with calm steps, confident in his position as the third Hokage. His voice rose in a tone he hoped would be serious but calm. "So, how did it go?" But when he looked at the clan leaders, he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes scanned the scene, and everything froze in his mind. Sume with her arm bandaged, trembling slightly as she tried to move it. Inoichi clutching his head, pale, sweat trickling down his forehead, with the expression of someone who still felt the fire in his brain. Choza covered in bruises, cuts, and marks of punishment, his breath ragged. Hiyashi with fresh scars crisscrossing his face, unable to move normally. Fugaku with red eyes, clearly suffering the intensity of his own genjutsu that had rebounded on him. Shikaku, his expression a mixture of worry and fear tinged with guilt, almost speechless. Hiruzen swallowed hard. The weight of reality hit him full force. It was more than just bruises or superficial wounds. Every leader was scarred not only physically, but psychologically, reminded of just how lethal, unpredictable, and powerful Naruto had become. He murmured, his voice trembling. I didn't expect this. For a moment, the authority of Hokage wasn't enough. He could only blink, processing that the boy they had all underestimated had left his mark on them all. Silence filled the room. Hiruzen lowered his gaze. He knew that, for the first time, the legacy of Minato and Kushina was before him, and he couldn't control it. Land of Dragons, home of legendary summons. Naruto stood before Kai, the colossal red and gold dragon, beside a lake whose waters shimmered with a golden radiance that seemed to pulse with life. This water, Kai said in a deep, resonant voice, heals everything, even the deepest wounds and severed limbs. But, I warn you, there could be side effects upon emerging. Naruto nodded, setting aside the Crimson Sun Katana, and began to remove his clothing. Each movement was cautious, almost reverential. Kai simply nodded, indicating that he should continue. Holding his breath, Naruto slowly submerged himself in the golden water. At first, only the surface covered him. Then, the mark on the right side of his forehead began to glow intensely, spreading like a sun expanding across his entire head. The radiance spread through his neck, chest, and limbs. A warm, almost divine sensation coursed through his body. It was as if every cell of his being was being rebuilt from within. Finally, Naruto was completely submerged, surrounded by the golden light that seemed to dance around him, merging with his chakra. Kai watched him silently, the guardian of fire and master of golden weapons, monitoring his every reaction. After a few minutes that seemed like an eternity, Naruto began to emerge from the lake. Water trickled down his body as he slowly rose to the surface. And then, the transformation was complete. Both arms were present and strong. His right arm responded to his every thought. His left eye reopened, and the world regained its full clarity. He could see with both eyes, every shade of color, every shadow, every detail. Even the Crimson Sun Katana seemed to reflect more brilliance around it, as if it recognized a rejuvenated and whole wielder. Kai bowed his head, impressed. Now, you're ready. But remember, Naruto, with power comes responsibility. Mastering the Crimson Sun Katana and your golden fire will only be the beginning. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the weight and strength of his entire body for the first time in a long time. He knew that, with this rebirth, he would no longer be the tortured child he once was. Now he was someone capable of facing anything, with fire and determination coursing through his veins. Naruto slowly raised his right hand, admiring how the golden light of the lake shone on his skin. But what he saw made him pale completely. His skin was no longer entirely human. Small golden scales, hard and gleaming like the finest metal, were beginning to cover his arm. It wasn't a simple pattern. They looked like dragon scales, perfect and solid, fused with his flesh, radiating a subtle heat that coursed through his body. What is this? He whispered, his voice trembling. His heart pounded as he ran his hand in front of his eyes, watching each scale glow with its own light, as if alive. Kai, observing silently, tilted his head slightly. That, Naruto, is the dragon's seal upon you. The lake hasn't just healed you. It has begun to fuse your chakra with that of the guardians. Naruto felt a strange but powerful tingling sensation course through his body. His breathing quickened, and for the first time, he understood that his connection to the dragons wasn't just symbolic. It was now a part of him. His Crimson Sun Katana lay at his side, but Naruto could already feel a new kind of power flowing from his golden arm, radiating strength, fire, and life. It was the first sign that his path as a gold master was truly beginning. A few hours later, Naruto stood before Hiruzen's desk. He didn't sit. He didn't bow. He didn't even feign respect. His one hand rested near the katana's hilt, not as a direct threat but as a reminder. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office felt heavy, almost suffocating. Hiruzen observed the boy silently. He was missing an arm. He was missing an eye. But what he lacked most of all was confidence. Naruto, Hiruzen began wearily. I called you here because we need to talk. Naruto slowly raised his gaze, his expression empty, cold, with no trace of the boy he once was. Talk, he replied dryly. Now. Hiruzen frowned. What happened in the village was a mistake. Many mistakes. No, Naruto interrupted, his voice low but his firmness cutting through the air. Quote. It wasn't a mistake. It was abandonment. Silence fell like a ton of bricks. Naruto took a step forward. I lost an arm. I lost an eye. I lost entire nights screaming in pain. And you, he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, did nothing. Hiruzen pressed his lips together. He knew any excuse would ring hollow. I had to protect the stability of the village, he tried to say. Naruto let out a short, bitter laugh. The village. Or the clans that broke me inside. Naruto placed his hand on the desk, the wood creaking under his pressure. You didn't call me when I was bleeding. You didn't call me when they attacked me. You called me when I returned the favor. Quote. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. Naruto, you're still part of Konoha. Naruto withdrew his hand and took a half step back. No. I survived Konoha. His words weren't a challenge. They were a sentence. Say what you have to say, Hokage, he continued. But don't expect apologies. Or loyalty. Naruto turned slightly, ready to leave at any moment. You made your choice long ago. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't turn immediately. His back stiffened, tense, like a sheet of paper about to break. No, he said softly. Hiruzen looked up, surprised. Naruto, your father. I don't care, he cut him off, turning slowly this time. Quote. Don't tell me his name. His eyes, only one visible, burned with a faint red. If he was my father. Then he was one of the bastards who signed my death warrant the day I was born. Hiruzen felt the weight of those words like a direct blow to his chest. He died protecting you, he said with effort. He gave his life to seal the Nine Tails and save the village. Naruto gritted his teeth. So what? Silence fell again. He died, and left me here. Alone. Hunted. Broken. Naruto took another step toward the desk. If he was so strong. If he was so important. Why didn't he leave clear orders? Why did he allow me to be used as a political pawn? Why didn't anyone defend me? Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. Naruto continued, his voice no longer one of explosive anger, but of something worse, utter contempt. I don't want a dead hero for a father. I wanted someone alive when they ripped off my arm. Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain. Minato Namikaze, he began. No, Naruto slammed his heel against the floor. Quote. I told you not to say his name. The chakra in the room vibrated slightly, the curtains fluttered. That man chose the village over his son. So don't come here trying to sell me stories of sacrifice. Naruto turned away. If you want to talk about my mother, maybe I'll listen. At least she suffered with me, even if she was sealed. He headed for the exit. But don't expect me to cry for a father who turned me into a weapon before I could even open my eyes. The door began to close behind him. Hiruzen, his voice cracking, managed to say. Naruto, Minato wanted you to be seen as a hero. Naruto paused for only a second. Then he failed. And he left. Naruto moved through the hidden alleyways of Konoha like a specter. He left no footprints. He made no noise. Only the heat, an unnatural heat that seemed to linger in the air long after it passed. A few hours later, chaos erupted. 2 buildings were ablaze in crimson flames, a strange, living fire that twisted as if it had a will of its own. The shinobi relentlessly unleashed water jutsus, but the flames wouldn't die down, they barely receded before rising again with even greater fury. It's not working. The fire is absorbing the chakra. Evacuate. Evacuate now. Luckily, everyone managed to escape in time. No one died. But as they ran, some lowered their heads. Others didn't scream. Others felt a knot in their chest, a strange sensation, as if this fire wasn't an attack, but a judgment. Maybe, a woman murmured, this is what we deserve. But no one knew who had started the fire. Or how. Far from the chaos, Naruto stood atop the stone head of the 4th Hokage. Night covered the village, and the moon illuminated his incomplete silhouette, one arm missing, one eye gone. And a rage that found no rest. Naruto drew his katana. The blade didn't flash. It didn't roar. It simply cut. With a precise movement, he carved a single word into the stone forehead. Bastard. The rock melted slightly around the letters, as if the heat came from within the monument. Naruto sheathed his katana. Hero, he muttered with contempt. You're not even good enough as a statue. Without looking back, he leapt and vanished into the Konoha forest. Among the trees, the village's fire still flickered in his eyes. There was no pride. No satisfaction. Only one clear truth in his mind. Konoha wasn't his home. It was the place where he'd been broken. And they hadn't paid the price yet. Naruto paused for a moment among the trees. The forest was silent. But his world wasn't. It wasn't a sound that alerted him. It was a feeling. Two presences. One, small, weak, disheveled. The other, tense, trained, hurried. And then he felt it clearly. Irregular movement, muffled thumps from inside a sack. A girl. The memory pierced his mind like a red-hot leaf. Darkness. Suffocation. The ground rattling beneath him. Waking up far from Konoha. With no one. The heat around him surged. Naruto drew his katana. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He didn't scream. He vanished. The Kumo shinobi ran at full speed through the trees, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Almost there. He didn't finish the sentence. The world turned red. An invisible impact hurled him to the ground, knocking the air from his lungs. The sack flew through the air and rolled several meters before coming to a gentle stop, as if something, or someone, had controlled its fall. The Jonin struggled to his feet and looked up. Before him stood Naruto. One arm. One visible eye. A katana enveloped in a faint but constant fiery glow. The air crackled with heat. What the hell are you? The Kumo ninja managed to stammer, taking a step back. Naruto didn't answer. He took a step forward. The Jonin tried to form hand seals, but couldn't. His hands trembled, sweat trickled down his face, and his chakra was chaotic as if something were pressing on him from within. Wait, it's not what it looks like. It's a mission, eh? Naruto appeared before him. In a single motion. The katana pierced the ground a millimeter from his neck, melting the earth and leaving the metal glowing red hot. The Jonin screamed. Naruto leaned forward, his burning eye fixed on the man's face. Do you know, he said in a low, broken voice, heavy with something deeper than hatred. What it feels like to wake up inside a sack. The Jonin swallowed. I was just following orders. Naruto slowly withdrew the blade. The heat didn't subside. I was a mission too. A second slash. It wasn't fatal. It was precise. The Jonin's arm fell to the ground before his brain could process what had happened. The scream tore through the forest, but no one would come. No one wanted to get near that heat. Naruto turned and went to the sack. Carefully, too carefully for someone like him, he opened it. Inside was a small girl, trembling, her eyes filled with tears, but alive. She didn't have the white eyes of the Hyuga. She wasn't an important political target. Just a child. Naruto looked away for a moment. It's over now, he murmured, almost to himself. When he looked back at the Jonin, he was trying to crawl away with his one remaining arm. Naruto walked toward him. Kumo should know something, he said coldly. He pressed the tip of his katana against the Jonin's chest. Konoha is no longer defenseless. The fire engulfed the leaf. When Naruto stepped back, the forest fell silent once more. The girl was no longer pursued. The message was delivered. Naruto vanished into the trees, the heat following him like a shadow. This time, he arrived in time. The heat lessened. It didn't disappear entirely. But it stopped crushing. Naruto knelt before the girl. The katana returned to its sealed form, extinguishing the golden glow. His single eye, still red with chakra, softened only slightly. It's over, he said in a low, firm voice. No one's taking you. The girl looked at him. Her short lavender hair was tousled by her jacket, and her pearly eyes were wide open. Hinata Hyuga was trembling, but no longer from the cold, but from what she had felt. She tried to speak, but her voice broke. Naruto hesitated for a second, and then gently rested his forehead against hers, without touching her with his katana, without chakra. Breathe, he told her. You're safe now. Quote. Hinata obeyed. Without knowing why, she trusted him. And then. There it is. The sound of multiple movements shattered the moment. Anbu appeared all around, surrounding them in perfect formation. But none attacked. They were all sweating. Some were trembling. Others couldn't even swallow. Because they saw it. The mutilated child. The katana. The molten ground. The Kumo Jonin, reduced to nothing. And they understood something terrible. We weren't the first, one whispered. Naruto slowly raised his gaze. The Anbu instinctively took a step back. Then a distinct presence landed in front of them. Firm stride. Straight back. Clenched jaw. Hiyashi Hyuga. The clan leader looked first at his daughter. Hinata looked up. Dad. That single sound disarmed something inside Hiyashi. He took a quick step toward her, scanning her with his Byakugan activated, looking for wounds, seals, invisible damage. She's alive, he murmured. They didn't touch her. Then his gaze lifted. And met Naruto's. The wielder of the golden weapon. The boy the village had broken. Hiyashi fully activated his Byakugan. And paled. That chakra, he thought, it's not just the Kyuubi. Naruto stood slowly, barely placing himself between Hinata and the Anbu. Not as a threat. As a barrier. They arrived late, he said without hatred, without shouting. But they arrived. And Anbu swallowed hard. Naruto Uzumaki. By order of the Hokage, you come with. The air warmed a degree. Just one. The Anbu fell silent. Hiyashi raised his hand. Enough. Everyone looked at him. The Hyuga leader stepped forward and, against all his pride, bowed his head to Naruto. Not deeply. But enough. Thank you, he said. You saved my daughter. Absolute silence. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He looked at Hinata, who was watching him with a mixture of fear, admiration, and something more innocent. I didn't do it for your clan, he finally said. I did it, because no one came when it happened to me. Hiyashi clenched his fists. I know, he replied. And that is a debt that Konoha, and the Hyuga clan, cannot ignore. Naruto took a step back. Take her away, he said. Before she thinks about burning something again. The Anbu moved immediately, but with an almost fearful respect. Hiyashi picked Hinata up in his arms. Before leaving, she turned her head. Thank you, she whispered, Naruto. He didn't respond. He just watched her go. When the forest was empty again, the heat dissipated completely. Naruto turned and went deeper into the trees. But this time, someone would remember his name with gratitude. Naruto was about to leave when an Anbu placed his hand on his shoulder. But he made the mistake of touching Naruto. At that moment, his hand burst into red flames. Without letting go, he dragged Naruto to the Hokage tower. When he finally stood before Hiruzen's desk, the Anbu released Naruto's hand, which the flames refused to extinguish. One glance at the suffering Anbu was all it took for the red flames to go out. The Anbu fell to his knees as soon as the fire died, gasping, his hand blackened and trembling. He didn't dare look at Naruto. He rose as best he could, gave an awkward bow, and vanished in a shunshin, as if staying a second longer would be a death sentence. The Hokage's office fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind his desk. He wasn't wearing his hat. His battle armor was gone, he wore only the Hokage's simple attire. And yet, he was sweating. Not from the heat. From guilt. Naruto stood before him, motionless. The sealed katana rested against his back. Its mere presence made the air feel heavy, dense, as if the sun had stopped within the room. Naruto, Hiruzen said hoarsely, thank you for bringing Hinata Hyuga back. Naruto didn't reply. What you did today, prevented a war with Kumo, he continued. And you saved an innocent life. I didn't do it for Konoha, Naruto finally answered, without raising his voice. Or for you. Hiruzen nodded slowly. I know. Silence. The old Hokage took a deep breath and circled the desk. Each step seemed to weigh years on him. I didn't bring you here to give you orders, he said. Or to lock you up. If I wanted to do that, I'd be dead by now. Naruto raised his one remaining eye. Cold, sharp. Then speak, he said. Before I regret ever coming here. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. Your father, Minato Namikaze, wasn't a bastard who condemned you, he finally said. He was a man who chose to die so that you could live. The chakra in the room vibrated. Naruto clenched his jaw. He died, he spat. Just like everyone who promised to take care of me. Hiruzen didn't contradict him. I failed, he admitted. I failed as Hokage, as a teacher, as a surrogate grandfather. Naruto took a step forward. The floorboards creaked. Do you know how many times I cried for help? He said. How many times I screamed without a voice? Hiruzen lowered his head. Too many, he whispered. Naruto placed a hand on the desk. The wood began to blacken, though it didn't burn. I'm not the child you left alone anymore, he said. And I'm not going to trust this village again. Hiruzen looked up. Tears welled in his eyes, but he didn't allow himself to cry. I'm not asking you to trust, he said. I'm asking you to live. Naruto let out a dry laugh. That's what I'm doing, he replied. Despite you all. He turned and walked toward the door. Before he left, Hiruzen spoke one last time. Naruto, Konoha owes you an unpayable debt. And I owe you the whole truth. Whenever you want to hear it, I'll be here. Naruto stopped. He didn't turn around. Make sure you stay alive, he said. I don't like repeat visits. The door closed. The warmth vanished in an instant. Hiruzen fell to his knees, bracing himself on the floor, breathing heavily. Minato, Kushina, he murmured. The most dangerous weapon in Konoha. Isn't its katana. He stared at the closed door. It's the boy we broke. Who still chose to save someone. Hiruzen remained seated, his pulse still unsteady, when the office door opened unceremoniously. Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, entering and closing it behind him. He wasn't wearing an Anbu mask. He was dressed as a Jonin. But his expression was more grave than ever. Hiruzen looked up. Speak, Kakashi. Kakashi took a few steps forward and placed a small stack of photographs on the desk. His fingers trembled for barely a second before he released them. I followed him, he said. I ignored orders. I ignored protocol. If I didn't, no one would ever understand what Naruto is now. Hiruzen didn't reprimand him. He took the first photograph. Naruto, in the middle of the forest, executing a clean cut with one hand. The tree in front of him was sectioned with surgical precision, burned from the inside, not charred on the outside. His stance, Hiruzen murmured, isn't from the academy. No, Kakashi agreed. It's not from any school in Konoha. He flipped another photo over. Naruto moving at unnatural speed, his body surrounded by a barely visible halo of golden chakra. It wasn't the Kyuubi's red. It was another, older, more stable. His reflexes, Kakashi continued, surpass mine. With one hand. No seals. No visible effort. Hiruzen gripped the photograph. And the katana. Kakashi swallowed. Here comes the worst part. He placed the last photo on the table. Hiruzen paled. Naruto. Standing before a colossal creature. A dragon with fiery scales, veined with gold that looked like molten metal. They weren't fighting. They were talking. Summoning. Hiruzen whispered. Not as we know them, Kakashi replied. There was no prior seal. No visible contract. The dragon was looking at him. Like a master looks at his student. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. Kakashi, he said slowly, do you know what it means when a dragon reveals itself to a human without hostility? Kakashi shook his head. I only know one thing, he said. That dragon didn't see Naruto as a Jinchuriki. Not even as a child. He pointed to the photo. It saw him as a host. Silence. The Hokage dropped his staff to the ground without noticing. The katana, he murmured, isn't an ordinary weapon. No, Kakashi confirmed. Every time Naruto wields it, the surroundings react. Fire doesn't behave like ninjutsu. It doesn't respond to any known elemental affinity. Hiruzen closed his eyes. He remembered forbidden texts. Legends known only to the Hokage. Scrolls sealed for generations. Golden weapons, he whispered. I thought they were myths. Kakashi opened his visible eye in surprise. Golden weapons. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Relics predating the villages. Predating even the Sage of Six Paths. It was said they only responded to masters, chosen for more than just chakra. He opened his eyes, filled with sorrow. If Naruto possesses one, then Konoha didn't just lose a child. He looked at Kakashi with utter gravity. We lost the right to call him ours. Kakashi clenched his fists. What do we do, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen peered out the window, toward the forest where he knew Naruto was hiding. Nothing, he said. For the first time, nothing. He paused. If we try to control him, we'll lose him forever. If we attack him, Konoha will burn. The old Hokage closed his eyes. All we can do is pray that the red sun we've created doesn't decide to rise completely. Volume 4, The Golden Dragon. Naruto walked among the trees of the Konoha forest, barely making a sound. His golden katana was sealed in his back, but he could feel his golden chakra responding to every movement of the wind, every shadow among the trunks. Miles away, Hiruzen watched from his crystal orb. His gaze was fixed, sweat trickling down his forehead. He knew that what was coming wouldn't be a simple reunion with an old student, it was facing the child he had failed to protect. Jiraiya, he said, his voice trembling. Be careful, he's not the child you knew. The old Sannin, who had impatiently stood before Hiruzen, barely blinked. Careful, he shouted, with a mixture of rage and guilt. Why didn't you watch over the child while I was gone? I couldn't carry a baby while investigating the enemy. I trusted the third Hokage would give him the best life. And now this. Hiruzen lifted his robes, revealing the bandages covering his torso and arms, marked by burns, cuts, and recent blows. Jiraiya paled. Reality hit harder than any jutsu he had ever seen. This child had turned his pain into a weapon. Jiraiya, Hiruzen whispered, with sorrow. This child isn't just a Jinchuriki. He's something more. The Sannin swallowed hard. He tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. Before him, the image of the blonde child grew more imposing with each passing moment among the trees. His sealed katana, his single arm, his sapphire blue eye. And the golden fire aura surrounding him, almost palpable, as if the forest itself responded to his presence. Naruto, Jiraiya murmured to himself, trembling. What have they done to you? Hiruzen regarded him with guilt-ridden eyes. He knew the old Sannin wouldn't be able to suppress his protective instincts. Attempting to approach Naruto now could be dangerous, even for someone of his caliber. Don't underestimate the boy, Jiraiya, Hiruzen warned. He has survived what no human being could endure, and he has mastered something even we don't understand. Jiraiya closed his eyes and took a deep breath. For a moment, his arrogance vanished. He knew that every past decision, every oversight, had led him to this point. His godson was no longer the mischievous child who tried to annoy adults. He was a warrior forged by pain and abandonment, a miniature dragon whose fire couldn't be extinguished with mere jutsu. Fine, he said finally, his voice barely a whisper. If I'm going to find him, I'll find him alive, but this time, there will be no mistakes. In the forest, Naruto raised his head and sniffed the air. A familiar chakra was nearby. The tension rose instantly, the golden katana reacted, vibrating against his back, emanating a heat that could almost melt the earth beneath his feet. Jiraiya, he murmured, his voice a thin thread, both sharp and defiant. I hope you're quick, because if you're not, you'll regret ever being born in this village. The Sannin stopped, acknowledging the seriousness of the threat, and for the first time since he was born, he felt genuine fear. Not for his life, but for what this child had become. At that moment, a leaf fell to the forest floor. The wind picked it up and it swirled among the trees, reflecting a golden gleam. It was as if the forest itself were anticipating the first encounter between a legendary Sannin and the wielder of the golden dragon. Naruto walked among the trees, the ground covered in dry leaves crunching under his feet. Suddenly, he heard a soft crack, a twig snapping behind him. His instincts kicked in. Almost instantly, his left hand went to the hilt of his katana. In a flash of yellow light, he vanished. He appeared before a man with long white hair, his face etched with wrinkles that failed to conceal a youthful air. His eyes, however, held experience and danger. He looked old, but every movement was swift and precise, reflecting the agility of someone much younger than his appearance suggested. Naruto's eyes blazed with a sharp red, filled with simmering fury. His anger bubbled inside. He was tired, fed up with feeling like someone was following him, with people trying to control him or interfere in his life. The air around him began to tremble with heat, as if the forest itself sensed his power. The katana on his back reacted to the golden aura emanating from his body, vibrating slightly, ready to cut down anything that stood in his way. Stop, Naruto growled, his voice deep and heavy with hatred. If you want to get close, prepare to face everything I am. The white-haired man took a step back, assessing the situation. He hadn't underestimated Naruto. Even from afar, he could sense the latent power within that boy, something that defied all logic for a child his age, and that even a legendary shinobi like himself had to take with utmost seriousness. The forest fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the faint crackling of golden fire surrounding Naruto. The tension was palpable. The first contact between the wielder of the golden flame and the one who had been following him was about to erupt. Naruto stood motionless before the white-haired man. His slanted red eyes sized him up with absolute coldness, like a predator sizing up its prey. Tell me your name, he growled, his voice deep and cold, devoid of any fear. And tell me why you entered my forest. The man took a step back, raising his hands slightly, a sign that he wasn't looking for immediate conflict. His gaze was calm, but firm enough to show he was no novice. My name is Jiraiya, he replied, his tone serious but controlled. I've come to speak with you, Naruto. Naruto looked at him, his single sapphire blue eye filled with disdain. There was no respect, no curiosity, only cold distrust and simmering rage. Speak with me, he repeated, the tip of his katana barely moving, skimming the ground. Do you think you can just walk into my territory and talk? Jiraiya swallowed, but remained calm. He knew that any false move could provoke an uncontrolled reaction from Naruto, the boy who had survived abandonment, torture, and the hatred of his own village. I don't want to fight, he said, trying to maintain a conciliatory tone. I just want to explain things to you. About your past, about your father and mother. And about what you're capable of. Naruto glared at him, his golden heat beginning to spread slightly, causing the forest leaves to bend toward him. I'm not interested in my past, he replied coldly. Or my parents. Or what I'm capable of. I just want you to leave before you see me lose my temper. Jiraiya understood then that he wasn't facing the mischievous boy he remembered, but someone molded by pain and rage, and that this rage could destroy anyone who stood in his way. Fine, he whispered, adjusting his robes. If that's the case, you'll have to show me who you really are. Naruto smiled slightly, a gesture that didn't quite appear human. Just a flash of his teeth as he adjusted the katana on his back, ready for the test that had just begun. Naruto stood motionless before the white-haired man. His slanted red eyes assessed him with absolute coldness, like a predator sizing up its prey. Tell me your name, he growled, his voice deep and cold, devoid of any fear. And tell me why you entered my forest. The man took a step back, raising his hands slightly, as if to signal that he wasn't looking for immediate conflict. His gaze was calm, but firm enough to show he was no novice. My name is Jiraiya, he replied, his tone serious but controlled. I've come to speak with you, Naruto. Naruto looked at him, his single sapphire blue eye filled with disdain. There was no respect, no curiosity, only cold distrust and barely contained rage. Talk to me, he repeated, the tip of his katana barely moving, skimming the ground. Do you think you can just walk into my territory and talk? Jiraiya swallowed, but remained calm. He knew any false move could trigger an uncontrolled reaction from Naruto, the boy who had survived abandonment, torture, and the hatred of his own village. I don't want to fight, he said, trying to maintain a conciliatory tone. I just want to explain things to you. About your past, about your father and mother. And about what you're capable of. Naruto glared at him, his golden heat beginning to spread slightly, causing the forest leaves to bend toward him. I'm not interested in my past, he replied coldly. Or my parents. Or what I'm capable of. I just want you to leave before you see me lose my temper. Jiraiya understood then that he wasn't facing the mischievous boy he remembered, but someone forged by pain and rage, and that this rage could destroy anyone who stood in his way. Fine, he whispered, adjusting his robes. If that's the case, you'll have to show me who you really are. Naruto smiled slightly, a gesture that barely registered as human. Just a glint of his teeth as he adjusted the katana on his back, ready for the test that had just begun. Suddenly, Naruto vanished from Jiraiya's sight. The old sensei barely had time to react when a slash sliced through the air right where he had stood seconds before. Solar Style. First Form. Sun Dance Slash. Naruto's voice boomed, heavy with determination and simmering hatred. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. He had one arm, yes, but before him stood a boy who had grown monstrously fast. Every movement was calculated, fluid, and lethal, as if the air itself obeyed the cuts of the golden katana. He tried to counterattack, but even his experience as a legendary ninja seemed insufficient. Naruto moved through the trees and bushes, leaving trails of golden fire in his wake. Each slash sent small waves of heat rippling through the air. This kid, Jiraiya growled, dodging another cut that grazed his shoulder, leaving a shallow gash that burned with an energy that didn't seem like conventional chakra. It's impossible. His speed, it's superhuman. Naruto, from his invisible position, continued his attack. Each cut followed precise patterns, not a single haphazard attack, but a deadly dance, the dance of the sun that was named after his golden katana. Jiraiya stepped back, aware that even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Still, he tried to gauge the boy's range and strength, searching for a pattern, a moment of weakness. But the golden fire surrounding Naruto's katana didn't just slice through the air, it seemed to project the wielder's will. Jiraiya felt the heat and pressure of the cuts push him back, as if the forest itself aligned with Naruto's every move. Damn it! This brat! Jiraiya gasped. He's not a kid, he's a living weapon. Naruto briefly emerged before him, his single visible eye glowing red, his golden katana transformed into a deadly weapon. Wordlessly, he simply smiled coldly, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. Jiraiya raised his hands, trying to maintain his composure. Naruto, I don't want to fight you. I just want to talk. Naruto glared at him with his single visible eye, a sapphire blue brimming with utter disdain. His golden katana barely gleamed beneath the transformation seal, and his stance was firm, almost defiant. Talk, he repeated, his voice deep and cold. Talk. The leaders of your village tried to kill me from the day I was born, and those who wanted to help me ended up scarred for life. His breathing grew heavier as he recalled the scene, the horror and the torture, the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan, his mother's friend, and the memory of that bastard dog that ripped off his right arm and devoured it before his single eye, leaving scars that could never be erased. Naruto's anger began to bubble from the depths of his being, like red lava accumulating beneath his skin. His chakra began to glow, first faintly, then in an intense blaze that surrounded his body. A crimson cloak began to spread from his back, merging with his orange clothing, covering him with an aura that made his silhouette resemble a demonic fox. "Do you want to talk?" he said, his voice cracking with pent-up hatred. "I just want to live in peace, without anyone bothering me, without anyone trying to destroy who I am, without anyone looking at me like a monster." The air around Naruto grew dense, heavy with heat and energy. Even Jiraiya, a legendary ninja, could feel the powerful life force and determination emanating from the boy. His cloak of red chakra wasn't just a shield, but a living warning: anyone who tried to approach with ill intentions would pay the price. "I'm not looking for a fight. But I also won't allow anyone to get near me," Naruto continued, his golden katana suspended before him, ready to cut. "If you want to talk, it'll be my way." Jiraiya swallowed, surprised by the intensity of this child. This was no longer the little boy he had known, but someone who had survived hatred, pain, and betrayal, and who now marked his territory with fire and steel. The forest fell silent, save for the faint crackling of the burning chakra enveloping Naruto, as if the fire itself were speaking for him. Naruto advanced slowly toward Jiraiya, his golden katana suspended before him, glowing with a fiery radiance. Every step was charged with intention, every breath calculated, every movement potentially deadly. Jiraiya reacted, instinctively preparing his hand with 5 purple flames at his fingertips, seeking to block the Nine Tails chakra and force Naruto back to the village. "Naruto, I don't want to hurt you," he cried, trying to remain calm as his plan unfolded. But when his hand swung toward the boy's stomach, he was unprepared for Naruto's superhuman precision. With an almost imperceptible movement, the golden katana sliced cleanly through Jiraiya's hand, severing it effortlessly. Jiraiya gasped and took a step back, astonished. He had never anticipated that a child who had suffered so much could perceive his intentions and react with such speed. Even his experience as a legendary Konoha ninja wasn't enough to overcome Naruto's calculated composure. Naruto stopped just a few feet in front of him, the golden katana now clearly visible in its true form, enveloped in an aura of fire that rippled with every breath. "Don't touch me," he said in a cold, deadly voice. "I'm not here to fight you. But I also won't allow anyone to force me." Jiraiya held his amputated arm in his other hand, seeing the absolute seriousness in the boy's eyes, and understood that any attempt to manipulate him by force would be futile. Naruto was no longer a helpless child, he was a warrior forged by pain, hatred, and survival, and his golden katana was an extension of his will. The forest fell into a heavy silence. Even the wind seemed to hold back before Naruto's concentrated power. Jiraiya understood then that this confrontation would not be physical, but a test of respect and trust. Naruto took a deep breath and focused his chakra. His golden katana flashed brightly, and from his hand erupted chains of green and red fire, like living serpents that twisted in the air before enveloping Jiraiya. The old sensei barely had time to react, but Naruto's speed and strength were too much. The chains gripped him and dragged him toward a nearby rock, where he was firmly bound, with no possibility of escape. Each chain was enveloped in an aura of intense heat, fused with the red chakra emanating from Naruto. "Stop!" Jiraiya cried, panting. "Naruto, let me go." Naruto glared at him with his single blue eye, his voice thick with coldness. "I want to talk, but on my terms. This area," he gestured toward the surrounding forest, "is my territory. No one enters and survives here without my permission. And you entered. Now, you're going to tell me who you really are and why you're here." The heat of the chains made Jiraiya sweat profusely, and he could feel how every passing second kept him under Naruto's absolute control. I am Jiraiya," he said, trembling and absorbing the power emanating from the boy. "I'm a ninja from Konoha. Your sensei. And I came because I'm concerned for your safety." Naruto raised an eyebrow and adjusted the pressure of the chains, making it clear that any lie or attempt to evade the question would be punished. "Safety," he repeated, his voice dripping with contempt. "Whose safety? The village that would kill me if it could. The clan leaders who wanted to erase or devour me. Don't give me any of that safety nonsense, old man. Tell the truth." Jiraiya swallowed hard, sweating and aware that the boy before him was not only strong, but calculating and deadly. Every word had to be carefully chosen, or Naruto wouldn't hesitate to turn the conversation into another display of his fury. "Naruto," Jiraiya began, attempting a calm tone. "I came to explain. About your father, your mother. And your true power. But you must listen to me without trying to kill me. Naruto watched him for a few more seconds, his aura of red and green fire vibrating around him, and finally lowered his katana slightly and loosened the chains a little, though without releasing him completely. Speak quickly. And don't lie, he said, making it clear that in his territory, the truth was the only currency. Jiraiya breathed heavily as he tried to speak, recounting in detail the truth about Minato, Kushina, and the Nine-Tails seal, but a guttural growl stopped him. As he slowly turned around, his face paled. Before him stood a dragon with red scales streaked with gold, its piercing blue eyes slanting and staring at him with a mixture of curiosity and disapproval. Its size was colossal, and the air around its body trembled with heat and pure power. You're the boy's godfather. The dragon's voice boomed like thunder. And you didn't protect him. We dragons put family before any village of wretches and abusers. Jiraiya swallowed hard and took a step back, trying to release his chakra to defend himself or flee, but the chains of green fire Naruto had unleashed held him immobilized. Every attempt at resistance was met with an invisible pressure that completely suppressed his energy, as if the forest itself and the surrounding air were responding to the boy's will. No, don't devour me. Jiraiya gasped, his eyes searching for an escape route as the dragon slowly advanced. I only came to protect him. To explain the truth. The dragon tilted its head, studying Jiraiya. Every move he made was meticulously observed, and although it didn't attack, its mere presence was enough to make a legendary Konoha ninja tremble. Naruto, with his golden katana in hand and surrounded by the green and red flames that kept Jiraiya under control, looked at the dragon and nodded slightly. Kai knew he could trust the boy to maintain authority in his territory. Relax, Naruto said in a cold but firm voice. I just want to hear you tell the truth. If you lie, even you won't escape me or Kai. Jiraiya swallowed hard and, summoning all his courage, began to recount each secret and each story, while behind him the dragon stood, a living reminder that lies and betrayal had no place in the presence of the Golden Guardians. Jiraiya swallowed, aware that every ill-chosen word could cost him his life. His gaze swept over Naruto, the green fire that held him immobilized, and the colossal dragon behind the boy, which seemed capable of devouring him whole without effort. Naruto, he began, his voice trembling. I will tell you only what I can say without endangering your life or mine. Naruto watched him silently, his single blue eye piercing, his golden katana resting at his side, while chains of green and red fire held Jiraiya steady. Kai, the dragon, inclined his head slightly, as if approving that the boy was in control of the situation, while his massive presence permeated the cave with an overwhelming heat. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, Jiraiya continued, pausing to catch his breath. She was sealed with great power, and she gave everything she had for you the day you were born. Your father, Minato Namikaze, did the same, sealing the 9 tails inside you. The village never knew how to protect you, and despite their attempts, you suffered. But they thought it was for your own good. Jiraiya swallowed again, looking at Naruto and feeling the aura of anger and power surrounding him. Every word he spoke had to be precise and measured, because even a misstep could unleash the fury of the golden weapons in the boy's hands. There are things I can't tell you yet, he said finally. But I want you to know that there are people who tried to protect you. Even though they failed. Naruto remained silent, his green and red flames barely flickering, his blue eyes studying Jiraiya's every expression. The dragon Kai, behind him, let out a low roar, a silent warning. Here, lies don't exist, child. Protect your truth. Jiraiya was speechless, knowing that the time for full explanations hadn't yet arrived, and that his role now was to plant the seed of truth, letting Naruto understand the value of his parents and the responsibility he carried. Naruto snapped his fingers indifferently, and instantly, the chains of green and red fire vanished, dissipating into the air like smoke. His blue gaze pierced the forest, cold and unforgiving. Don't you ever come back to this side of Konoha, he said in a firm, icy voice. This is a red zone. Whoever enters, never leaves alive. Kai, the red dragon with golden streaks, bowed his head to Naruto and let out a deep, satisfied roar, showing that he loved the way his protege handled things. Very well, kid, the dragon said in a voice that boomed like distant thunder. I'll do things my way. Jiraiya, trembling and pale, stumbled backward, realizing he had underestimated Naruto. Before he could react, a colossal claw of Kai's closed around him, lifting him off the ground with ease. The dragon's strength sent him flying through the air, tearing through trees and branches, his armor and robes ripping from the wind and speed. Naruto watched from the edge of the forest, katana in hand and green fire dancing around him, as Kai held Jiraiya at the mercy of the sky. Let this be a warning, Naruto said, his voice echoing through the trees. No one messes with us. Or with me. Jiraiya, completely powerless and flying back to Konoha, could only cling to his memories in the hope that Naruto would still hear the truth someday, as Kai unleashed a final roar that shook the earth and the air of the forest. The dragon returned to Naruto's side, and they looked at each other knowingly, golden power and red fire united, untouchable to anyone who didn't deserve to be there. Naruto leaned against the rock in front of Kai, the golden katana still at his back beneath the transformation seal. His blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of disbelief. "So this is a golden weapon?" he asked, gesturing to the hilt. "Are there more of these things? Weapons that can expel water or manipulate other elements?" Kai, the red dragon with golden veins, bowed his head slowly, and a low roar echoed through the cave, as if the very stone trembled at his voice. "Yes, child," he said solemnly. "What you hold in your hands is just one of 5 legendary relics, known as the Golden Weapons. They were forged in the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, each imbued with the chakra of the 5 primordial elements." Kai moved slowly, his massive body illuminating the cave with golden reflections. Every word he spoke seemed etched into the very air. "The first is the Crimson Sun Katana, capable of spitting fire and leaving cuts that continue to burn even after impact. You understand this, for you wielded it and mastered its power." His roar trembled slightly as he mentioned the next weapon. "Then there is the Drowned Sky Trident. It can expel water and command the seas. In ancient times, someone managed to part the oceans with it, guiding their people to safety." Kai raised his claw, causing a beam of golden light to shine upon the cave, highlighting the legends of the following weapons. The twin shuriken of the gale, 2 3-pronged shuriken, so sharp they cut through any material like butter, even obsidian. They were used to tear the sky apart and unleash near-endless storms. The nunchaku of chained thunder, he continued. Its links are not metal, but lightning bolts that chain together. It allows its wielder to move with incredible speed and unleash a storm aura at will. Finally, his golden eyes flashed with gravity. And the last one, the Scythe of Earthquakes. It can move the earth, cause tremors, and open fissures beneath the feet of enemies, trapping them underground. No human can control it without a strong heart and a worthy wielder. Naruto stared at him, mouth slightly open, unable to contain his awe. His inner fire pulsed to the rhythm of the story. The magnitude of what he held in his hands and what it could become filled him with both excitement and responsibility. "These weapons," Kai said, lowering his voice to a deep murmur, "are not mere tools. They recognize their wielders, unlocking elemental abilities that even the most powerful shinobi could only dream of mastering. But beware, if they fell into the wrong hands, they could unleash endless wars." Naruto clenched his fists, the golden katana glowing faintly beneath his transformation seal. His mind was already beginning to grasp the extent of its power and the responsibility that lay before him. "So, I'm not alone in this," he whispered. "It's not just fire. There's a whole world behind these weapons." Kai nodded, his roar echoing through the cave like a promise of training, secrets, and power yet to be discovered. Kai bowed his head, his slanted blue eyes gleaming with restrained malice and ancient wisdom. "Kid," he said in a deep voice that resonated through the cave. "Don't you think it would be better to get that fool of a Hokage to do you a favor? After all, you owe Naruto a lot. I mean, yourself, and what I've heard from the dragons of these lands." Naruto raised an eyebrow, processing each word. He understood the game, the hint, the mischievous edge in the dragon's voice. A subtle smile spread across his face, a smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, which Kai returned with a broader, more powerful smile. For a moment, they both seemed complicit in a secret that no one else should know. Naruto. His inner fire throbbing, thought of his brother Nya. He was sure that if he saw him now, doing something like this with a human, well, it would be a disaster. But Kai wasn't just anyone, and he wasn't just any child, he was destined to be the Golden Master. The dragon moved closer, his enormous claw skimming the ground without touching it, and said gravely, "Look, I don't like seeing the wielder of the weapon we guard in this state. Poor, mistreated, forgotten. You deserve better. That life they gave you, it's not enough. Not for someone like you." Naruto frowned, but something inside him ignited. It wasn't just fury, nor pain. It was the determination of someone who knows he possesses a power few understand, and that the life he was given in Konoha wasn't rightfully his. "So," he said firmly, "are you going to teach me how to change that?" Kai bowed his head and let out a soft roar, full of promise and warning. "Yes, but remember, child, all power comes at a price. And to be the Golden Master, you must be more than strong. You must be intelligent, cunning, and unafraid to take what is rightfully yours." Naruto nodded, his golden katana gleaming faintly beneath its seal. For the first time in a long time, he felt no fear, only the certainty that someone powerful was on his side. and that the future awaited him, filled with fire, blood, and golden glory. Kai straightened his neck, and his shadow completely enveloped Naruto. His blue eyes shone with an ancient severity, as if he were judging not only the child, but the entire village that had failed him. Go, he commanded gravely. Go to that old man who only cares about you when it suits him. Naruto tightened his fingers around the hilt of his katana. Demand what is yours by birthright, Kai continued. Don't ask. Don't beg. Demand. The dragon took a step forward, and the ground trembled slightly. And if he refuses, his fangs bared in a dangerous grin. Rub the truth in his face. Remind him of every mistake. Every broken promise. Every night he left you alone. Naruto looked up, fire reflecting in his single eye. Let him understand that making amends for his mistakes isn't an option, Kai said. It's an obligation. The hot wind swept across the clearing. Naruto took a deep breath. For the first time, anger wasn't controlling him. He was using it. What if he tries to control me again? He asked in a low voice. Kai snorted, almost amused. Then remind him of something important, little fox, he said, bowing his head. You're not a helpless child anymore. You're the wielder of the Crimson Sun. In dragons, we don't ask for permission. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, the doubt was gone. Fine, he said, I'll go. The golden katana vibrated softly, as if approving of the decision. Kai smiled, satisfied. Good. Go, claim what's yours. And remember, if the Hokage fails again, we won't. Naruto turned and headed into the forest toward Konoha. Behind him, the dragon watched silently. The game had just changed. Hiruzen looked up, his staff resting on the table, bandages still covering his charred chest. His breathing was ragged, each breath a reminder of the strength of the boy who had dared to attack him. Come in, he said weakly, trying to maintain what little authority he had left. The door creaked and slowly opened. Hiruzen paled as he recognized the silhouette against the light of the hallway, Naruto. His cloak was stained with dust and dried blood, his katana concealed on his back beneath the transformation seal, and one sapphire blue eye gleamed with a cold, calculating determination. The air in the office changed immediately. It was dense, heavy, almost suffocating, as if the entire room acknowledged the power the boy carried. Hiruzen felt every muscle in his body tense and a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Naruto took a step forward, letting the door close behind him. He didn't speak at once. He just watched the old man, assessing every reaction, every small movement, like a predator before its prey that no longer feared it. Hiruzen swallowed and, trying to maintain his composure, said, Naruto, what brings you here? The silence that followed was heavy, almost unbearable. Naruto looked up, and his voice came out like a sharp blade. I've come for what's mine. And for what you should have given me since I was born. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. The office, once a safe haven, had transformed into enemy territory. Naruto took another step, and the heat around him intensified almost imperceptibly. The golden katana wasn't visible, but Hiruzen could feel its presence, imposing, powerful. For the first time, the old Hokage understood that he was no longer dealing with a helpless child. Why you? He stammered, what do you want? Naruto smiled, barely perceptible, with that blend of fox and fire that now defined him. You'll pay for your mistakes. And if you don't, he said, letting the threat hang in the air, someone else will do it for me. Silence reigned in the room once more, broken only by Hiruzen's ragged breathing and the rapid pounding of his heart. For the first time, he understood that he had underestimated that boy. And that now, everything had changed. Hiruzen took a few steps back, leaning heavily on his cane. Naruto's voice, filled with fury and pain, echoed in every corner of the office, each word like a whip lashing his conscience. You can't give me what's mine. Hiruzen growled, his voice trembling, trying to maintain his authority. The inheritance. I can't give you. Naruto took a step forward, the heat around him intensifying, and the red of his chakra erupted, forming small tongues of fire that licked at the floor, but he didn't see it as a threat. It was a warning, his truth manifesting. Can't you? You couldn't stop the snake Sanin. Naruto retorted, his voice sharp with a cutting edge. You couldn't stop your advisors from taking control of the village. You failed at every turn. Hiruzen swallowed hard, feeling each word burn inside him. Naruto continued. And the worst part, you failed my bastard father. Minato. He wanted me to be seen as a hero, and you made me look like a demon. And when my mother, Kushina, asked you to take care of me, what did you do? You sent me to an orphanage, where everyone treated me like garbage, where every day I was taught to hate and fear humans. The office fell into a deathly silence for a moment. Hiruzen couldn't meet his gaze, he felt guilt gnawing at him from within, each of Naruto's words a hammer blow to his conscience. Naruto took another step closer, and his katana, still concealed beneath the seal, seemed to radiate a power he couldn't ignore. His single visible eye shone brightly, a sapphire red mingled with the fire that emanated from within. Everything you are, all your authority, is worthless if you cannot protect what matters most, Naruto said coldly. I didn't come for gifts, nor for kind words. I came for what is my birthright. Hiruzen fell to his knees, speechless. His staff trembled in his hands, and for the first time, he understood that this child, this marked and mutilated Jinchuriki, was no longer the defenseless child he had once known. He was fire and judgment incarnate, and his justice was directed at him. Hiruzen took a step back, surprised to see how Naruto's blow not only shattered the painting but also revealed a secret hidden for years. The broken glass cracked, and fragments fell to the floor, revealing a seal on the paper that had remained hidden behind the fourth Hokage's photograph. Naruto approached cautiously, his single sapphire blue eye fixed on the seal, his golden katana still concealed beneath the transformation seal radiating a faint glow, as if sensing the importance of what had been hidden. What is it? Hiruzen asked, his voice cracking, almost a whisper, his gaze trembling with fear and guilt. You shouldn't have. Naruto didn't answer immediately. His gaze was steady, calculating, sensing the energy emanating from the seal. Kai, who had silently appeared beside him as always, let out a low growl of approval. It's a storage seal, Naruto said finally, his voice cool. Within this is everything your negligence and your decisions concealed from me. Everything that belonged to my father. And to me. Hiruzen swallowed, feeling the weight of years of secrets and mistakes press against his chest. The old man knew there was no justification, that this seal was tangible evidence of what he had failed to protect. Naruto reached for the seal, and as he touched it, he felt a surge of information, memories, and sealed power flow into him, connecting directly to his golden chakra. Every fragment of his father's past and every truth that had been hidden began to reveal itself before his eyes. Hiruzen fell to his knees again, this time unable to even attempt to intervene. His authority had crumbled before the power and judgment of the boy who had survived the cruelty of the entire village and who was now finally reclaiming what was rightfully his. Naruto raised the golden katana once more, glowing with its eternal flame, as the seal behind the painting opened fully before him, showing that his birthright and legacy were finally in his hands. Hiruzen, breathless and trembling, reached out to Naruto. Wait, please, he said, his voice breaking. Before you go, there's something you must know. Something your father only wanted you to know when you were ready. Naruto glared at him coldly, his single blue eye reflecting distrust and weariness. The golden katana was concealed beneath the transformation seal, but the heat emanating from it made the room tremble. Speak quickly, Naruto said, his voice firm and sharp. I don't have time for old wives' tales. Hiruzen swallowed and looked down at the scrolls Naruto held. These scrolls, he began, gesturing to the three. Each one contains a legacy from your family and a path you must follow. But you must understand, not everything is as it seems. Your mother and father left behind more than secrets. They left tests, challenges, and guardians that only you can face. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his patience undiminished. Guardians, challenges, so what? Do you expect me to stay here crying for the village while you lecture me? He said, his tone dry. They've already paid their debt with my scars. Hiruzen struggled to remain composed, and though he trembled, his guilt-laden voice rose slightly. It's not about them. It's about you, your legacy. If you choose to leave, let it be with knowledge and strength. Let what's inside those scrolls not be lost. Because therein lies the truth of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. What they wanted for you. And what you must protect. Naruto looked at him for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally packed the scrolls into his makeshift backpack. Fine. Then let it begin, he said, his tone brooking no argument. No one else will decide my path. Not you, not the village, not anyone. Hiruzen simply nodded, tears welling in his eyes. He knew that the boy, scarred by hatred and betrayal, was no longer the same one he had known. He was a boy transformed into something far more fearsome. Naruto spun around and headed for the exit, the Crimson Sun Katana concealed beneath his transformation seal and the three scrolls clutched tightly. Each step he took resonated with determination, and the village behind him seemed small, insignificant, compared to the magnitude of what he was about to discover. Kai appeared beside him, imposing, and murmured with his deep roar. The path begins now, Golden Master. There will be no turning back. Naruto smiled that foxy grin only he could muster as he vanished into the woods, heading for the Namikaze estate and the start of his true training. Volume 5, The Twin Winds. Kai descended from the flight, and Naruto stood firm beside him, the Crimson Sun Katana concealed beneath his transformation seal. The cave was engulfed in a constant swirl of sand that lashed against the walls, and the air crackled with electricity and tension. From the depths of the cave emerged an imposing figure, silver scales streaked with green, eyes as sharp as blades, and wings that whipped up gusts of wind so powerful they could barely stay afloat. It was Moro, the guardian dragon of the wind, protector of the twin shuriken of the gale. Naruto gripped the hilt of his katana with his one hand. Around him, his golden and red chakra began to blaze, forming an aura that seemed to rival the sandstorm itself. Kai spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Moro, this is the wielder of the Crimson Sun Katana. He has come to claim what is rightfully his. The wind dragon arched its neck, scrutinizing the boy. Its roar filled the cave and stirred up a gale that nearly swept them back. A human, Moro roared, his voice echoing so loudly it shook the walls. Does a single human dare to enter here to claim the power of the twin shuriken of the gale? Have you not felt the fury of winds that can tear mountains apart? Naruto stood firm, his sapphire eyes blazing, his blonde hair illuminated by the storm that streamed through the cave entrance. I do not come to challenge you out of arrogance, he said firmly. I come because this is my mission. The golden weapons are destined for someone who can control and protect them. And I was chosen for that. Moro spread his enormous wings, and the wind intensified, lifting Naruto slightly above the ground. Sand swirled around him like invisible blades, but Naruto did not flinch, his focus on keeping his katana ready. If you want the twin shuriken of the gale, little wielder, you'll have to prove yourself worthy, Moro said, his breath wind swirling in razor-sharp spirals around him. Fire and blood alone aren't enough. You must be faster than the wind and more lethal than the storm itself. Naruto grinned, his golden and red aura intensifying, forming a kind of cloak of light that seemed to absorb the wind and sand around him. Then let's begin, he murmured. Let the wind test me. Kai stood a step back, watching with pride. He knew this confrontation wouldn't just be a physical test, but also an examination of Naruto's spirit as a golden master. With a leap, Naruto launched himself toward Moro, his golden speed defying the fury of the sandstorm. The dragon reacted instantly, unleashing gusts of slashing wind and spirals of sand, while the twin shuriken of the gale floated behind him, radiating a metallic glow that seemed to dance with the wind. The cave became a living testing ground. Razor-sharp sand, violent currents, and the confrontation of a boy with a golden katana against a dragon that seemed to control the very force of the air. Naruto knew he couldn't fail. Not only was his title as a gold master at stake, but also the safety of the other gold blades and his promise to protect what his father and Kai had left him. With each slash of his katana and each leap through gusts of wind, Naruto began to understand that controlling the golden fire wasn't enough. He also had to synchronize with the air, flow with it, become part of the storm and not just a combatant facing it. Moro roared, and the battle for the twin shuriken of the gale had only just begun. Naruto planted his foot firmly on the swirling sand and lowered his center of gravity. The Crimson Sun Katana vibrated in his hand, responding to his intention as if it had a will of its own. Kai narrowed his eyes. That stance, he murmured. He's mastered it already. Naruto inhaled deeply. The air filled his lungs, burning hot, mingling with the golden and red chakra of the kyubi that seethed beneath his skin. His single eye glowed like a violent dawn. Solar style, he said in a low, firm voice. Immense flaming mist. The katana descended slowly, tracing a perfect arc. The instant the blade sliced through the air, the fire didn't explode. It expanded. An incandescent mist erupted from the ground, thick as fog, but composed of particles of golden and red fire. It didn't burn immediately, it enveloped, suffocated, blinded. Moro's wind, instead of dissipating it, fed it, causing the mist to multiply and swirl in scorching spirals. The sandstorm was devoured. Moro opened his eyes in genuine surprise for the first time in centuries. He's using the wind as fuel. He roared, incredulous. Within the mist, Naruto vanished. There were no footsteps. No sound. Only heat. And pressure. Suddenly, a golden flash pierced the fog. Naruto emerged above Moro's neck, propelled by an updraft he himself had created, using the dragon's flow against him. His body felt lighter, faster, as if the wind recognized him. Fire rules, Naruto whispered into the air. But the wind obeys. He fell. The katana sliced horizontally. It didn't cut scales. It cut the wind. The pressure exploded against Moro like an invisible wall, pushing him several meters back into the cave. Stalactites shattered, walls trembled, and for an instant the wind dragon lost control of his own storm. Moro dug his claws into the ground to avoid being thrown out. When the mist began to dissipate, Naruto stood, breathing heavily but resolute. His aura burned differently now, not just fire. Fluidity. Moro stared at him. Not with anger. With respect. That stance, the dragon said, lowering his head slowly, isn't just solar. It's a dance between fire and wind. The twin shuriken of the gale began to vibrate behind him, spinning slowly, as if awakening from a long sleep. The sound they made wasn't metallic. It was like a sharp, vibrant whistle. Kai smiled, baring his fangs. I told you, brother, he said proudly. This human doesn't force the elements. He understands them. Moro closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, shining like a sky in the midst of a storm. Naruto Uzumaki, wielder of the Crimson Sun, he declared. If you survive my final test, the winds will recognize you. And the shuriken will fly with you. The air in the cave shifted. It was no longer a raging storm. It was the silence before a hurricane. The Golden Master's true test was about to begin. Moro extended one of his enormous claws, and suspended on perfectly controlled air currents, the twin shuriken of the gale floated before Naruto. They spun slowly, emitting a sharp hiss, like blades slicing through the world itself. Try it, Moro said in a deep voice. If your hands, or rather, your hand, are not torn apart by the wind, then the winds will accept you. Naruto slung the Crimson Sun Katana over his shoulder. The transformation seal activated, concealing his true form. He took a deep breath. There was no fear on his face. Only determination, and ancient weariness. He took a step. Then another. Kai watched silently, without intervening. This test brooked no help. Naruto raised his one remaining hand toward the first shuriken. The instant his fingers approached the golden edge. Boom! A colossal wave of wind erupted from the cave. The sandstorm was swept away as if it had never existed. Entire dunes collapsed, the sky cleared in an instant, and a wall of air swept across the desert at absurd speed. In Sunagakur, the sensors went wild. What was that? The wind just stopped abruptly. Flags tore, roofs rattled, and for a moment, the entire desert seemed to hold its breath. Inside the cave, Naruto was pushed back. But he didn't let go of the shuriken. His fingers bled. The wind tried to peel away his skin, to split his bones, to tear off the arm he no longer had. Naruto grunted and dug his feet into the ground. No, he muttered through gritted teeth. They've already taken too much from me. His golden chakra surged, mingling with the Kyuubi's red, forming a stable, compact core. It didn't explode. It adapted. The shuriken stopped vibrating. The wind changed. Instead of cutting through him, it began to swirl around his arm, enveloping him like a protective cloak. Moro's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. The wind, he whispered, doesn't repel it. Naruto raised the shuriken, and then took the second one. This time, the reaction was even greater. A second wave, vaster, cleaner, swept across the world. In the land of fire, the trees bowed in unison. In Konoha, people looked up as a warm gust crossed the village, not destroying, not injuring. Only heralding something. Just as it had happened that time. When Naruto took up the Crimson Sun Katana, a wave of heat had swept across the entire country before dissipating. Now it was the wind. Chakra sensors around the world felt the same. A golden weapon has been recognized. Inside the cave, silence fell abruptly. Naruto held the twin shuriken of the gale in his hand. There were no cuts, no new wounds, only the wind swirling gently around him, as if it had always belonged to him. The shuriken glowed brightly and, obeying his will, dematerialized, becoming a seal that appeared on his left forearm, two opposing spiraling symbols marked in gold. Moro bowed his head. Not as a dragon. As a guardian. From this moment on, he declared. The wind recognizes you, Naruto Uzumaki. Not as master. But as partner. Kai closed his eyes, proud. Two weapons, he said. Two elements that have accepted you. Naruto looked at his hand, then at the clear sky visible from the cave entrance. For the first time. The world didn't seem to push him. It seemed to answer him. And somewhere deep within, between mountains and seas, other ancient wills began to awaken. A few hours later. Night had fallen on the desert. The wind, now calm, barely whispered around a solitary tent lit from within by a warm light. The storm was over, only silence, and cold sand. Inside, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. In his one hand, he held a makeshift chakra needle and a small brush stained with sealing ink. His breathing was slow, measured. Every movement was calculated, there was no room for error. TCH, he muttered, adjusting the fabric of his pants. Two golden shuriken screaming, look at me. No way. With forced patience, he modified the sides of the pants, stitching and reinforcing the fabric to withstand advanced storage seals. Each stroke of fuinjutsu briefly glowed blue before stabilizing and fading. The process was slow, painful, demanding. But Naruto didn't stop. When the first seal was complete, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his forearm and picked up one of the twin shuriken of the gale. The golden weapon spun gently in the air, as if testing his patience. Relax, he said softly. It's not rejection, it's discretion. He placed the shuriken in front of the seal. Fuinjutsu, compact storage. The symbol on his pants glowed, and the shuriken broke down into lines of wind and light, being absorbed without resistance. The seal stabilized instantly, no overload, no rejection. Naruto exhaled. Then he picked up the second shuriken. This time, the wind reacted slightly, as if hesitating. Naruto placed his palm against the fabric, closed his eye for a second, and let his chakra flow freely, just as he had learned from Kai and Moro. Trust, he whispered. I'm not sealing you, I'm protecting you. The shuriken responded. It sealed with a soft hiss, leaving the second golden symbol complete on the other side of his pants. Silence. Naruto sat for a few seconds, observing his finished work. Two golden weapons, concealed. Two elements under control. No boasting, no attracting attention. He leaned back against one of the tent poles, tired but strangely at peace. Outside, the wind changed direction on its own, as if watching over the tent. Somewhere far away, Moro opened one eye and smiled. The winds already follow him, even when he sleeps. Naruto closed his eye. Tomorrow he would continue his journey. There were still golden weapons to awaken. There were still truths to burn. But tonight, the wind watched over his sleep. A few days later, the sun of the land of wind beat down on the walls of Sunagakur. The sand rose in small gusts as a solitary figure advanced toward the main entrance, closed cloak, firm step, cold gaze. Naruto. The gate guards crossed their spears at the sight of him. Halt, identify yourself, one of them ordered, his tone curt. Naruto didn't stop. He raised his chin slightly and spoke softly, yet with an authority that left no room for doubt. Naruto Uzumaki. I have permission from an allied cage to enter Suna. The guards exchanged glances. Which cage? Naruto calmly produced a small scroll sealed with the Konoha symbol. The Hokages. Silence fell immediately. One of the guards examined the seal, sensing the ancient, heavy chakra that protected it. It wasn't fake, and it wasn't recent. After a few seconds, he signaled. You may pass. But there are conditions. Naruto glanced at him sideways. Speak. First, the scroll must be delivered directly to the fourth cage. Second, no disturbances within the village. Naruto stepped forward. I accept. The spears parted. Sunagakur opened before him. Hours later. On the outskirts of the village, in a training area surrounded by dunes and rock pillars, the wind blew stronger. There were no civilians, only sand, Echo, and Naruto. Standing tall, he released one of the storage seals on his pants. A golden flash erupted. The Gale Shuriken appeared, spinning slowly in the air, slicing through the sand without touching it. Naruto pulled out an ancient scroll, the one Moro had given him before returning to the Land of Dragons. The edge was worn, but the chakra was still alive. Let's see what you left me. Guardian of the Wind. He opened it. The symbols moved on their own, forming diagrams, trajectories, and fighting stances. Naruto assumed his position. First technique, he read softly. Dance of the Cutting Gale. He threw the shuriken with a sharp motion. The weapon spun, and the air compressed around it, creating invisible blades that sliced through the dunes before him like water. Naruto clicked his tongue. Powerful, but unstable. He adjusted his stance. Again. Hours passed. The sand was crisscrossed with clean cuts, pillars split into perfect sections, and the wind no longer blew randomly, it obeyed. Naruto breathed heavily, sweat trickling down his back, but his gaze remained steady. Second technique. Twin Orbit of the Wind God. He released the second shuriken. Both began to spin around him, creating a dome of air pressure. Sand could not enter. The sound vanished. All was calm. Naruto closed one eye. So this is what you meant by listening to the wind. The shurikens vibrated in response. They didn't reject him. They didn't test him. They accepted him. In the distance, from the walls of Suna, someone watched silently. Interesting, a deep voice murmured. So this is the boy they were talking about. The wind picked up again. And Sunagakur had just realized that a wielder of golden weapons had set foot on its soil. Naruto took a calm breath. He released more storage seals and arranged the weapons around him, the Crimson Sun Katana at his back, the twin shuriken of the gale at either side, resting on the sand like sleeping beasts. The wind died down, obedient. He sat in the lotus position. He closed one eye. Time to go back, he murmured. His breathing became slow, deep. The outside world faded, and chakra began to flow inward. Naruto's mindscape. Darkness enveloped him. Then, the sound. Dripping, dripping. Naruto opened his eye and was there again. An immense, damp, cold sewer with moss-covered stone walls. The air was heavy, thick with ancient chakra. Before him rose colossal grates, sealed by a huge piece of paper with the seal's kanji glowing faintly red. But this time, there was no fear. Naruto took a step forward. "It's been a while since I've been here," he said in a neutral voice. Then he heard her. "So you finally learned how to sneak in on your own." The voice was deep, feminine, full of power. But also weariness. Naruto turned his face slightly. "I knew you weren't him." From the shadows, two enormous crimson eyes slowly opened. A gigantic silhouette moved behind the bars. Claws, tails, chakra as dense as boiling blood. The Kyuubi. "You always knew," she replied, with a smile that could be felt even without seeing her completely. Ever since that day. Naruto clenched his fist. And the memory pulled him back. Flashback, months ago. Pain. That was the first thing. Naruto opened his eyes. Or rather, one eye. The other was gone. He tried to move, and a strangled cry escaped his throat. He couldn't feel his left arm. The ground was cold. Huh. He looked around, confused. There were no villagers. No screams. No fresh blood. He was in a sewer. The echo of falling water resonated like a distant heartbeat. Naruto tried to get up and fell to his knees. Then he saw it. The giant bars. The seal. And behind it, something immense. "Where am I?" he whispered, his voice breaking. Red eyes opened in the darkness. Naruto trembled. "So this is the child," said a deep, ancient, female voice. Quote. "The one who will bear everything. Even what he shouldn't." Naruto swallowed. "A demon." The creature laughed softly. "No. Not with me, child." She approached the bars. Chakra vibrated the air. Naruto felt pressure, but not hostility. "I am Kurama," she said. Quote. "And you're broken." Quote. Naruto looked down. He saw his childlike, mutilated body, trembling. "It hurt," he admitted in a whisper. Quote. "They said I was a monster." Kurama was silent. For the first time in centuries. He didn't roar. "No," he said finally. "Monsters don't survive that, you do." Naruto looked up. "Then, why am I still alive?" Kurama stared at him. "Because you haven't chosen to die yet." A moment later, a distant roar shook the sewer. The echo of a dragon. Villagers fleeing. The world trembling. Kurama smiled. "Looks like someone came for you." Darkness enveloped him. Present, mindscape. Naruto opened the eye inside the seal. "From that day on, I knew you weren't lying," he said. "They broke me. But you spoke to me." Kurama settled himself behind the bars. "And now you return with golden weapons, dragons as allies, and a heart that no longer trembles," he replied. "Tell me, Naruto. What brings you here this time?" Naruto took another step, standing before the seal. "To understand who I am. And what else lies within me." Kurama bared his fangs in a slow smile. "Then sit down, child of the sun and wind. Because this time, the truth will hurt more than any blow." Kurama moved slowly behind the bars. The tails swayed like a crimson sea, heavy, alive. One of them carefully slid through the bars, shattering the image of a prison that had always existed there. Naruto didn't back down. He reached out with his one hand and grasped the tail. It was warm, firm, real. Kurama tugged gently, and the bars ceased to matter. In an instant, Naruto was pulled inside and ended up sitting on the Kyuubi's lap, held by tails that settled him as if they'd always known how. The chakra was no longer oppressive. It was protective. Kurama lowered his snout slightly. "Look at you," he said, his voice different. Quote. "So small that day, and yet, you're still here." Naruto didn't look away. "You didn't have to help me," he replied. When I punched the old man." Kurama snorted, almost a laugh. "Of course I had to." A tail coiled around his waist, firm but warm. When that man tried to comfort you with empty words. When he tried to wash his hands of it with his ridiculous title. Kurama's eyes flashed with barely contained fury. I felt everything. The scene flashed before Naruto like a chakra reflection. Hiruzen in the forest. The weary voice. The outstretched hand. The lie wrapped in belated compassion. I gave him my chakra, Kurama continued. Quote. Not to kill him. But so he would understand. Naruto clenched his fist. His, shinobi god, he murmured. Quote. He broke easily. Kurama rested his chin on Naruto's head, as if it were a natural gesture. Titles don't protect children, he said, with a maternal firmness. Quote. Villages don't raise children. They devour them. Naruto closed his eye for a moment. Then, what am I to you? Kurama didn't answer immediately. A tail clumsily stroked his hair. My responsibility, he said finally. Quote. My mistake, and my choice. Naruto opened his eye, surprised. A mistake. Kurama sighed, an ancient sound. I allowed them to seal you with me without putting up enough of a fight. I thought the fourth, that humans, would do the right thing. His voice hardened. I was wrong. Naruto rested his forehead against the red fur. I don't trust them either, he admitted. But, I'm not alone. Kurama smiled genuinely. You never were, Naruto. Every step you took. I walked with you. The tails stiffened slightly. And from now on, he continued. When a Hokage, a Kage, or a shinobi god raises their voice against you again. Kurama's eyes blazed like embers. They won't just sense your anger. They'll sense a mother protecting her cub. The mindscape trembled gently, not with fury, but with determination. Kurama looked down at him. Now tell me, Naruto. Are you ready to stop merely surviving? And start reclaiming what is yours? Naruto stood up from Kurama's lap. There was no hesitation. No fear. The tails slowly parted, as if Kyuubi herself understood that this gesture wasn't rejection, but growth. Naruto stood before her, small in comparison, but immense in will. Yes, he said, his voice firm and uncharacteristic of a child. He raised his gaze, his red eye shining with determination. In due time, I will collect all the golden weapons. Not for power. Not for glory. He clenched his fist. But because that legacy belongs to me. The chakra around him responded, rippling like solar flames mingled with cutting wind. And then, he continued, I will correct the Leaf Village's system. Kurama narrowed her eyes, attentive. I won't destroy Konoha, Naruto clarified. I will strip it bare. His voice hardened. Let everyone pay for their sins. Advisors. Leaders. Clans. A memory flashed through his mind. Hands pushing him, insults, laughter, blows. A birthday stained with blood. Especially, he said, his rage barely contained, those who treat children like trash. Those who use the phrase, will of fire, to justify cruelty. The mental landscape trembled. Kurama smiled, slow, dangerous, proud. That's not revenge, she said. That's justice born of pain. Naruto nodded. I don't want others to go through what I went through. If I have to become the monster they fear, then I will. Kurama leaned closer, his face near Naruto's. No, he gently corrected. Quote. You won't be a monster. His eyes softened. You will be the judgment they themselves created. A tail touched Naruto's chest, right where his heart beat. And when the day comes, he continued. I will be with you. Not as a weapon. Not as a sealed beast. He smiled with maternal ferocity. But as family. The chakra calmed. The pact was made. Naruto made a fist. And the outside world began to call back to him. But this time, he wasn't waking up as a victim. He was waking up as the future wielder of the Twin Winds. The heir of the Crimson Sun. And the child who would make Konoha tremble. Not out of hatred. But because no one would ever again touch a defenseless child. Without paying the price. Naruto walked slowly. Each step was firm, silent, confident. His clothes were no longer those of an abandoned child, sturdy fabrics, subdued colors, made to last. The right side of his shirt was carefully folded, a clear sign of the absence he no longer tried to hide. The scarf covering his left eye wasn't shame, it was control. Not everyone deserved to see what lay behind it. The southern forest welcomed him with the murmur of the wind through the trees, just behind the Hokage monument. No one stopped him. Not the villagers. Not the shinobi. Some lowered their gaze, others pretended not to see him. The oldest swallowed hard, remembering the beating the demon child had given the shinobi god. Fear had learned to stay still. Then he saw them. A woman with brown hair, rigid posture, her right arm bandaged beneath her jonin vest. Sume Inuzuka. Beside her, a boy her age, or barely older, messy brown hair, fierce eyes, energy contained like a puppy that hadn't yet learned to bite. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto didn't slow down. He didn't turn his head. But he remembered. The fang. The brutal pull. The blood. The unbearable crunch. The sick laughter of the crowd that day. And he also remembered Sume's face when she felt the edge of her katana mark her arm, again and again, without amputating. Only leaving scars that not even the best medical ninjutsu could erase. It wasn't revenge. It was retaliation. Naruto walked past. Sume tensed. Kiba felt a chill run down his spine, as if something ancient and dangerous had just crossed his path. Naruto didn't look at them. But his mind wasn't at ease. Kurama, he thought. Deep within his consciousness, the fox slowly opened her eyes. I know, she replied. That body isn't entirely hers. Naruto clenched his fist. She isn't my enemy, but she isn't free either. The idea lingered in his mind like an open wound. How to free the one who was now his mother figure, without killing her in the process. It wasn't something that could be solved with fire. Or wind. Not even with one of the golden weapons. That would require knowledge. Precision. And time. Naruto continued walking until he stopped in front of a specific point in the forest, almost invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. A stone. An old tree. A shadow that didn't match the light. He extended his single hand, channeled chakra. And the hidden seal responded. The air vibrated. The entrance to the Namikaze estate slowly began to reveal itself, as if the forest itself recognized its air. Naruto took a deep breath. Konoha was behind him, for now. But at some point in the future, when all the pieces were in place, the village would have to face not the monster it created, but the child who survived, and decided to change everything. Naruto trudged through the trees, his brow furrowed, his mind burning hotter than any flame he could conjure. 1,000 ways. 1,000 theories. All incomplete. Releasing Kurama without dying in the process wasn't impossible, but it wasn't something that could be solved with brute force. The Reaper Death Seal, the Uzumaki chains, the Spirit Cage. Everything was designed so that the vessel would pay the ultimate price. And that was non-negotiable. TCH, he clicked his tongue, his teeth clenched in anger. Then he remembered. The scrolls. The real ones, not the ones Konoha archived, not the ones Hiruzen allowed to be studied. Kushina Uzumaki's. The woman who had mastered the 9 tails without losing herself. The one who had created and modified fuinjutsu that even the elders of the Uzumaki clan didn't fully understand. The one who had written for her son, though she could never tell him. Naruto spun around. Damn it, he growled. The forest seemed to tremble as he changed direction. His chakra adjusted, his body moved with a contained, precise speed. He wasn't fleeing, he was returning. The Namikaze estate appeared before him like a memory he never asked for. Clean walls. Mantled gardens. Silence. Too much silence. Naruto walked through the entrance without ceremony. The seal responded instantly, recognizing his blood even though he despised the surname that had condemned him. House of the Bastard, he muttered with contempt. But he wasn't there for him. He went straight to the secondary study, the one hidden behind a double privacy seal. Not Minato's, Kushina's. The chakra was different, warmer, firmer, more honest. Naruto placed his palm against the wall. Uzumaki blood seal, he whispered. The seal responded. The markings glowed a faint red, acknowledging the heritage that ran through his veins. The wall opened, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, carefully arranged. Red scrolls. Black scrolls. And one white one, sealed with chains drawn in crimson ink. Naruto swallowed. I found them. In his mind, Kurama slowly sat up behind the bars. You took your time, he said, but there was no mockery in his voice. Naruto picked up the first scroll. His mother's chakra was unmistakable. Every stroke seemed to speak to him, as if Kushina were there, scolding him for gritting his teeth. Old woman, he muttered, always leaving impossible plans unfinished. Kurama watched silently. Naruto opened the scroll. Complex diagrams. Chained seals. Notes written in the margin. Separate without destroying. The anchor must not be broken. The container is not the cage. It is the bridge. Naruto's eyes sharpened. So that's what you were getting at. For the first time in days, a dangerous smile spread across his face. It wasn't hope. It was direction. Kurama, he said firmly. I'm not going to break the seal. The fox raised an eyebrow. Then, Naruto unrolled another scroll, letting the formulas spread across the floor. I'm going to rewrite it. The wind inside the estate stilled. And somewhere, deep within the foundations of Konoha, the ancient Uzumaki seals trembled, as if acknowledging that their heir had begun to walk the forbidden path. The next day, Naruto jumped up, the sun streaming through the window into his new room. His eyes met the figure before him, and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The woman before him, her hair almost fiery red, moved calmly, barefoot on the tatami, her simple red kimono clinging to her curves naturally yet imposingly. Her E-cup breasts were striking, enormous, but not in a vulgar way, they commanded presence. Tsunade immediately came to mind, and that disconcerted him more than he expected. But Naruto forced himself to look away, reminding himself that what stood before him was not an object of desire, but the liberated form of Kurama. The essence of the nine-tailed fox had taken on a human body, yet retained the authority, power, and presence it had always held within. His golden eyes, sparkling with intelligence and determination, were not only attractive but exuded strength and commanded respect. Kurama moved slowly toward him, his voice soft but firm, deep and resonant. Finally, free, and with all the power that is rightfully ours. Naruto swallowed and adjusted his clothing, feeling his heart race, not from fear, but from surprise and confusion. He couldn't quite understand how his oldest companion, his protector and spiritual mentor, could appear like this, so human and yet so intimidating. Kurama smiled, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Are you going to stand there staring at me all day, or are we going to train? He said with a hint of amusement, aware of Naruto's bewilderment. Naruto finally tore his gaze away from his physical attributes and focused on what mattered. The new Kurama was free and ready to work with him, and now all his power, all his pent-up rage, and all his abilities could reach a new level. The air in the room seemed charged with energy, a prelude to what would be the next phase of his training, the wielder and the fox, together, unstoppable. Volume 6, Beyond Limits. For an entire week, Naruto didn't leave the Uzumaki house. Each day he tore a Namikaze clan emblem from the walls, the furniture, even the last of the old clothes, and replaced it with the red Uzumaki spiral. It wasn't just an aesthetic change, it was a statement. Pain is paid for with identity, he muttered more than once. And I choose who I am. When he finished, the old Namikaze estate was gone. It was now Uzumaki territory. The backyard was spacious enough to become a proper training ground. The ground was marked with old seals, some from Kushina, others freshly etched by Naruto with his own blood and chakra. Naruto stood in the center, taking a deep breath. With a swift motion, he drew one of the twin gale shuriken from its storage seal. The golden weapon vibrated in his single hand. Come on, he whispered. He threw the shuriken with force. In the air, the weapon spun, and Naruto began forming hand seals with one hand, clumsy, forced, painful. His muscles tensed, sweat trickled down his forehead, and a vein popped out in his neck. Shadow clone. No, he corrected himself through gritted teeth. Shadow clone shuriken. The golden shuriken multiplied. First there were 20. Then 50. The air began to groan under the pressure of the cutting wind. Finally, 100 golden shuriken filled the sky like a lethal swarm. The temperature plummeted, replaced by a brutal gale. The trees bent, the earth rose in spirals, and the sky seemed to split into invisible lines. Each shuriken spun with perfect precision, as if it had a will of its own. 100, Naruto gasped. With one hand. From the porch, Kurama watched silently, leaning against a column. Her golden eyes shone with restrained pride. You didn't just compensate for the missing arm, she said. You turned it into an advantage. Naruto gritted his teeth and looked up. Vermilion chakra began to seep around his body, mingling with the wind. The shuriken copies responded, accelerating even further. If I'm going to change this world, he said firmly, it won't be with limits imposed by others. With a final gesture, he lowered his hand. The 100 shuriken plunged into the ground simultaneously, forming a perfect circle around the field. The earth cracked. A shockwave rippled through the estate. Silence. Naruto was breathing heavily, but he smiled. This is just the beginning. Kurama stepped forward, his kimono billowing gently. Then prepare yourself, he said. Because the next step won't just be about overcoming limits. He leaned toward him, a fierce smile on his face. It will be about breaking them. The wind picked up again, as if the world itself agreed. Naruto frowned. It's already a miracle to make hand seals with one hand, he muttered. Having both would be. Knock, knock. The sharp sound of the door made him tense instantly. The chakra around him stirred almost imperceptibly, and Kurama looked up from the porch, alert. Don't relax, he warned. No one gets here by accident. Naruto walked to the door, his one hand near the seal where his weapons rested. He opened it just enough. On the other side stood a woman with long, jet black hair, straight as night, and deep black eyes, serene yet watchful. She wore dark, practical clothing, and on the right side of her chest she carried the Uchiha fan, small, discreet, quite unlike the ones other clan members usually displayed with pride. There were no visible weapons on her back. She didn't seem hostile. But neither did she seem weak. Naruto looked her up and down without any pretense. Name, he said coldly. And tell me how you found this house. The woman wasn't fazed by his tone. She bowed her head slightly, in a sign of respect. My name is Makoto, she replied calmly. Makoto Uchiha. Naruto narrowed his one visible eye. That name, he had heard it before, very few times, in old whispers and other people's memories. In the house, she persisted. It's sealed, hidden, and off the books. Makoto glanced up at the Uzumaki seals etched into the walls and smiled slightly, not mockingly. Because I didn't search for it as a shinobi, she said. Quote. I searched for it as a mother. The air seemed to grow heavier. I knew Kushina Uzumaki, she continued. I was her friend, and I also knew your father. When I felt certain ancient seals activating again, I knew it could only be here. Silence. From within, Kurama stepped forward, letting his presence seep in just enough for Makoto to sense it. The Uchiha's eyes tightened slightly, but she didn't back away. Naruto clenched his fingers. You speak as if I should let you in, he said. And I don't trust anyone in Konoha. Makoto held his gaze without challenging him. I don't come on behalf of the Uchiha clan, she said firmly. Or the council, or the Hokage. He paused. I come because I know what it's like to see a child burdened with sins that aren't theirs. Naruto didn't respond immediately. The wind gently stirred the trees in the garden. Finally, he spoke. You have 5 seconds to tell me what you want, he said. Or this conversation ends here. Makoto nodded slowly. I want to talk to you, Naruto Uzumaki, she replied. About mistakes, about clans. And about something only an Uchiha and an Uzumaki together can understand. Kurama smiled slightly. Interesting, she whispered. Very interesting. Naruto opened the door completely. In the same motion, the golden tip of a hand shuriken appeared inches from Makoto's neck, so fast that even the air didn't react. The weapon spun slowly, suspended by chakra, sharp, perfect, radiating a pressure that was neither normal nor human. Makoto didn't know when Naruto had drawn it. She didn't feel the flow of chakra. She didn't hear the seal break. It was simply there. Naruto spoke in a low, firm voice, without anger, without shouting. That made it worse. What you've come to say had better be important, he said. Because if it isn't, you'll end up like your husband did when he tried to recruit me into his clan. The shuriken advanced another millimeter. Makoto swallowed, but didn't back away. Fugaku didn't come as a father, she answered honestly. He came as clan leader. And he failed. Her eyes flickered slightly toward the golden weapon. That isn't Uchiha technology. Or Konoha technology. Not even technology from this time. Naruto tilted his head. You catch on quickly, he remarked. That works in your favor. Kurama stepped forward, making her presence felt clearly. Not threatening, but absolutely commanding. The seals in the area reacted in sync with her. Speak, Makoto Uchiha, Kurama said with a calm smile. You're facing two things Konoha can't control. And a child who's no longer a child. Makoto closed her eyes for a second, as if making a decision. I've come to warn you, she said. And to ask you for something. Not as an Uchiha, but as a mother. Naruto didn't lower the shuriken. Start with the warning. Danzo, Makoto said bluntly. He already knows you're collecting ancient artifacts. He doesn't know the what, but he does know the who. The air grew thicker. And the second thing, she continued, is about Sasuke. Naruto frowned. I'm not interested in your clan. I know, she replied. That's why I came here. And not him. Makoto raised her gaze and met Naruto's with a mixture of guilt and determination. If you continue down this path, she said, Konoha will be torn apart. And when that happens, there will be children who pay for the sins of the adults. Just like you did. Silence. The shuriken stopped spinning, but didn't retreat. Naruto spoke slowly. If you came here to beg for mercy, you're too late. No, Makoto denied. I came to ask for directions. That made Naruto stop. Tell me what to do, she continued. So that at least one of us doesn't end up like you. Kurama watched Naruto out of the corner of his eye, assessing him. The Golden Master closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his voice was cold, but clear. Come in. But one lie, and you won't be walking out of this house. The golden shuriken dissipated into a seal. The door remained open. Naruto carefully placed the cup on the table. Steam was still rising, but the air was no longer warm. So it's not a coincidence, he finally said. An Uchiha, a friend of my mother's, appears right now. When Konoha is on the verge of breaking apart. His fingers tapped the porcelain once. A single, dry touch. Speak plainly, Makoto. You've already crossed the threshold. Makoto nodded slowly. Since the Kyuubi's attack, she began, the Uchiha clan has been isolated. Watched. Isolated. Silently accused. They blame us, though they never say it out loud. Naruto narrowed his one visible eye. Cowards, he muttered. Resentment has grown, she continued. The clan elders are pushing for a coup. They say it's the only way to survive. Kurama snorted disdainfully as he leaned against the wall frame. Humans, always confusing survival with power. Makoto pressed her lips together. But not all of us agree. Fugaku, her voice faltered, doesn't want the coup. Naruto looked up immediately. I certainly didn't expect that. Not out of cowardice, Makoto hastened to say. But for the children. For Sasuke. For those who didn't choose to be born Uchiha. Naruto was silent for a few seconds. His chakra dipped slightly, almost imperceptibly. And yet they're still pushing him? He asked. Yes, the elders control most of them. And Danzo, he swallowed, is pushing them from the shadows. Kurama's smile faded. That name always smells of corpses. Naruto rested his elbow on his knee, leaning forward. Tell me something, Makoto, he said coldly. Are there others within the clan who don't want this? Or just you and your husband? There are some, she replied. Few. And none with real decision-making power. Naruto closed his eye for a moment. He saw faces. Children. Screams. Blood on stone. When he opened it again, his voice was firm. If that coup occurs, Konoha will respond with extermination. And you know it. Makoto nodded, her eyes shining. That's why I'm here. Naruto let out a short, humorless laugh. Ironies of life. The demon they tried to kill is now the only one who can prevent a massacre. Kurama walked over and stood behind Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. And this time, he said, the children won't pay. Naruto looked directly at Makoto. Listen to me carefully. I don't care about Konoha politics. I don't care about Uchiha pride. But if anyone touches a child, of any clan, the air crackled. There will be no beating. No trial. No forgiveness. Makoto felt a chill run down her spine. What will you do? She asked. Naruto stood slowly, the shadow of the room lengthening behind him. First, I want to speak with Fugaku. Not as Hokage. Not as clan leader. His eye flashed, golden for a moment. Like someone who's already seen this ending once. Kurama smiled sharply. And if the elders insist? Well, she shrugged, we dragons have very civil ways of settling arguments. Naruto looked at Makoto one last time. You have one thing going for you, he said. You came before it was too late. Silence. Now tell me, he added. Is Fugaku willing to listen? Or will I have to force him? The knock on the door sounded sharp. Naruto sensed the chakra even before the sound ended, and his expression changed instantly. For the first time in a long time, he smiled like a real child. Finally. He practically ran toward the entrance. Makoto blinked, surprised by the sudden change. Upon opening the door, a messenger from Kumo was waiting, holding a completely sealed wooden box. The kanji "Lei lightning" was engraved on several sides of the seal. Naruto signed it without hesitation. Successful delivery, he said calmly. He took out a storage scroll, activated it, and placed it in the messenger's hand. 10,000 ryo. Good work. The man swallowed, bowed his head respectfully, and disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto carefully closed the door. And the house was filled with anticipation once more. He placed the box on the table. Kurama raised an eyebrow. So it was today. Naruto didn't reply. He pulled one of the golden shuriken from the seal on his pants and effortlessly sliced open the box lid as if it were paper. Inside, there was only an ordinary nunchaku, made of dark wood, worn, with nothing special about it. Makoto frowned. That's all. Naruto took it in his one hand. For anyone, yes. He held it up to him and said a single word. Release. The air exploded. The nunchaku vibrated violently, and the wood cracked from within. The bars transformed into pure gold, etched with the finest scales, and at each end, open dragon mouths emerged, revealing fangs of light. The chain that bound them ceased to be metal. It became condensed chakra, crackling with blue and white lightning, like a chain storm. The room lit up. The air smelled of ozone. Makoto took a step back, her eyes wide. That. Kurama smiled, proud. There you have it. Naruto twirled the weapon once. The sound of thunder echoed within the house, but it obeyed his will, destroying nothing. The chained thunder nunchaku, Naruto said with absolute calm. One of the 5 golden weapons. Makoto gazed at him as if she were looking at a living legend. With that you could move at the speed of lightning, he interrupted. Break seals. Destroy armies. He gripped the weapon. Or protect those who cannot. The lightning gradually dissipated, leaving only a soft electrical hum. Naruto sealed the nunchaku again, and the house returned to normal. Makoto swallowed. Naruto, how many? 3, he replied. I already have 3. Kurama placed his arms crossed. And there are still 2 more to go. Naruto looked up, serious again. That's why the Uchiha attack can't happen now, he said. Because if Konoha is broken, the whole world will feel it. He looked directly at Makoto. Tell Fugaku I'll speak with him. Soon. Her smile returned, sharp as a fox's. And tell him too. That this time, the legends walked to her door. A few hours later. The room was silent. Fugaku Uchiha stood before Naruto, his back straight and his hands hidden in the sleeves of his kimono. The Sharingan wasn't activated, not out of confidence but out of prudence. Before him was not a child, but a force that could wipe the Uchiha clan off the map if it so desired. I don't want this coup, Fugaku finally said, his voice grave. But the elders leave me no choice. If I refuse, they'll replace me. If I resist, the clan will split. And Konoha will use that to crush us. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He watched him with his single blue eye, cold and calculating. I only need one thing, Fugaku continued. Even if it makes me a rogue ninja. Spare the lives of those who aren't involved. He extended a scroll. Naruto took it with one hand and slowly opened it. Names began to parade before his eyes. Entire families. Children. Elders. Uchiha who had never wanted to rise up against the village. Exact addresses. Alternate routes. Schedules to avoid encounters. Naruto read each name unhurriedly. The silence grew heavy. Finally, he closed the scroll. I accept, he said. Fugaku exhaled for the first time since the meeting began. But Naruto raised a finger. On one condition. Fugaku looked up. When this is over, you'll owe me a favor. Quote. Fugaku's eyes hardened. What kind of favor? Naruto took a step forward. The air warmed slightly, just enough for Fugaku to notice. One you can't refuse. Not now. Not later. He leaned closer. And if you betray me, there won't be anyone left to remember you. Fugaku held his gaze for what felt like an eternity. Then he nodded. I swear on my clan. Naruto extended his left hand. Fugaku hesitated for a moment. And took it. The deal was sealed. Naruto put away the scroll and turned away. Don't force me to intervene directly, he said as he walked toward the exit. If I do, Konoha will never be the same. As the door closed, Fugaku slowly slumped into a sitting position. He knew one thing with absolute certainty. The Uchiha coup was no longer in the clan's hands. It was in the hands of Naruto Uzumaki. And that was more terrifying than any Andor Hokage. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the light of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting long shadows on the wooden desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently smoked his pipe, his brow furrowed. Before him, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha knelt, formal, serene. But tense inside. Speak, the third Hokage ordered, exhaling a puff of smoke. What have you discovered? Itachi was the first to raise his voice, calm and measured. The clan's discontent has reached a breaking point, he said. The Uchiha elders are accelerating preparations for the coup. Nighttime meetings, stockpiling weapons, internal routes within the village. Shisui continued without pause, as if they had both rehearsed every word. Fugaku doesn't wish to carry it out, Hokage-sama. But he's being pressured. If he refuses, they'll remove him. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. Then, is it inevitable? Itachi lowered his head slightly. If there's no intervention, yes. There was a heavy silence. Hiruzen tapped his pipe gently against the ashtray. Any proposals? Shisui exchanged a quick glance with Itachi. Neither mentioned Naruto. Not his name, not his role, not the fact that he was now an impossible variable to ignore. There is a possibility, Shisui said. A surgical intervention, eliminating only the most radical elements of the coup. Itachi added, his voice firm. Preserve the innocent. Children, families who aren't involved. The clan wouldn't have to disappear completely. Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. And the political cost? Itachi answered without hesitation. Someone will have to take the blame. The Hokage narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting? Shisui spoke this time, with an uncharacteristic coldness. Danzo Shimura. The name hit like a ton of bricks. Root has already been keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan, he continued. He has dossiers, covert movements, provocations. If the incident is presented as a unilateral action on his part, Konoha will be spared a civil war. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Danzo has always had the Uchiha in his sights, he murmured. And if he falls, Root will be dismantled. Itachi looked up, his dark eyes resolute. We will bear the burden, Hokage-sama. For the village. The smoke from the pipe rose slowly as Hiruzen meditated. He didn't ask how. He didn't ask who would carry out the plan. And, most of all, he didn't ask about Naruto. Finally, he spoke. I will act as if I never overheard this conversation. If something happens, Danzo Shimura acted on his own. Shisui bowed his head. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Itachi did the same, but his thoughts were far away. On a blonde boy, with only one visible eye. Who walked through Konoha like a golden shadow of judgment. When they both left the office, Hiruzen was alone. He stared at the fourth Hokage's face carved into the monument, visible through the window. Minato, he whispered. Your son has become something I can no longer control. And for the first time in many years, the shinobi god felt fear. In the Uzumaki house's training garden, the air crackled with each impact. Naruto breathed heavily, sweat trickling down his face as he narrowly dodged a direct blow to the chest. He had only one hand, one eye covered. And yet his stance was firm, savage, sharp. In front of him, Kurama, in his human form, moved with dangerous elegance. His red kimono billowed with every turn, and his expression was stern, almost maternal. But without losing that ancient edge. No golden weapons, he said firmly, crossing his arms. That's cheating. Naruto clicked his tongue as he backed away. Come on, Kurama, you know I'm better with them. In the blink of an eye, Kurama appeared before him and struck him sharply on the forehead with 2 fingers. That's precisely why, he replied. If you depend on them, the day you don't have them anymore, you'll die. Naruto gritted his teeth. Kurama advanced, low stance, feet firmly planted on the ground. I want you to learn to depend on yourself. On your body. On your chakra. On your will. Naruto attacked. A low sweep with her leg, followed by an upward strike with her one hand. Kurama blocked it with ease, spun around, and knocked him down using his own momentum. Naruto fell on his back, kicking up dust. TCH. Kurama didn't finish him off. Instead, she held out her hand. Get up. Naruto took it and stood. When you were a child, she continued as they resumed their stances, you survived on your own. Without arms, without eyes. Without a village. It wasn't the Kyuubi. It was you. Naruto attacked again, this time with more strategy, feints, changes of pace, using the environment, the ground, the blind spot of his covered eye. Kurama smiled slightly. Like this. Learn to turn your weaknesses into weapons. Naruto managed to land a blow to her side. Kurama took a step back, surprised. Proud. Well done. Naruto was panting, but smiling. So, when can I use the golden weapons again? Kurama tapped him on the head, this time more gently. When you no longer need them. The wind rustled through the trees. Mother and son. Master and student. Beast and human. Training not for war, but to survive the world that had failed them. Night enveloped the Uzumaki house in a thick silence. Naruto sat by the low table, the Crimson Sun Katana resting before him. With slow, careful movements, he wiped the golden blade with a clean cloth, making it reflect the dim light from the lamps as if it were liquid fire. His expression was calm, alert. Then, knock, knock. The sound came from the window. Naruto stopped instantly. His chakra tensed, sharp as a blade. He turned his head calmly, without surprise. Only with interest. There he was. Shisui Uchiha. But something was terribly wrong. His left eye glowed with the three Tomo Sharingan, spinning erratically. His right eye was closed, and tears of blood trickled from its socket, staining his cheek. His breathing was ragged and panting, as if he had run for his life. Or fled from death. Naruto stood slowly. The katana lay on the table. "You're not here out of courtesy," he said softly. Shisui placed a trembling hand against the window frame. "Naruto," his voice cracked. "Danzo ambushed me." Naruto didn't change his expression. But the air dropped several degrees. Shisui gritted his teeth. "He stole my right eye. And the worst part, he swallowed hard. He used root." Naruto approached, opened the window, and caught Shisui before he fell. "Relax," he said with a dangerous calm. "Speak." Shisui looked up, his Sharingan trembling. "The Uchiha strike is no longer the greatest danger. Danzo plans to use my Koto Amatsukami on Fugaku. To force a rebellion and justify a total massacre." Silence. Naruto held Shisui's face with his one hand and forced him to look at him. "How much time do you have?" "Hours. Maybe less," Shisui replied. "This eye can't take it anymore." Naruto closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, he smiled. But it wasn't a kind smile. "Then you've come to the right place." From inside the house, an ancient presence awoke. Kurama spoke without revealing himself. "That human smells of betrayal and blood." Naruto held Shisui firmly. "You're not going to die tonight," he said with an absolute voice. And Danzo, he just signed his own death warrant. The night wind shook the trees. And for the first time in years, the darkness of Konoha was about to be judged. Volume 7, Root. The door closed by itself, without a sound. Kurama, in his human form, carefully laid Shisui down on the sofa. Still unconscious, his body trembled, his chakra chaotic, as if something inside was being forced together. Naruto stood beside him. He raised his left palm. Green fire erupted immediately, alive, dense, enveloping his hand like a sentient flame. Shisui's eyes snapped open, instinctively trying to sit up. What? Naruto spoke immediately, firmly, without raising his voice. "Relax. It won't hurt you." Shisui was breathing heavily, staring at the flame with a mixture of fear and awe. "That isn't fire," he murmured. "No," Naruto replied. "It's life fire." He brought his palm close to Shisui's chest. The green fire didn't burn, it penetrated, as if passing through skin without damaging it, enveloping the chakra meridians, mending what was broken, stabilizing what was collapsing. "It works like medical ninjutsu," Naruto continued. "But it's stronger. And faster." Shisui gritted his teeth. He felt the pain recede. The internal bleeding stop. The chakra ceased to bleed like an open wound. Even the burning in his left eye lessened. Kurama watched silently, arms crossed. "That fire doesn't heal," he said. "Correct it." Naruto maintained the technique for a few more seconds and then withdrew his hand. The fire dissipated like ash in the wind. Shisui was left panting, but alive, stable. "Thank you," he whispered. "If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now." Naruto sat up. "We're not finished yet." He turned, walked to the window, and gazed out at the Konoha night. "Danzo didn't just attack you," he said coldly. "Root exists to do this. Manipulate, steal, break people, and call it protection." Shisui made a fist. "He plans to use my eye to control Fugaku. To incite rebellion, and then exterminate us all." Naruto turned his head slightly. "No. One word, absolute. That's not going to happen." Kurama smiled, baring his fangs. "Finally," he said. "Time to uproot the problem." Naruto returned to Shisui's side. "Listen carefully," he said. "Root will fall. And Danzo too." His eyes flashed, not with hatred, but with condemnation. "And this time," he added, "there will be no shadows to hide in." Naruto extended his one hand and pressed two fingers into the ground. The seal formed without words. Summoning. A small green and gold flame erupted before him, swirling until it condensed into the form of a small dragon the size of a large cat. Its scales were red with gold streaks, its eyes were sharp and watchful blue, its wings short but sturdy. The dragon bowed its head respectfully. "Speak," it said in a high but serious voice. Naruto crouched before it, looking into its eyes. "Go to the Uchiha compound. The clan head's house." The small dragon nodded, memorizing every word. "Find Itachi Uchiha. Tell him exactly this." Naruto paused, making sure there was no mistake. "Shisui wants to see you at the Naka River, near Naka Falls. It's urgent." The dragon's eyes flashed. "Anything else, Golden Master?" Naruto shook his head. "Don't let yourself be seen. If anyone tries to stop you, ignore them." The little dragon grinned, revealing small fangs. "Understood." He flapped his wings, and his body was enveloped in a gust of wind and golden sparks. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving only a faint swirl of chakra in the room. Naruto straightened up and looked at Shisui. "If Itachi doesn't go, then we'll know it's too late." Kurama leaned against the doorframe. "But if he goes," he said with a dangerous smile. "Tonight, Konoha's fate begins to change." Naruto closed his eyes for a second. The Naka River was going to be the breaking point. Naruto took a deep breath. There was no trembling in his body. No doubt in his gaze. With precise, almost ritualistic movements, he began to prepare. First, the twin shuriken of the gale. He slid them into the storage seals on either side of his Anbu pants. The chakra responded immediately, adapting to his presence as if it had always recognized him. Then, the nunchaku of the chain thunder. He placed it on his back and traced a short seal with 2 fingers. Transformation. The golden weapon darkened, taking on the appearance of an ordinary, worn nunchaku, with no trace of its true nature. Except to someone who could feel the roar of the lightning trapped inside. Finally, the katana of the Crimson Sun. Naruto placed it on his back and activated the concealment seal. The golden glow faded, disguising it as an ordinary black katana. But Kurama knew. Kai knew. The dragons knew. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was a verdict. Naruto turned to Shisui, who could now sit up, breathing heavily but conscious. "Stand up," he said coldly. "We're not going to wait for Root to make a move." Shisui looked at him, and for the first time, he felt real fear. "Naruto, what do you plan to do?" Naruto took out the scroll Fugaku had given him and unrolled it once more. His eyes scanned the names, the addresses, the markings. "I've done the calculations." He rolled the scroll calmly. "From the list, only 25% of the clan should remain." Shisui swallowed. "That's a massacre." Naruto looked at him. His eyes didn't glow with madness. They glowed with determination. "No," he replied. "It's surgery." Kurama took a step forward, crossing his arms. "The children live. Those who didn't know, live. Those who doubted, live." Naruto adjusted the bandana over his left eye. "But those who pushed for this. Those who were willing to burn Konoha down to rule it." His chakra began to rise, silent, heavy, like a tide before disaster. "They won't see the dawn." Naruto walked to the door and opened it. Night fell upon him. "Come on, Shisui," he said without looking back. "We have to move history forward. Before Danzo writes it with someone else's blood." And so, under the Konoha moon, the wielder of 3 golden weapons, the forgotten son of the 4th Hokage, took the first step into the night, in which the Uchiha clan would be reduced to a legend. And Naruto Uzumaki would become something the village could never control again. The wind from the Naka River blew fiercely, lifting leaves and making the trees that lined the cliff creak. Itachi Uchiha stood, his Anbu uniform perfectly fitted, his mask hanging from his waist. His eyes, calm but weary, watched the water cascade down the waterfalls. He knew something was wrong. Shisui wouldn't call him that. Not tonight. Not with such urgency. Unless it was something that could break the clan's destiny. When he heard footsteps behind him, he didn't turn immediately. "You got here quickly," Itachi said calmly. "There wasn't time," Shisui replied. Itachi turned around. And then he saw him. A child. Too small to be there. Too still to be a child. He was about 7 years old, maybe younger, but his eyes. His eyes weren't those of a child. They were eyes that had already seen torture. Betrayal. Fire. Blood. He wore a green ninja uniform with black details, gloves with iron plates on the knuckles, and a metal arm guard at his waist. An ordinary nunchaku hung on his back. On the sides of his green-red anbu pants were 2 storage seals. And on his back, beneath an embroidered dragon kanji, a sheathed katana. His face was covered by a reddish-green hood. Only his eyes were visible. Itachi frowned. "Shisui," he said calmly. "Why is there a child here?" The boy took a step forward before Shisui could answer. His voice was low. Firm. Unwavering. "Because if an adult decides this, the entire clan dies." Itachi opened his eyes a little wider. That chakra. It wasn't weak. It wasn't normal. It was ancient. Dense. As if something immense lay dormant beneath a layer of ice. "Who are you?" Itachi asked, serious. The boy raised his face slightly, letting the moonlight illuminate his eyes a little more. "Naruto Uzumaki." The air grew heavy. Itachi felt the name. Not because of fame. Not because of rumors. But because, deep in his mind, something screamed. Danger. Shisui clenched his fists. "Itachi," he said. "What I'm about to tell you can't leave this room." Naruto took another step forward. "We don't have time for beating around the bush," he said. "Root is already moving. Danzo wants to push the attack. And then wipe out what's left of the clan." Itachi watched him intently. "I already know that." Naruto shook his head slowly. "No. You don't know the extent of it." He raised his left hand and, with 2 fingers, briefly activated one of the seals on his pants. He released nothing. It wasn't necessary. The chakra that leaked out was enough. Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. "Fugaku has already agreed," Naruto continued. "Not the attack. But the sacrifice." Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. "So it's true." Shisui lowered his head. "He took my eye, Itachi," he said, his voice breaking. "Danzo isn't going to negotiate anymore." Naruto spoke again, without raising his voice. "I'll take care of the guilty ones. The instigators. The elders who pushed this through." Itachi opened his eyes and looked directly at him. "And what do you want from me?" Naruto held his gaze without fear. Without hatred. Without arrogance. "Your silence. And your judgment." Itachi frowned. "Explain yourself." Naruto took a step to the edge of the cliff, looking at the river. "When it's all over, someone will have to bear the sin. And that someone won't be Shisui." He turned his head slowly. "Nor the children." The wind blew harder. Itachi understood then. He wasn't a child playing at being a ninja. He wasn't an uncontrolled weapon. He was a conscious executioner. "How many will be left?" Itachi asked softly. Naruto didn't hesitate. 25%. Those who don't deserve to die." Silence. Then, Itachi took a step forward. And knelt before Naruto. Then, he said. "I will bear the name of traitor. If it saves the innocent." Naruto stared at him for a long time. For a second. Just for a second. His eyes looked like those of a tired child. Done. Kurama, invisible yet present, smiled. The fate of the Uchiha clan had just been sealed. And that night, it wouldn't be written by the Hokage. Nor by Root. Nor by the elders. It would be written by a child. Who had already learned. That the world isn't fixed with hope. But with decisions that no one else dares to make. The sound of the Naka River was drowned out by a sharp crack. Naruto brought his one hand to one of the seals on his anbu pants. Release. A swirl of golden chakra erupted at his side, and in a flash of compressed wind, the twin shuriken of the gale appeared, spinning slowly in the air. 3 perfect points, impossibly sharp, the wind obeying them as if they were its core. Naruto held them up in front of Shisui. "They're yours," he said bluntly. "Your style, your speed. They suit you." Shisui looked at them. For an instant, the golden gleam reflected in his one good eye. But he shook his head. "No," he replied firmly. "If I take them, I'll lose what little freedom I have left. And tonight, I need to die as an Uchiha, not as the bearer of a relic." Naruto watched him silently. Then he nodded. Without arguing. Without insisting. He sheathed the shuriken with a simple sealing gesture. Then he reached behind his back. Cancelled transformation. The ordinary nunchaku vanished. And in its place emerged something that made even Itachi gasp. The bars turned golden, with dragon mouths carved into the ends. The chain that bound them was no longer metal, but chained lightning bolts, crackling with a low, steady sound. The air crackled with electricity. Naruto turned to Itachi. "This is yours." He held it out. Itachi hesitated for barely a second. And when he took it, the thunder responded. An electric arc ran down his arms, not as an attack, but as acknowledgement. "The nunchaku of chained thunder," Naruto said. "It doesn't forgive mistakes. But it rewards discipline." Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. "I'll accept it," he said. "Not to kill. But to finish this quickly." Naruto nodded. Then, for the last time that night, he reached behind his back. The sound of the katana being drawn was soft. But the heat that followed was not. The Crimson Sun Katana flashed beneath the moon, and an invisible heat wave expanded around the three of them, making the air vibrate. Naruto held it naturally. Then he looked up at the night sky. The stars. The moon. The exact position. His eyes narrowed. Past midnight, he murmured. Root must already be making moves. "We have 37 minutes. He lowered the katana and looked at both Uchiha. He was no longer a child. He was the axis around which the night would revolve. "Shisui," he said. "You do your part. Itachi, you decide when to close your eyes." The wind blew hard. Naruto turned. "When the sun rises again, Konoha will still be standing." His eyes flashed, reflecting fire and lightning. "But the system that devours children will begin to burn tonight." The air in the Uchiha district was thick. Not just because of the smell of blood, but because of something worse, alien chakra, cold, calculating. Uchiha compound, residential area. The boy, barely 8 years old, ran, his heart pounding in his chest. "Mom, Dad." There was no answer. His sandals sloshed in something damp. He stopped. He looked at the ground. He didn't scream. He couldn't. Bodies. Too many. He took a step back. And then he saw him. An Anbu with a completely white, featureless mask, the kanji root etched on his forehead. The katana emerged from the body of a dead Uchiha with a dry thud. Schlack. The boy covered his mouth with both hands. The Anbu slowly turned his head. Ellipsis. An eternity. The boy reacted first. He ran. He didn't look back. He didn't hear the footsteps that didn't follow him. Another section of the district, main streets. The count no longer added up. Naruto felt it before he even thought about it. The green ninja, his hood down and his golden katana still warm, stopped dead in his tracks. His senses, amplified by the Crimson Sun Katana, screamed one thing. "This isn't just Itachi. There are more dead here than agreed upon," he murmured. Shisui noticed it too. "These aren't our cuts." Itachi frowned. Root. Naruto had already moved. A yellow flash crossed the rooftop. Side street, half-collapsed house. The scene was clear. Too clear. A dark-haired girl, eyes wide with terror. Izumi Uchiha. Against the wall. In front of her. A masked man, a single eye visible on his left side. It wasn't Obito. It was worse. His chakra was empty. "Your name is on a list," the masked man said. "But not on mine." Izumi gritted her teeth. "Coward." The Anbu raised his katana. He never lowered it. The world split in two. Solar style, second form, dawn/rending the horizon. The heat came first. Then the sound. And then, the body. Root's Anbu was thrown against the wall, sliced diagonally, crimson flames clinging to his armor as if they hated him personally. Naruto appeared between Izumi and the smoldering corpse. "Run," he said without looking at her. "Now." Izumi blinked. "Are you?" Naruto barely turned his head. His eyes shone a slashed red beneath his hood. "Don't look back." She obeyed. As she passed by, Naruto reached out and pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. A minimal seal, almost invisible. "This will conceal your chakra," he murmured. "Follow the river. Don't go back." Izumi swallowed. "Thank you." Naruto was gone. Rooftops, seconds later. Itachi felt the thermal burst. "Izumi." Naruto appeared before him. "She lives," he said simply. And she wasn't the only one. Shisui gritted his teeth. "So it's true." Root stepped forward, Naruto continued. "They're cleaning up in their own way. Not even Danzo respects his own act." The night wind blew hard. Naruto looked up. And they're not just killing Uchiha. A heavy silence fell between the three. There are children, Naruto said. And that wasn't part of any deal. The nunchaku of chained thunder crackled behind Itachi. Then the plan changes, Itachi said in a low voice. Naruto smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. No. The plan remains. He drew back his katana slightly. The crimson glow illuminated the rooftops. But now, Root also joined the conversation. In the distance, somewhere in the district, a black-eyed boy ran, unaware that night, the world had changed forever. Naruto didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The Crimson Sun Katana barely trembled, as if it heard the command before the others. Naruto looked directly at Itachi. Itachi, he said with a chilling calmness. You have the chained thunder nunchaku. Itachi tightened the weapon against his back. The electrical chakra responded, coursing through the links like lightning serpents. That weapon isn't just for striking, Naruto continued. It grants you hyper speed, forced reflexes, and instant displacement by discharge. Shisui's eyes widened slightly. Do you want me to? Naruto nodded. Use that speed. Stop every root Anbu you find. Don't kill them. Tie them up, incapacitate them, burn off their obedience seals if you can. And save as many Uchiha as possible, especially children and civilians. Itachi took a deep breath. And you? Naruto looked up at the Hokage Tower, visible in the distance. I'll take care of the rest. Then his eyes hardened. But listen carefully, Itachi. Save your chakra. Quote. The air grew heavier. If Danzo has already managed to manipulate Fugaku Dono, Naruto continued, then this is no longer just a covert massacre. The katana emitted a faint crack of fire. It will be a tough fight. Itachi closed his eyes for a second, and then opened them decisively. Understood. He reached behind his back. Release. The nunchaku's transformation seal dissipated. The bars turned gold, the dragon mouths opened, and the chain of lightning erupted in a sharp crack of thunder that rippled through the district. Itachi's chakra shifted completely. Shisui took a step back. That's absurd. Naruto smirked. Move before Root figures out what's hitting them. Itachi didn't respond. He vanished. Not with a normal shunshin. It was as if a horizontal lightning bolt had split the night. In different parts of the district, almost simultaneously. What was that? Alert. Crack. An Anbu Root fell unconscious, engulfed in electric chains. Crack. Another was slammed against a wall, seals burned into his mask. Crack. 3 more tied to a post, trembling, unable to move a muscle. The night was filled with thunder. Shisui looked at Naruto. So, what do we do? Naruto slowly sheathed his katana. The crimson fire condensed, controlled. You're coming with me. Shisui swallowed. Where? Naruto looked up, and for the first time since nightfall, his murderous instinct surged unchecked. With Fugaku Dono. And if Danzo is after him? His red eyes flashed in the darkness. Then tonight Root loses its root. In the distance, another clap of thunder rumbled. Itachi was at work. The massacre was no longer one-sided. And for the first time, Konoha was going to pay the price for its sins. Naruto's world stopped. The Uchiha clan's main house was silent. A dead silence. And then he saw her. Makoto Uchiha lay on the floor, her kimono soaked, blood spreading like a dark stain that seemed to go on forever. No, Naruto whispered. He vanished and reappeared beside her in the blink of an eye. He dropped to his knees, not caring about anything, placed his one hand on Makoto's chest, and green fire erupted instantly, enveloping her gently, as if she were something sacred. The chakra burned, but it didn't scorch. It healed. It forced life to stay. Don't you dare die, he said, his voice cracking. Not after all. Makoto's breathing was weak, ragged, but she was still there. Naruto gritted his teeth. Clone. A shadow clone appeared beside him. Stay with her, he ordered, his voice brooking no argument. Don't take your eyes off her for a second. If her condition worsens, call me. No matter where I am. The clone nodded, carefully focusing his green chakra on Makoto. Naruto slowly stood up. And then he felt it. Killing intent. Hot. Uchiha. Fire blast. Fire blast jutsu. The fireball shot out from the inner corridor, enormous, violent, made to obliterate everything. Naruto didn't back down. He drew the Crimson Sun Katana. The air roared. Solar style, he murmured. Zero position, devour the sun. The golden blade absorbed the fireball as if it were food. The flames compressed, swirled, and merged with the weapon's fiery chakra until they vanished completely. Not a single spark remained. The heat in the room intensified. Impossible, a voice said from the darkness. Naruto looked up. An Uchiha emerged from the shadows, Sharingan activated, breathing ragged, his face twisted with a mixture of fear and hatred. What are you? Naruto didn't answer. The katana blazed. You fired a jutsu in a house where there was a dying woman, he said with icy calm. That puts you off any pardon list. The Uchiha took a step back. It's for the clan, for the rebellion, for. Naruto vanished. It wasn't a shunshin. It was as if space itself had folded. The cut came before the sound. Solar style, Naruto whispered as he passed by. First form, sun dance slash. The Uchiha's body froze. Then, an incandescent line sliced across his torso. The fire didn't explode. It made no sound. It simply consumed. Naruto stopped at the other end of the corridor and sheathed his katana. Makoto, he murmured, hold on a little longer. His senses expanded. He sensed Itachi moving like lightning. Shisui approaching. And farther back. An old, twisted, nauseating chakra. Danzo. Naruto's eyes turned even redder. So you came yourself. The green fire died in his palm. Crimson took its place. Tonight, Shimura Danzo. You'll learn what happens when the root touches the sun. The air exploded. Naruto whirled around on pure instinct. The Crimson Sun Katana crossed just in time. Clang. A punch wrapped in a dark blue, viscous, unnatural chakra slammed into the golden blade. The impact shook the entire structure of the Uchiha house, the walls creaked and the floor cracked beneath Naruto's feet. Naruto was thrown several meters back, stopping with the tip of the katana embedded in the ground. That chakra, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. Repulsive. In front of him, the blue mass curled back, like a giant worm returning to its cocoon. And then it was exposed. Fugaku Uchiha. Standing. His face expressionless. Both Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating, barely bleeding from the corners. But something was wrong. Very wrong. Dark blue chakra continued to emanate from his body, as if something else were using him as a vessel. Naruto Uzumaki, Fugaku spoke. His voice sounded empty. Weightless. Emotionless. Naruto gritted his teeth. You don't talk like that, he said coldly. What did Danzo do to you? Fugaku's Mangekyo spun violently. The clan must survive, he replied. Even if a few must be sacrificed. Even if you're in the middle of it. Naruto felt the fire inside his chest roar. Lies, he growled. The Fugaku who spoke to me pleaded for mercy for the innocent. The man before me is just an empty shell. The blue chakra expanded. Twisted forms, like roots or worms made of energy, emerged from it, digging into the ground and walls. Mind control. Naruto understood instantly. This isn't an ordinary genjutsu. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed. Not Tsukuyomi, Fugaku said. Something deeper. Naruto took a step forward. The heat intensified. Listen carefully, Fugaku Uchiha, he said in a voice that seemed to come from a place older than the village. I don't intend to kill you. But I will tear out whatever is using you. The Kyuubi's crimson chakra began to seep through his body, mingling with the gold of the weapon and the latent green of his healing chakra. Two tails materialized behind him. The ground began to melt. Solar style, Naruto raised his katana. Second form, midday mirror. The blade shone like a small sun. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan reflected in it. For an instant. Fugaku blinked. A minimal gesture. Makoto, he whispered, almost inaudibly. Naruto heard him. And that was enough. There you are, he said with determination. Hold on, I'm coming. The dark blue chakra roared, reacting violently, as if the parasite understood it was about to be ripped out. From deep within the Uchiha district, Naruto sensed another presence approaching. Old. Twisted. Scented with blood and secrets. Danzo, he murmured. Night had barely begun. The air crackled. Naruto let go of his inhibitions. The Crimson Sun Katana's transformation seal crumbled to ash, and the golden weapon roared, responding to its wielder. The Kyuubi's chakra exploded without restraint, not like an uncontrolled beast, but like a will aligned with his own. The forest, the houses, the night itself. Everything was bathed in a red and gold glow. That's enough, Naruto said, his calm more terrifying than a scream. You've entered my territory. The vermilion cloak solidified around his body. 3 tails, then 4. The heat made the air unbreathable. Fugaku barely had time to react. Naruto vanished. It wasn't speed. It was mastery of space. The first blow wasn't with the katana. It was a direct punch to the chest. The dark blue chakra surrounding Fugaku exploded, as if something inside had been crushed. The Uchiha leader's body was launched against a wall, bursting through it, leaving a smoking gash. Guaah. Naruto appeared above him before he hit the ground. This is for Makoto. Crack. A fire-charged elbow struck Fugaku's face. The Mangekyo Sharingan went dark for an instant. Not from physical damage, but because the chakra that sustained it was being forced out. From the shadows, something moved. Izanagi. Too late. Naruto had sensed it from the start. Come out of there, rat. Danzo Shimura emerged, his arm wrapped in bandages and his Sharingan hidden. He tried to back away, form hand seals, rewrite reality. Naruto turned. Just one look. The killing intent descended upon Danzo like a collapsing sun. Izanagi needs time, Naruto said. And you don't have it anymore. Naruto appeared before him and, with a clean movement, the hilt of his katana slammed into Danzo's face. It wasn't a cut. It was worse. Danzo fell to his knees, screaming, as Naruto grabbed him by the neck and pulled him to his feet. How many children did you break to protect the village? How many eyes did you steal? Naruto closed his hand. Chakra exploded inward. Danzo fell like an empty sack, unconscious, his chakra completely sealed, his Sharingan useless, his eyes dull, unable to activate Izanagi. Naruto didn't kill him. Living like this is worse, he whispered. He turned back to Fugaku. The Uchiha leader was on his knees, breathing heavily. Dark blue chakra dissipated like poisonous smoke. Naruto approached slowly. Listen carefully, he said, placing 2 burning fingers on Fugaku's forehead. This is going to hurt. Green fire appeared, not destructive. Extractive. Naruto ripped out the invading chakra, as if pulling thorns from a living soul. Fugaku screamed, but not from physical pain. From release. The Mangekyo Sharingan extinguished completely. Fugaku fell unconscious. Naruto bent down and, with extreme care, extracted the intact left eye, immediately sealing it in a special scroll. I'll return it to you, Shisui, he said softly. I swear. The Kyuubi's cloak slowly dissipated. The heat subsided. Naruto took a deep breath. He looked around. The Uchiha district lay in ruins. But not silent. There were survivors. More than original fate had allowed. Naruto turned to the night sky. This isn't over yet, he murmured. But today, history changed. And for the first time, Konoha trembled not because of a demon, but because of a child who decided to set the world right by force. 3 a.m. Southern Konoha Forest. The silence was thick, almost unnatural. Only the occasional rustling of branches and the 3 of them's labored breathing broke the stillness of the forest. The moon, high and pale, illuminated the blood-covered figures. Itachi and Shisui were in the worst shape. Enbu uniforms torn, dark stains drying on the fabric, superficial wounds all over their bodies. It wasn't just Uchiha blood. It was Root's blood too. Naruto, on the other hand, was almost unharmed. Almost. The fire mark on his forehead had grown. It was no longer a mere symbol. It spread like an incandescent crack, grazing his single right eye, which glowed faintly even in the darkness. It didn't burn, but it pressed, as if the power wanted to advance a little further. Naruto was the first to break the silence. When I arrived at the main house, he said in a low, firm voice, Makoto was lying on the ground. The wound was 2 fingers width from her heart. If I had been a minute longer. He clenched his fist. I saved her. I sent a shadow clone to the hospital with her. No one must know I was there. Shisui closed his eyes for a second, relieved. Thank you, he murmured. Really? Naruto continued, without embellishment. Then Fugaku appeared. He wasn't himself. Danzo had already touched him, manipulated him. And Danzo. His expression hardened. His left arm was disgusting. Sharingan-like trophies. I didn't hesitate. I killed him. Itachi didn't react immediately. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes. You did what had to be done, he said finally. I was busy with Root. He looked up. I tied them all up. I neutralized them. I left evidence. For anyone who investigates, it will appear that Root tried to exterminate the Uchiha clan on his own. Itachi swallowed. On the way, his voice faltered for the first time. I found Sasuke. Naruto and Shisui tensed. A root nin stabbed him in the right shoulder. I arrived just in time. I stopped the bleeding, but the shock was too much. He's unconscious. Itachi clenched his fists tightly. I didn't leave him alone. Naruto took a step forward, and then turned to Shisui. The older Uchiha looked up. Naruto raised his left hand, enveloped in soft, controlled green flames. They didn't burn. They didn't hurt. They were life forced to obey. Don't move, he said. Shisui trusted him. Naruto carefully placed his palm on the right side of Shisui's face, right where there had been an empty cavity, a wound that had been bleeding internally for days. The green flames penetrated. There was no scream. Only a shudder. Chakra swirled, rebuilding nerves, vessels, connections that only the Uchiha fully understood. The process lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Naruto withdrew his hand. Shisui blinked. Once. Twice. Then he opened his right eye completely. He trailed off. He brought a trembling hand to his face. I can see, he whispered. I can see clearly. Itachi's eyes widened in utter shock. Shisui. Naruto spoke matter-of-factly, as if he hadn't just done something impossible. I ripped out Danzo's eye when he fell. It was intact. I used Isanagi to adjust the outcome. Shisui stared at him. That's a forbidden technique even for us. Naruto calmly held his gaze. Many rules were broken tonight. The forest fell silent once more. 3 shadows stood among ancient trees, carrying a truth no one else would ever know. Finally, Naruto spoke. From now on, the world will believe a lie. And we will carry the truth. The moon continued to shine. And Konoha slept, unaware of how close it had come to losing everything. Itachi was the first to step forward. Without a word, he lightly unsheathed the nunchucks of the chain thunder. The dragon mouths still held traces of electrical chakra, vibrating as if the weapon remembered the battle. Itachi held them respectfully, almost reverently, and handed them to Naruto with both hands. They served their purpose, he said. Without this weapon, I wouldn't have been able to stop Root in time. Shisui then stepped forward. From his side, he drew the twin shurikens of the gale, still stained with dried blood. The blades gleamed faintly in the moonlight as he held them up to Naruto. And these, he smiled wearily, saved more lives than will ever appear in a report. Naruto silently took them. With a single, fluid motion, he activated the hidden storage seals in his ninja suit. The fabric reacted like a living scroll. The nunchucks dissolved into golden symbols that sank into the back of his uniform, and the twin shurikens did the same at his sides, vanishing without a trace. Everything was sealed. Everything was stored away. Itachi bowed his head slightly. If you hadn't intervened, he closed his eyes for a moment, the Uchiha coup would have been inevitable. Konoha would have burned from within. Shisui nodded. And we would have been remembered as traitors or monsters. Not for what we were actually trying to do. Naruto looked at them both. There was no pride on his face, no satisfaction. Only weariness. And a determination too great for his age. I didn't do it for Konoha, he said sincerely. I did it for the people who didn't have to die. The night wind stirred the leaves. Naruto turned around, adjusted his reddish-green hood, and began walking through the trees, away from the clearing. Rest, he added without looking back. This isn't over yet. His figure disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Itachi and Shisui remained silent, watching the empty path. They both understood the same truth. That night, it wasn't a Hokage who saved the village. It was a child. Who already carried the weight of a legend. Naruto entered the house silently, closing the door carefully so as not to make a sound. The dim light of a lamp illuminated the living room, and there he saw her. Kurama was asleep on the sofa, lying on her side, with a peaceful expression that contrasted sharply with the bloody night that was behind them. Her long reddish hair fell haphazardly onto the cushion, and one of her tails, barely visible, moved slowly, as if even asleep she was still watching over him. She had waited. All night. Naruto felt a knot in his chest. He slowly went up to his room, took off his clothes stained with blood and ash, cleaned his weapons before sealing them, and put on clean clothes. Then he returned with a blanket in his arms. He approached the sofa, covered her carefully, and after hesitating for only a second, lay down beside her. With his one arm, he encircled her waist and rested his forehead against her shoulder. Kurama murmured something in his sleep and, instinctively, hugged him too. Naruto, he whispered, without waking. You're back. The boy closed his one eye, for the first time in days without rage, without calculations, without hatred. I always come back, Mom, he murmured. Dawn began to paint the windows of the Uzumaki house orange. That night there were no weapons. No clans. No blood. Only a child and his mother, asleep together, clinging to the peace they had won with so much pain. To be continued. Volume 8, The Awakening. Volume 8, The Awakening. Morning fell heavily on Konoha. The third Hokage appeared before the village, his face aged more than usual. His voice, firm but heavy with weariness, echoed through the streets as an uneasy silence settled over everyone. Danzo Shimura had been declared a traitor. According to the official report, the former Hokage elder and advisor had acted on his own, using a clandestine force, the Anbu route, that answered to no legitimate authority. His objective, to almost completely eliminate the Uchiha clan under the pretext of protecting Konoha. But something went wrong. The Uchiha clan was not exterminated. Approximately 20% of the clan survived. Among them were names no one expected to hear again while alive. Fugaku Uchiha, clan leader, gravely wounded and still unconscious. Makoto Uchiha, in critical condition, fighting for her life. Sasuke Uchiha, the heir, alive, but forever scarred. The blow meant to erase the Uchiha clan from history had been broken. When the inevitable question arose, who stopped the massacre, the reports were clear, yet incomplete. The visible culprits were Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. Silent heroes. Saviors in the eyes of some. Traitors in the eyes of others. However, there was a third name. A third name that didn't appear in any official record. A young ninja, enveloped in golden chakra and ancient fire, whose presence had completely changed the course of that night. Itachi and Shisui simply called him the Golden Master. A half-truth. Itachi knew perfectly well who he was. So did Shisui. But neither of them spoke his name. Because to speak of it was to condemn him. Because Konoha had already stolen too much from him when he was just a child. While the village murmured theories, time seemed to stand still in the hospital. Makoto's heart still beat weakly. Fugaku breathed with difficulty. Sasuke slept, trapped in nightmares that no one could erase. And in a secluded house, now marked with the Uzumaki symbol. Naruto awoke. His eyes opened slowly. For the first time since birth, he didn't feel the seal oppressing his soul. Kurama was no longer chained inside him. She was there. Asleep beside him. Free. But something was different. Naruto placed his hand on his chest and felt a pulse. Deep, ancient, powerful. It wasn't just the Kyuubi's chakra. It wasn't just the fire of the golden weapons. It was something more. Something that had lain dormant since that night, years ago, when he lost an arm, an eye. And his childhood. His incomplete determination was beginning to awaken. Outside the house, the wind picked up for no apparent reason. The leaves swirled, the air vibrated, and for a second, even Konoha's chakra sensors felt a tremor. It wasn't an explosion. It wasn't a roar. It was a heartbeat. The world didn't know it yet. But something had changed forever. Naruto Uzumaki had taken the first step toward his true awakening. To be continued. Naruto woke up early, put on his walking clothes, simple, comfortable, without unnecessary symbols, and went out into the streets of Konoha. The village was awake, but different. There were no morning laughs or the shouts of children training. Only murmurs, downcast eyes, and a heavy silence that still smelled of old blood and new secrets. His destination was clear from the first step, the hospital. He walked unhurriedly, without hiding. No one dared to stop him. When he reached the corridor where the Uchiha were, he saw her. Sume Inuzuka. The clan leader rested her bandaged right hand against the glass overlooking the room. Her posture was firm, but her gaze was broken. On the other side of the glass, Makoto Uchiha lay connected to machines, an IV line moving mechanically, cold. Artificially. Sume didn't turn around at first. She knew who was there. "I'm still sorry," she said finally, her voice grave. "What my clan, what the village, did to you, Naruto." There were no excuses. No justifications. Naruto didn't respond immediately. His eyes showed neither resentment nor forgiveness. Only a weary truth. "Where there are many bad people," she said calmly, "there are also people with good hearts. Not everyone carries the same sin." Sume closed her eyes tightly. She said nothing more. Naruto opened the bedroom door. The constant hum of machines filled the air. Inside, sitting by the bed, was Itachi Uchiha. He held a cup of coffee in his hand, now cold. His eyes were sunken, red not from the Sharingan, but from exhaustion. It was clear he hadn't slept all night. Or the night before. His back was straight, as if relaxing were a luxury he no longer allowed himself. He had massacred his own clan. But not all of them. Children. Young people. Adults and elders who opposed the coup. They lived. Those who died were the elder advisors, the true architects of the coup. Those who had pushed the clan to the brink while hiding behind words like pride and survival. But that truth would never be spoken aloud. Classified information. Sealed. Buried. Itachi looked up as Naruto entered. "You're here," he said quietly. Naruto nodded and approached Makoto's bed. He placed his single hand on the metal railing, feeling the faint pulse that still struggled to hold on. "She's going to live," he said confidently. "Not today, not tomorrow, but she will." Itachi closed his eyes for a second. His grip on the mug trembled slightly. "Thank you," he replied, without theatrics, without pride. "For her, and for Sasuke." Naruto didn't respond immediately. He studied Itachi intently. "You carried a hell that wasn't just yours," he finally said. Quote. "But remember this, Itachi Uchiha. The children you saved don't owe you loyalty. They owe you their lives. And that's heavier than hatred." Itachi opened his eyes and stared at him. For the first time since that night, something akin to understanding crossed his gaze. Outside the room, the hospital continued its silent routine. But inside, the future of the Uchiha clan still breathed. And Naruto, the boy Konoha had broken, was walking further and further away from being just a victim. The awakening had only just begun. Itachi broke the silence with a question that had been stuck in his chest for hours. "My father?" he asked, not daring to look Naruto directly. "Fugaku dono." Naruto didn't turn to him immediately. His eyes remained fixed on Makoto, on the steady, weak, but present, rhythm of the machines. "He lost consciousness," he answered in a neutral voice. Quote. "Extreme chakra depletion and multiple injuries. That's what the doctors say." They both understood the hidden message. It wasn't the place. It wasn't the time. In a hospital, there are always prying ears, nurses who listen too much, chakra sensors, Anbu disguised as shadows. Any word out of place could become a death sentence. Itachi nodded slowly. His fingers closed around the empty cup. "Thank you for telling me," he murmured. Naruto finally turned to face him. His gaze was serious, but not harsh. He wasn't judging, he was assessing. "Take care of yourself, Itachi," he said. "From now on, until the world decides to let you breathe. It all depends on you." Itachi looked up. "Depends. On me. On your strength," Naruto continued. "And on how much you love your family." The words weren't an order. They were a warning, and also an acknowledgement. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment, etching that phrase deep within his being. When he opened them again, he had made a decision only he understood. "I won't fail," he replied. Naruto nodded once, then he turned and walked toward the door. Before stepping through, he paused for a second. "Remember something else," he added without turning around. "Sometimes, protecting doesn't mean obeying. It means bearing the burden of sin so others don't have to." The door closed softly. Itachi was left alone, with the sound of the machines, the weight of his actions. And a truth impossible to share with anyone else. The awakening had already taken its toll. Naruto moved silently, like a shadow that had learned to live with the noise of the past. He glanced at the sofa. Kurama was fast asleep, curled up under a blanket, breathing calmly. For a moment, seeing her like this, calm, vulnerable, eased something in his chest. "You earned it," he murmured. Carefully, he placed the bag on the table and began to unpack. Flour, eggs, cornflakes, sardines, nothing luxurious, but home. He rolled up his uniform sleeves. His good hand worked with precision, his chakra, fine and controlled, materialized a translucent extension where the other was missing. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. The knife descended with a steady rhythm, filleting the fish with respect, as if each cut were a small ritual. Beaten egg. Crunch of crushed cornflake. Egg again. Flour. The pan heated up and the oil began to sizzle softly. When the fish hit the bottom, the sizzle filled the kitchen, followed by that unmistakable aroma, golden, crispy, perfectly cooked fish. The smell spread through the house, seeping between broken memories and old walls, claiming the space as something new. From the sofa, Kurama frowned. One ear twitched, then the other. She breathed in sleepily, and smiled without opening her eyes. "Naruto," she whispered, half conscious. "Is that real food?" He didn't answer. He just kept cooking, carefully turning the fish, letting the perfect golden brown form. He prepared a simple but hearty dish. The sound of the oil subsided as he turned off the heat. Kurama finally opened her eyes and slowly sat up, still wrapped in the blanket. She saw him with his back to her, focused, steam rising from his mouth and the warm glow of the oil reflecting on his face. "Hey," she said, with a gentle smile. "Since when do you cook like this?" Naruto placed the plate on the table and turned around. "Since I realized that fighting isn't the only thing you learn by surviving." Kurama looked at him silently. Then, without another word, she stood up and sat down at the table. She took a bite, and closed her eyes. "It's delicious," she said sincerely. "Thank you, son." Naruto lowered his gaze, uncomfortable with an emotion he couldn't yet name. He sat across from her and, for the first time in a long time, they ate without haste. Without villagers. Without orders. Without bloodshed. Only the crunch of the fish. And the fragile calm of a home that, at last, was beginning to exist. Naruto froze as soon as he saw who was on the other side of the door. The calm he had built with the smell of food and silence shattered in an instant. His eyes sharpened. He said nothing at first. Standing before him was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. More hunched over than before, older. But not old enough to erase the weight of all he had done, and failed to do. In his hands, he held an elongated box, almost the size of a human arm, sealed and clearly marked with the emblem of Suna. Naruto left the door wide open, without a gesture of courtesy. "What do you want?" he asked in a flat voice, devoid of any respect. Hiruzen held his gaze a second longer than necessary. He didn't see the boy from before. He saw someone dangerous, and he knew it. "I come in peace," he finally replied. "Not as Hokage, but as an old man who owes explanations." Naruto let out a short, dry, humorless laugh. "You're too late for that." It was then that Hiruzen glanced inside the house. And froze. At the table, bathed in warm light, sat a woman with reddish-orange hair, dressed in a simple kimono, eating peacefully. Her presence was effortlessly commanding. She wore no headband, no emblems. But her chakra was ancient, profound, and familiar in a way that made the Hokage's chest ache. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. "Who is she?" he asked softly, almost dreading the answer. Kurama calmly looked up, chewed one last time, and placed her chopsticks on the plate. Her eyes fell on the old man. And she smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. Naruto spoke before she could. "It's none of your business," he said, positioning himself just outside the door, marking his territory. Quote. "But if you want to know something, it's family." The word landed like a blow. Hiruzen gripped the box tightly. "Naruto," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "That house is Minato's." Naruto took a step forward. The air grew heavy. "No," he corrected, his tone icy. Quote. "It's the Uzumaki house. I cleared it, I claimed it, and you have no right to speak of it." Quote. Silence. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, accepting the blow. "Suna sent this for you," he said finally, holding up the box. Quote. "It's part of an agreement. And an apology." Naruto stared at the desert emblem. He felt the chakra sealed within. Ancient, powerful, familiar to the golden weapons. "Put it on the floor," he ordered. Quote. "And speak quickly. I have no patience, nor hunger for lies." From inside, Kurama watched silently. His tails weren't visible, but his chakra moved like a contained tide. Hiruzen obeyed. He carefully placed the box on the floor, took a step back, and looked up at Naruto. "I've come to repay a debt," he said. Quote. "Though I know, it will never be enough." Naruto didn't respond immediately. His fingers closed slowly. The night had just turned uncomfortable. Silence returned to the house as Hiruzen's presence completely dissipated. Naruto closed the door carefully. He didn't slam it. There was no need. He stood for a second leaning against the wood, taking a deep breath. And then walked back to the table. Kurama watched him intently, his sharp eyes following his every move. "He's gone," Naruto said, unnecessarily. Kurama nodded slowly. "I felt it," he replied softly. "And I also felt guilt. Real guilt. Late, but real." Naruto didn't answer. He crouched before Suna's box and ran his fingers over the seal. There were no traps, no poison, just meticulous, almost reverential work. With a precise movement, he cut the seal. The lid opened. Naruto stood motionless. Inside lay a prosthetic right arm, ivory-colored with the finest lines etched along its length, like veins. It wasn't crude or mechanical. It was elegant, alive, even though it wasn't yet. Along the forearm, empty chakra channels were visible, waiting to be filled. Beneath it, a note written in firm, ancient calligraphy. Naruto took it in his left hand and began to read silently. Though each word weighed heavier than the last. "Child of Konoha." If you are reading this, then you are still alive. That says a lot. Kurama frowned, immediately recognizing the style. Chiyo, he murmured. That old woman was never good with words, but she was with actions. Naruto continued. This arm was designed with empty chakra networks. It uses no external mechanisms. It does not steal chakra. It does not impose its will. It only works if the one who wields it accepts that it is a part of themselves. Naruto swallowed. It can move like a normal arm. Sense, hold, strike. But take care of it. It is not a weapon. It is an extension of your life. His fingers trembled slightly. The letter continued. The Hokage told me about your story. About your childhood. About your loneliness. About what they did to you when you were 5 years old. Kurama closed his eyes. It reminded me of my grandson, Gaara. Hated, feared, turned into a monster by his own people. Naruto clutched the note. I couldn't save Gaara from that pain. But maybe, I can still give you something. The silence grew heavy. I'm not giving you this arm to fight with. I'm giving it to you so you can protect those you choose to love. And so you never have to feel incomplete again. The letter ended with a simple signature. Chiyo of the Sand. Naruto placed the note on the table. He stared at the arm. For years he had learned to fight, live, and survive with only one hand. He had turned lack into strength, pain into fury, loss into a blade. And yet, an arm, he whispered. Kurama rose from the sofa and walked until he was behind him. He didn't touch him at first. He was just there. Accepting it doesn't make you weak, he said calmly. Nor does it erase what they did to you. Naruto made a fist with his left hand. I know. Kurama leaned forward and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. But it doesn't give you back your past either, he continued. Quote. It only gives you one option for the future. Quote. Naruto took a deep breath. His chakra began to move slowly, responding to the object in front of him, as if the arm recognized him. I won't use it for Konoha, he finally said. Or for them. Kurama smiled. I never thought you would. Naruto reached out his left hand and touched the prosthetic arm. The chakra networks glowed softly. It didn't hurt. It didn't burn. It didn't repel. He just waited. Naruto looked up, determined. I'll use it for my path, he said. Quote. To protect my people. To change this world, even if I have to break it first. Kurama nodded, proud. Outside, Konoha slept, unaware. Inside, something that had been incomplete for years was about to awaken. The sun was just rising over Konoha, bathing the courtyard in a soft orange light. Naruto took a deep breath as he felt the weight of the new arm and, at the same time, its strength. Kurama sat to one side, watching him with interest, assessing his every move. Come on, Naruto, the fox said with a smile. Show me how you move with both of them. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and focused his chakra. His left arm, already accustomed to moving on its own, began to synchronize with his right. His chakra flowed through the prosthesis, activating the empty networks that Chiyo had constructed. Each finger moved with perfect precision. Each wrist rotated smoothly. First, the hand seals, Naruto murmured, concentrating. With fluid, rapid movements, he executed the sequence of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. His hands moved with astonishing speed, and for the first time in years, he didn't feel like he was lacking anything. Each seal was completed flawlessly, as if he had always had both hands. Kurama tilted his head. Not bad, he commented, surprised. But this isn't enough. You need to unleash your power. Naruto opened his eyes. His breathing was deep, controlled, precise. He extended both arms in front of him, gathering the chakra from the nunchaku, the katana, and the prosthetic arm. He felt the elements of his own body combine with the powers of his artificial right arm. With a sudden movement, he projected the chakra toward his mouth, forming an immense fireball. She released it forcefully, and the blazing sphere shot out, illuminating the entire courtyard with searing heat, leaving a plume of smoke and the scent of burning wood that rose into the sky. Kurama paled slightly. That was real, she asked, impressed. Naruto grinned with that mixture of fury and satisfaction that only he possessed. With both hands, I can do anything, he said, as the fireball disappeared into the distance. But I'm still far from my limit. Kurama nodded, a spark of pride flashing in her eyes. If this is just the beginning, then I can't wait to see the end. Naruto gazed at the sky, focusing on every fiber of his being. The prosthetic arm wasn't just an arm, it was an extension of his will. A tool for justice, for protection, to prove that what had been taken from him would never stop him. With a flash of determination, Naruto turned and looked toward the village that had forgotten him, scarred him, and mistreated him. His heart burned with the force of his newly unleashed fire, ready to enter its next phase, the full awakening of his power. Volume 9, Taking Flight. The air trembled as the summoning technique was completed. A circle of seals blazed above the ground, and through smoke and wind, Kai emerged, unfurling its enormous, scaly wings, red with golden streaks that reflected the dawn light. The dragon let out a low, deep roar that made the nearby trees tremble. Naruto said nothing. His things were already packed. There were no doubts, no goodbyes. Kurama was the first to climb onto the dragon's back, settling behind him with a protective hand on his shoulder. Naruto leapt nimbly, bracing himself on his new prosthetic leg and settling in front, the Crimson Sun Katana slung across his back and the golden weapon sealed beneath his clothing. Land of Water, Uzushio, Naruto said firmly. Don't stray from the path, Kai. The dragon twisted its neck just enough to meet his gaze with a slanted blue eye and grinned, baring its fangs. The home of the Uzumaki, it replied. A good place to take flight for the first time properly. With a single flap of his wings, Kai took to the air. The wind roared around him, whipping up leaves, dust, and a force so intense that any ordinary ninja would have been knocked off their feet. But Naruto didn't budge. His hood billowed like a green flame, and his single visible eye, sapphire blue, slowly began to turn gold, as if something within him were awakening with every meter gained in the sky. Below, Konoha grew smaller. Kurama watched silently for several seconds before speaking. Aren't you hesitating? He asked. Leaving the village, leaving everything behind. Again. Naruto didn't take his eyes off the horizon. It was never my home, he replied. It was just a cage I learned to break free from. The dragon accelerated, piercing through the clouds. The world opened up before them, mountains, rivers, endless seas. Naruto felt something new in his chest. Not anger, not hatred. Freedom. Uzushio won't be just training, Naruto continued. I want answers. I want to know what the Uzumaki really were. And what I can become. Kurama smiled, a different smile than usual, gentler. Then this journey isn't about fighting, he said. It's about awakening. Naruto clenched his fists. Chakra flowed naturally between his body and the prosthetic, without rejection, without friction. For the first time, everything clicked. In the distance, the sea began to appear, dark and deep. Through the mist, ruins emerged like shadows of the past. Broken towers, fallen spires, ancient symbols carved in stone that time had failed to erase. Kai descended slowly. Welcome to Uzushio, he said. Where seals were not tools, but destiny. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. The salty wind hit his face. When he opened them, the gold in his eyes shone brightly. Then, he whispered, here my true flight begins. The ocean roared beneath them, an endless expanse of dark blue that seemed to have no end. The wind was cold and salty, and low clouds drifted by like slow shadows. Until something stirred beneath the surface. Without warning, the sea exploded upward. A water dragon spiraled out, formed of compressed currents and razor-sharp foam, hurtling straight for Kai's back. The impact never came. Kai flapped his wings violently and swerved sharply diagonally, slicing through the air by mere centimeters. The water dragon grazed past, disintegrating into a shower of debris as it missed. Nya! Kai roared, stopping in midair. Get out of the water right now and stop playing Huntress. The sea churned again, but this time calmly. From the depths, something rose slowly, breaking the surface gracefully, not furiously. First, a crest of shimmering cyan scales appeared, then a long neck adorned with red veins that seemed to flow like rivers of blood underwater. Finally, a dragon of majestic proportions emerged fully. Her wings were covered in translucent membranes like liquid crystal. Her eyes, blue and intensely slanted, were identical to Kai's. But in them there was mischief, curiosity, and a touch of childlike wonder. Ah, come on, brother, she said in a melodious voice that echoed like the lapping waves. I was just checking if you were still as slow as last time. Kai clicked his tongue, irritated. I have passengers. This isn't the time for your games. The dragon tilted her head. And then she saw Naruto. She froze completely still. The ocean, as if responding to her reaction, calmed immediately. Nya narrowed her eyes. That chakra. She descended a little further, hovering at the level of the red dragon, and slowly brought her snout closer, inhaling the air around her. The water beneath them began to swirl in gentle eddies. Ancient fire, she murmured. Chained wind, sleeping thunder. And, her pupils contracted. A fox. Kurama looked up with a lopsided, clearly amused smile. Well, he said. Looks like I'm not the only ancient creature here. Naya's eyes widened in surprise, then she smiled broadly. Oh, a released Biju. She laughed. This is getting interesting. Naruto didn't move, he didn't draw his katana. He didn't unleash any killing intent. He just looked at her. And that was enough. Nya felt a shiver run down her spine. Not fear. Respect. So you're the human who wields a golden weapon, she said in a more serious tone. And not just one. Kai grunted, satisfied. I told you to stop playing around. He's the golden master. Nya descended a little further and, with an elegant movement, touched the ocean with a claw. The water rose, forming a solid, crystal-like platform, on which she partially rested. Nya, she introduced herself. Guardian of water. Younger sister of this winged idiot. Hey, Kai protested. Naruto finally spoke, his voice calm but firm. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Let's go to Uzushio. Naya's expression changed completely. The game vanished. The smile faded. Uzushio, she repeated softly. The graveyard of the sea. Kurama frowned. What do you know? Nya closed her eyes for a moment, and the ocean stirred slightly, as if remembering something painful. I know the sea still holds unspoken cries, she replied. Quote. I know many dragons wept when Uzushio fell. And I know, she opened her eyes and looked directly at Naruto, if you go there, it won't be just a train. Naruto held her gaze without blinking. I will awaken what was buried. A heavy silence fell between the three dragons. And the Biju. Then Nya smiled, a wide, fierce smile. Then I don't intend to let you cross my ocean without testing you. Kai turned his head in annoyance. Nya. Relax, brother, he interrupted. I won't kill him. The sea began to rise around them, forming swirling columns of water. I just want to see, Nya said. If the heir of Uzushio can swim among the gods. Naruto's eye flashed with a brilliant golden light. Do it, he replied. Kurama grinned from ear to ear. This will be fun. The ocean roared. Naruto sat up on Kai's back, took a single step forward. And jumped. The wind stinged his face for a split second before his feet touched the ocean's surface. The water didn't give way. Chakra flowed precisely through the soles of his feet, stabilizing him as if he were walking on liquid crystal. In one clean motion, he drew the golden katana. The instant the edge saw the light, the world seemed to respond. The blade began to glow with increasing intensity, ancient runes awakening along the steel. The sea beneath Naruto shimmered, and then he felt it. A tug, a call. Naruto looked down. Beneath the surface, a golden trail stretched like a living line, spiraling down into the depths. It wasn't reflected light, it was chakra resonating with the katana, guiding him. Naruto squinted. From above, Nya watched with her arms crossed, her water tail swaying calmly. So it called you, she said, with a lopsided smile. Quote. Try to reach it. The ocean parted slightly, revealing a dark blue abyss that seemed bottomless. The trident of the drowned sky, he continued. The weapon that, 2 years ago, was driven into the seabed to split the ocean in two. Kai's eyes widened in surprise. That trident, I thought it was just a legend. Nya shook her head slowly. Quote. It isn't. It's very deep, and it doesn't just weigh down by its metal. It weighs down by what it remembers. Naruto gripped the katana's hilt. How deep? He asked. Nya looked at him seriously for the first time. So deep that the sea compresses your lungs. So deep that your chakra begins to feel thick. And besides, his eyes flashed, the trident is firmly attached to its base. It refuses to be pulled out. Kurama spoke from within, his tone amused but attentive. In short, kid, you'd better have strong lungs and a soul that won't break under pressure. Naruto inhaled slowly. Air filled his lungs, his chakra stabilized. And his sapphire blue eye glowed with a deeper gold. Then, he said, pointing his katana at the luminous trail. I just have to go down. And bring him back. Nya grinned, baring her fangs. Exactly. If the sea accepts you. Naruto took a step forward and let himself fall. The water enveloped him in an instant, closing around him like a living dome. The golden trail shone brighter, guiding him toward the abyss, as the pressure slowly began to increase. From above, Kai watched silently. Nya, on the other hand, laughed softly. Let's see, heir of Uzushio, he whispered. If you can pull a weapon from the ocean itself, even the ocean refuses to release it. The ocean had grown dark and heavy. Naruto descended deeper and deeper, the golden trail before him the only thing visible, a living line pulsing to the rhythm of his chakra. The pressure compressed his chest, his ears rang, and the water seemed to thicken with every meter. His lungs burned. Not yet, he thought, forcing himself to continue. Then he saw it. Far below, amidst the blackness of the abyss, a golden radiance emerged, far more intense than the trail. It wasn't just light, it was presence. The trident of the drowned sky was there. The weapon seemed embedded in an ancient rock formation, covered in seaweed and broken sea seals. Even from that distance, the trident emanated power, making Naruto's katana vibrate violently. Kurama, he thought, his gaze fixed on the radiance. But just then, his chest tightened brutally. He ran out of air. Naruto instinctively opened his mouth, but only icy water entered. His vision blurred, white spots exploded before his eyes, and his heart began to pound erratically. Damn it! There was no choice. With the last of his strength, he stopped his descent, twisted his body, and pushed the water beneath his feet with chakra, launching himself upward like an arrow. The golden trail receded rapidly as darkness fell behind. Seconds stretched into eternity. Just as his consciousness began to fade, sunlight pierced the water. Naruto broke the surface with a violent gasp of air. Ghh, ha. Ha. Kai immediately descended, staying by his side, while Nya emerged from the sea, frowning. You ran out of air, she said, not mockingly this time. Naruto floated on his back, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. His hand trembled, still pointing toward the spot where he'd seen the glow. I saw it, he gasped. It's down there. Kurama chuckled softly inside him. And now you know something, kid. Strength alone isn't enough to pull that weapon out. Nya crossed her arms, watching him intently. The ocean already tested you, she declared. Next time, it won't give you a chance to come back if you go down the same way. The water calmed again, but the golden glow, invisible from the surface, still lingered. And this time, Naruto knew he'd have to change his approach if he wanted to reach it. Naya's words kept echoing in his mind. The ocean won't give you another chance if you go down the same way. Naruto understood the message. It wasn't about resisting the sea. It was about breaking through it. He leapt out of the water in a clean burst, his body still dripping, and as he landed on Kai's back, he placed both hands on the seals along the sides of his Anbu pants. Then, I won't go down the same way, he murmured. With a snap of chakra, the twin shurikens of the gale appeared in his hands. The golden blades began to glow intensely, vibrating, responding to the call of the trident hidden in the depths. The air around him distorted, and the water beneath him began to churn. Naya's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, those shurikens. Naruto didn't answer. He leaned forward and dove straight into the ocean. The impact sent up a column of water, but Naruto didn't stop. The moment he touched the surface, he plunged the shurikens back, activating the seals etched into the core of the weapons. Reverse gale, he whispered. The leaves spun violently. Wind chakra exploded in a spiral, not outward, but backward, turning the shuriken into spinning propellers. The water was sliced, displaced, forcefully ripped open. Naruto descended like a golden spear, breaking through layers of pressure that had previously held him back. The sea roared. The lower he went, the darker everything became. But this time, Naruto didn't slow down. The compressed wind around his body created an unstable bubble, reducing the water's resistance and squeezing the remaining oxygen in his lungs. His ears ached. His body creaked under the pressure. But he kept going down. Kurama, he thought, now. The Kyuubi's chakra responded. A reddish-orange glow mingled with the gold of the weapons, reinforcing his muscles and keeping his awareness steady. Then he saw it again. The golden glow, now much closer. The trident of the drowned sky was there, embedded in the sea rock as if the ocean itself were holding it with invisible chains. Ancient seals glowed faintly, reacting with hostility to Naruto's presence. The currents grew violent. The sea tried to expel him. Naruto plunged the shurikens into the water in front of him, halting their descent for a second, his body trembling. So, he thought, looking at the trident. It's not just depth. The weapon was testing him. Oxygen was starting to run low again, but this time Naruto didn't panic. He adjusted the angle of the shurikens, channeling chakra with surgical precision. I'm not going to run, he said softly, though no one could hear him. I'm going to take you. The trident responded. A golden pulse pierced the abyss. And the ocean, for the first time in centuries, moved against someone who wasn't a god. The golden radiance was only a meter away. Naruto reached out. And then, his instinct screamed. It wasn't fear. It was something deeper, a primal warning, etched into his blood. Back, his mind roared. Naruto cancelled the momentum of the shurikens, twisted his body violently, and propelled himself upward with a blast of wind and Kyuubi chakra. A fraction of a second later, the ocean parted. From the absolute darkness emerged an impossible shadow, larger than any modern sea creature. The currents collapsed to a single point, and the pressure became unbearable. One eye. Then another. Rows of sword-sized teeth pierced the golden glow. The trident of the drowned sky vanished. Swallowed in one gulp. The monster revealed itself completely. A megalodon. But not an ordinary one. Its body was covered in ancient scars, eroded seals, and golden veins running along its gills, as if branded by legendary weapons. The trident's brilliance now pulsed from within, illuminating its throat and belly. The ocean trembled. Nya, from the surface, opened her eyes in horror. No, impossible, she whispered. That guardian. Kai roared from the sky, beating his wings in fury. Naruto floated at a distance, breathing heavily inside his chakra bubble, staring at the beast with his sapphire blue eye already tinged with nascent gold. So it was you, he thought. You weren't protecting the trident. You were its prison. The megalodon slowly turned its colossal body and fixed its gaze on Naruto. There was no hunger in those eyes. There was recognition. The beast opened its mouth. From its throat erupted a pulse of pressure so brutal that the water exploded outward like a seismic wave. Naruto was launched dozens of meters, stabbing the shurikens in a spiral to break the impact. The monster moved. It didn't swim. It disappeared, and reappeared in front of him, defying the normal laws of water. It moves with chakra, Naruto thought, alarmed. Inside the megalodon, the trident responded. A golden lightning bolt pierced the water, and the beast's body was enveloped in celestial energy. Currents swirled, forming a colossal vortex. Nya cried from the surface, her voice echoing through the elemental bond. Naruto. That's Abyssur, the devourer of the flood. If the trident remains inside him, the ocean will obey. Naruto gritted his teeth. His shurikens rattled, his katana burned against his back, and the Kyuubi's chakra roared, demanding to be released. Then I don't need to draw the trident, he thought, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. He stared directly into the megalodon's eyes. I only need to defeat the wielder. The ocean roared again. Abyssur charged. And Naruto, for the first time since losing his arm, felt that pure thrill once more. The battle beneath the waves had begun. Air filled Naruto's lungs once more as he surfaced from the ocean, wielding the drowned sky trident as if no limits had ever existed. The water still bubbled around him, tinged red with pieces of Abyssur floating in it, but for Naruto, it was just another test passed. His eyes, sapphire blue tinged with gold, reflected the satisfaction of one who had pushed his strength to the limit and emerged victorious. Nya and Kai descended toward him, their dragons flapping their wings and raising waves, watching the young shinobi emerge from the water like a warrior god. Kurama, perched on Kai's back, let out a soft roar, impressed by Naruto's ferocity and control even in his zone. That was incredible, Nya exclaimed, still amazed by the brutality and efficiency of the fight. I've never seen anyone fight like that underwater. I knew you could do it, Kai said, a proud smile spreading across his face. But beware, that trident is no toy, the energy it holds could change the entire sea. Naruto, trident in hand, examined it. Its golden gleam seemed to pulse with the rhythm of his own chakra. The sensation was different from a katana or shurikens. The trident had a life of its own, a power that resonated with the strength of the elements and the history of the world. Perfect, Naruto murmured. With this, all I need to do is train how to synchronize it with the other elements and the golden weapons. Each one has its own spirit. And now I know that the guardians should never be underestimated. With an agile leap, Naruto rejoined his companions in midair. The dragons surrounded him, and the trident emanated a golden aura that seemed to illuminate the entire ocean, as if celebrating the victory of the wielder who had tested his strength in its deepest depths. Next step, Naruto said with a foxy grin, taking these weapons to the next level. The wind, fire, water, and earth seemed to stir with him, anticipating the challenges to come. The true era of the golden weapons was just beginning. Naruto walked through the ruined streets of Uzushiogakure, feeling the residual chakra of his clan still vibrate in every corner of the village. Houses were reduced to rubble, water channels clogged, and sand mixed with debris and wood scraps. Despite the devastation, Naruto could sense that his clan had left protective and storage seals throughout the village, hiding weapons, scrolls, and jutsu that only someone with the power of a namikaze could unlock. He stopped in front of what had once been the central plaza, observing the time-corroded monuments, each bearing gold and crimson seals that barely glowed with the residual chakra. His gaze fell upon a large circle in the center of the plaza, a massive storage seal containing most of the Uzumaki clan's secrets. Naruto crouched, placed his hand upon the seal, and felt the familiar warmth of his chakra merging with the seals. So, this was all planned, Naruto murmured, a smile a mixture of pride and respect on his face. My clan, even in death, prepared me for this. Kai and Nya descended to earth, their bodies glistening with damped scales in the filtered light of the gray sky. Kurama settled behind Naruto, sniffing the chakra-infused air and obliterating any shadow of danger that might approach. Naruto took a deep breath, expanding his zone of influence and connecting with the chakra of the golden weapons he carried. He felt the trident vibrate in his hands, the golden shuriken and the chained thunder nunchaku resonating powerfully. Each relic seemed to recognize the land of its clan, reacting as if Uzumaki herself were saying, "This is your legacy. Use it wisely." "Good," Naruto said, raising his head and revealing his sapphire blue eyes tinged with gold. "It's time to rebuild my clan's power. And ensure that no one ever again desecrates what belongs to us." As he moved toward the first clan seals, Naruto could sense even more powerful secrets hidden within. Forbidden jutsus, advanced healing techniques, sealed weapons untouched for centuries. Each step brought him closer to becoming the true Golden Master, capable of mastering the Uzumaki legacy and protecting it from all. Volume 10, The Forging of the Dragon. Naruto Uzumaki moved silently among the crumbling shelves of the Uzumaki clan library. Dust hung in the air like ancient ashes, and each of his steps echoed in the place that, despite its ruin, still retained a solemn dignity. The walls were covered in worn seals, some broken by time, others still active, as if they refused to disappear even after the village's fall. Scrolls were everywhere. Containment jutsus, suppression seals, absolute barriers, techniques that only an Uzumaki with a monstrous chakra reserve could even attempt. Naruto glanced at them, but didn't stop. His instinct led him deeper. There, in a section protected by a triple bloodline seal, he found what truly called to him. Guide to the Uzumaki Forge, the Way of the Dragon. Naruto placed his hand, both his prosthetic and his real one, upon the seal. The barrier reacted instantly, recognizing his blood, his chakra, and something deeper. The seal dissolved like golden smoke. The scroll floated gently into his hands. Naruto opened it. His eyes lit up. The guide described advanced forging styles, techniques that shaped not just metal, but will, chakra, and soul. Damascus pattern, he murmured, layers upon layers, strength and flexibility. He turned the page. Whirlpool pattern, typical of the Uzumaki, steady flow of chakra, ideal for living seals. Another one. Ladder pattern, progressive accumulation of power, interesting. But then he reached the last section. The scroll grew heavier, the lettering changed from black to crimson. Elemental forging. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Elemental forging doesn't create weapons. It gives birth to entities. According to the records, this style demanded more than skill. Extreme elemental affinity. Absolute chakra control. A bond with primordial creatures. And the willingness to pay the price if they failed. One note, written in ancient calligraphy, stood out from the rest. Only those blessed by dragons, or marked by the fire of destiny, have survived the attempt. Naruto slowly lowered the scroll. Dragons, he whispered. As if the world were answering him, a distant roar echoed outside the library. Naruto smiled. It wasn't a childish smile. It was the smile of someone who had found his path. Kai, Nya, he said softly. So it wasn't by chance. He felt the trident of the drowned sky vibrate against his back. The katana of the Crimson Sun responded with a fiery pulse. The golden weapons, all reacted. Kurama appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, watching him intently. Have you decided, Naruto? He asked. That path isn't just dangerous. Naruto closed the scroll and sealed it in his clothing. Yes, he replied without hesitation. I don't just want to use legendary weapons. He raised his gaze, resolute. I want to forge them. The wind swept through the library, raising dust and ancient seals, as if the spirits of the Uzumaki clan were awakening in unison. Far away, deep within Uzushio, something ancient opened an eye. The dragon's forge had begun. Naruto advanced through the wreckage until he reached what had once been the burning heart of Uzushiogakure. The forge. The building was almost in ruins, broken columns, a half-collapsed roof, and Uzumaki symbols etched into the stone, worn but still proud. Naruto remained silent for a few seconds, as if listening to the echoes of ancient hammers, of artisans forging not just weapons but a legacy. Then, without a word, he set to work. With both hands, his flesh hand and the prosthetic, he cleared away broken beams, charred stones, and dust accumulated over years. His breathing was steady, controlled. Every movement was purposeful. It wasn't anger that drove him, but determination. When he cleared the center, he saw it. The Uzumaki boiler. Old, cracked, but intact. Naruto crouched down and examined the interior. The coal was ancient, dry, useless. He clicked his tongue, but then he remembered the side cabinet. He approached, forced open the rusty door, and smiled at the contents. "I knew they wouldn't let me down," he murmured. A storage scroll, marked with the clan's spiral symbol. He activated it. With a puff of smoke, high-purity natural charcoal appeared, black as night and heavy with latent chakra. Naruto carefully cleaned the forge, respecting every ventilation slot, every heat flow conduit. He wasn't improvising, he was following what he'd learned in the Dragon Forge guide. He placed the new charcoal. He took a step back. Fire release, great fireball. Reduced. He exhaled. A small but dense fireball fell into the cauldron. The charcoal ignited instantly, and the forge roared with a deep, resonant, almost living roar. The heat spread, and the ancient seals etched into the forge began to glow faintly. The Uzumaki forge had breathed again. Naruto turned to the shelves of materials. Many were empty, looted centuries ago. But not all. His eyes sharpened at what remained at the back. High-carbon black iron, he read softly. Uzumaki base alloy. The metal had a dark, heavy, dense sheen. It wasn't ordinary. It was the kind of material that responded to chakra, that could withstand complex patterns without breaking. Naruto picked up a bar and felt the vibration course through his arm. "You will be the beginning," he said. He unfurled the forging scroll in front of him. The pages turned on their own until they stopped on a specific pattern. Whirlpool pattern, channeling base. Elemental compatibility, fire, wind, unstable. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "No," he corrected. "Fire first. Wind will come later." He placed the metal on the workbench, adjusted the tongs, and took a deep breath. He wasn't creating just any weapon. He wasn't copying the past. He was restarting the Uzumaki legacy with his own hands. The fire roared even louder. Deep within Uzushio, the ancient seals reacted. The dragons felt the heat. And for the first time since the fall of the village of whirlpools. A hammer rose once more. Silence once again reigned over the forge, broken only by the crackling of the hot metal and the faint roar of the hearth. Naruto held the katana with the pliers, firm, motionless, as if his pulse knew no fatigue. The blade was no longer a mere bar of iron. It had shape, balance, purpose. When the metal reached a fiery red, almost white at the edge, Naruto counted in his mind. He didn't let himself be carried away by emotion. Elemental forging did not forgive mistakes. 1, 2, he whispered, 7. With a swift and decisive movement, he plunged the blade into the bucket of oil. FSSSSHHH. The old oil immediately sputtered. Orange flames leapt up like hungry tongues, illuminating the Uzumaki symbols etched into the walls. The heat stung his face, but Naruto didn't flinch. The ordeal had begun. The fire danced for a few seconds, not too intense, thankfully, and then slowly began to die down, leaving only thick smoke and the pungent smell of burnt metal and oil. Naruto waited. He didn't take a deep breath. He didn't move. He knew this moment would decide half the fate of the Leaf Village. Finally, he drew his katana from the bucket. The oil dripped slowly as the metal faded from red to deep black, a faint glow slithering along the edge like a serpent of light. Naruto laid the blade on the workbench and examined it with extreme care. There were no strange ripples. No visible cracks. The edge was straight. "Good," he murmured, making a fist, "you held up." But then something unexpected happened. The metal's pattern began to reveal itself. From the base to the tip, smooth, swirling lines slowly emerged, as if the steel were remembering where it came from. It wasn't a perfect pattern yet, but it was there. Alive. Naruto felt a faint vibration run through the blade. "Resonance," he whispered. Without thinking, he placed his right hand, the prosthetic one, on the still unfinished hilt and let a tiny trickle of chakra flow. Just to test it. The katana responded. The metal emitted a deep, resonant hum, like a dragon awakening from the earth. The fire in the hearth reacted, rising a little higher, and for an instant the air in the forge grew heavy. Naruto immediately withdrew his chakra. "Relax," he said softly. "Not yet." He allowed himself a small smile. He hadn't created a golden weapon. Yet. But he had achieved something equally important. He had forged a blade capable of withstanding fire. Capable of channeling chakra. And, above all, a blade worthy of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto carefully cleaned the katana, removing any traces of oil, and placed it on the cooling stand. There were still steps to come: polishing, sharpening, engraving seals, and the final decision. What element would he seal at its core? Outside the forge, the wind of Uzushio blew through the ruins, as if the village itself were silently watching. The first flame had been lit. And this time, it would not be extinguished. Naruto held the blade before him, both hands steady. He closed one eye. He breathed. And then he let his chakra flow freely. The steel responded instantly. The katana began swirling chakra like a living vortex. First, the familiar colors. Crimson red, fire. Deep cyan, water. Electric blue, lightning. Dense brown, earth. Silver gray, wind. The colors flowed down the blade like overlapping currents, colliding, separating, and rejoining without being destroyed. The forge trembled slightly, the Uzumaki seals on the walls reacting, glowing a faint red. But then, something changed. Other hues appeared. Emerald green, vibrant and strange. Deep orange, warm, ancient. The chakra no longer swirled around the blade alone. It was being absorbed. Naruto opened his eye. What? The vortex compressed abruptly. The colors collapsed one after another, like dying stars, until everything was devoured by a single hue. Absolute black. Not ordinary black. A polished emptiness, dark as obsidian, but deeper. Naruto brought the blade to his face. And shuddered. No reflection. Not his eye. Not the fire. Not the forge. The blade returned nothing. The chakra ceased to flow on its own. Silence fell heavily. Naruto understood. You are not fire, nor water, nor lightning, he murmured. You are everything, and nothing. His fingers closed decisively around the hilt. A blade that does not choose an element, he said, with a dangerous calm, but contains them all. The katana vibrated once, briefly, like a nod. Naruto exhaled slowly. Then I know. He raised the black blade toward the dim light of the forge. I will call you the elemental blade. In that instant, a black swirling symbol appeared near the base of the blade, etching itself without fire or chisel. An ancient seal, predating even the Sage of Six Paths. From afar, deep within Uzushio, something ancient awoke. And for the first time in centuries, an Uzumaki forge had given birth to a weapon not even the dragons had foreseen. The forge fell silent again. But the world was no longer the same. The salty wind of Uzushio whipped through the air as Naruto adjusted the straps of his gear. 9 years old. Just 9, and he had already outgrown any normal definition of a child. 2 katanas crossed his back. On the right, sheathed in absolute black, silent as an abyss. The elemental blade. To the left, radiating a contained heat even while sealed. The Crimson Sun Katana. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and remembered the past year. It had been a year of true forging. Not just of steel, but of body, mind, and soul. Kai gave him no respite. Neither did Nya. Fighting guardian dragons almost daily had honed his kenjutsu to an absurd level. It wasn't refined dojo technique. It was pure combat, instinct, reading the enemy, brutal adaptation. Kurama, always near, always vigilant. Not as a weapon. Not as a demon. But as a mother. She corrected his posture, scolded him when he was overconfident in his strength, and forced him to sleep when he trained until he bled. Something that in Konoha, no one had ever done. Naruto opened his sapphire blue eye, now with a faint gold ring around the iris. It's time, he said. Kai bowed his head, serious. The outside world isn't going to treat you like we do, Naruto. Naruto smiled. A calm, dangerous smile. I hope so. The world's mistake. The bandit camp had been just a minor test. Naruto wasn't looking for glory or money. He just wanted to test his limits against real enemies, humans who wanted to kill him. He went in alone. He came out alone. The problem was, no one survived to tell the tale properly. The reports were fragmented, chaotic, filled with fear. A child. No, it wasn't a child. He was using 2 katanas. The fire wouldn't go out. The wind sliced through before the steel even touched. Only one eye was visible. The corpses exhibited 3 types of overlapping damage. Clean cuts, internal burns, and elemental pressure destruction. The sensors concluded something impossible. The jutsus were amplified without any visible seals. The elemental leaf had done its work. It tripled any technique channeled through it, not through lack of control, but through perfect resonance with Naruto's Uzumaki chakra. The result was immediate. Bingo book. Confirmed threat. Rank A. Provisional alias, the shinobi with the golden eye. Description. Young individual, short stature, green clothing with gold details. Face covered by a balaclava. Only one eye visible. Extremely dangerous. Capable of wiping out entire camps without support. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi held the report with trembling hands. He read it once. Then again. Each line was a blow. No, he murmured. The descriptions didn't mention his name. But he knew it. 2 katanas. Fire that wouldn't go out. Absurd amplification of jutsu. A visible eye. And, above all, the estimated age. Naruto, he whispered, a mixture of guilt and fear in his voice. One of the Anbu spoke. Hokage-sama, shall we order a hunt? Hiruzen closed his eyes. He remembered the child he had failed. The monster he himself had helped create through his negligence. To the heir who now walked the world unchained. No, he finally said. Not yet. Because deep down, Hiruzen understood something terrifying. If Naruto Uzumaki was already listed in the bingo book as a level A threat at only 9 years old, then the day he decided to see Konoha as an enemy, no title, army, or will of fire could stop him. Somewhere in the world, Naruto advanced with Kurama at his side. His green cloak billowed. The katanas clanged softly. Where to now? Kurama asked. Naruto gazed at the horizon. To where there's someone strong enough not to break at the first cut. And he took the next step. Volume 11, Unexpected Reunion. To summarize quickly, Naruto had entered an underground base where his Kurama had found him. As they walked, they were freeing all the people imprisoned there. Among them, he saved a man with blonde hair like his own, who was unconscious but whose body bore marks of torture. Naruto realized it was Orochimaru's base, and then he ran into 2 of his most loyal followers, Jirobo and Kuromaru. Finally, he reached the end of the base where Naruto charged at him without hesitation. The air became heavy and crackling as Naruto disappeared in a golden flash, leaving only a trail of chakra that vibrated like a war drum. The snake Sannin, accustomed to absolute control of his movements, barely had time to react. He felt the space around him compress, and before he could even raise his defensive hands, Naruto appeared before him. No more warnings. Naruto roared, his sapphire eyes with the golden ring shining brightly. The elemental blade in his left hand and the Crimson Sun Katana in his right began to spin with an almost unfollowing speed. Each slash seemed to slice through not just the air, but time itself, sending waves of energy that made the snake Sannin's scales vibrate and crack under the force of the attack. Naruto wasn't just attacking with brute strength, every movement was powered by the chakra of the 5 elements resonating with the elemental blade, amplifying the speed, force, and destructive power of each strike. The Sannin tried to evade, but every retreat was calculated and neutralized by Naruto's hyper-precision, who now seemed to anticipate his enemy's every move before he could even think of it. This is impossible, the Sannin exclaimed, gasping as he dodged impossible slashes. The dragon Kurama roared from behind, unleashing a burst of chakra that engulfed the scene, creating a whirlwind of fire and wind that kept the snake Sannin trapped in an energy prison. Naruto grinned beneath his balaclava. There was no room for compassion or warnings this time. It was time to make every mistake of the past pay, and no one, not even a legendary Sannin, would stand in his way. Every move Naruto made now felt like an assault fueled by an entire era of training, a deadly dance that combined speed, strength, and strategy into a single, unstoppable flow. Naruto sheathed both katanas with a swift motion. The golden glow faded, but the pressure in the air didn't disappear, it remained, heavy, suffocating, as if the world knew something dangerous was far from over. Shadow clone technique. Only 3 clones appeared beside him, silent, with the same cold stares. Scan the base. No hostile survivors. If you see any unusual seals, memorize them. The clones nodded and vanished into the shadows of the underground complex, moving like specters trained to kill and observe. Naruto then advanced toward the mangled body of the snake Sannin. The man was barely breathing. His body was twisted unnaturally, bones broken, chakra unstable, regeneration pushed to its limits. His arrogant smile was gone, now only real fear remained. Naruto crouched slowly. Then, he took hold of the man's hair with his right hand, the prosthetic squeaking softly under pressure, and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The Sannin's face was level with his own. "Look at me," Naruto ordered in a low, icy voice. The Sannin opened his eyes with difficulty. And paled at the sight of that single eye, sapphire blue with golden veins, staring at him without any emotion. "You," he coughed blood, "you're that boy." Naruto squeezed a little harder. "That boy died," he said with absolute calm. "He died of hunger. He died of fear. He died when you played gods with broken children." Naruto's chakra began to seep in without him forcing it. Crimson fire mixed with wind, burning the Sannin's skin on contact alone. Not enough to kill him. Just enough to hurt. "Do you know why you're still alive?" Naruto asked, bowing his head. "Because I want answers." The snake Sannin smiled weakly, still in his misery. "You were always interesting, Uzumaki." Naruto slammed him against the wall, cracking it. "Don't utter that name like you have the right. How many children did you use? How many bodies did you break? How many seals did you steal from the Uzumaki clan?" The Sannin gasped, his eyes trembling. "Too many to count." Naruto was silent. For a second, Kurama manifested behind him, not physically, but his chakra shadow reflected on the walls like the silhouette of a colossal nine-tailed beast. "I'm going to do you a favor," Naruto finally said. "I'm not going to kill you now." The Sannin's eyes opened with a spark of hope, which died instantly. "I'm going to drain you." Naruto pressed his forehead against the Sannin's. "Everything you know. Seals. Labs. Allies. Betrayals." His left palm ignited with green fire, the same he had used to heal. But now inverted. "This isn't torture," he whispered. "It's extraction." The scream that followed didn't come from the Sannin's mouth, but from his mind. Meanwhile, in the base's tunnels, Naruto's clones began to uncover cages, experimental tables, forbidden scrolls. And something else. Something sealed. Something ancient. And when Naruto sensed it, he would know this place wasn't just a base. It was a buried sin. Naruto's chakra erupted. It wasn't a violent explosion. It was an implosion, an absolute collapse inward. "I swore," he muttered through gritted teeth, "that I would never use this again." But the anger had already crossed the point of no return. Naruto plunged his open hand into Orochimaru's forehead. Silent. The world shattered. There were no visible seals, no long words. The air itself seemed to sink, as if reality understood that something forbidden was happening. Orochimaru opened his mouth to scream. But no sound came out. His eyes went blank. And Naruto was pulled in. Inside Orochimaru's mind. Naruto landed on his feet on a viscous floor, made of rotten memories. The sky was a mass of burning scrolls, floating bodies, cursed symbols circling like vultures. "What a fitting place," Naruto said with disdain. The voices began immediately. Laughter. Shouts. Childish pleas. Naruto moved forward. Each step led him to a different memory. First memory. A laboratory. Children lined up against the wall. Blindfolded. Cursed seals seared into their skin. One wasn't screaming. Naruto stopped. "Why isn't he crying?" a young voice asked. Orochimaru, younger, observed the boy with clinical curiosity. "Because he's already broken," he replied. "Broken ones are the most useful." Naruto's chakra surged violently. The memory shattered. Second memory. Uzushiogakur. Ruins still smoldering. Uzumaki scrolls being ripped from corpses. "Faster," Orochimaru ordered, "before the sea takes them." Naruto felt something twist in his chest. "So, this is where you started," he whispered. The Uzumaki symbol burned in his mind. Third memory. Konoha. Hiruzen with his back turned. "I can't allow it," the third Hokage said. "That crosses a line." Orochimaru smiled. "Lines exist for those who are afraid to advance." Naruto clenched his fist. "You lied, even when they stopped you." Resistance. Suddenly, his mind trembled. A gigantic serpent emerged from the void, its golden eyes reflecting Orochimaru's. "Get out of my head, you damn kid." The creature lunged at Naruto. Naruto didn't move. His eyes glowed obsidian black. "This is my territory now." Kurama appeared behind him, colossal, furious, not as a beast, but as a mother defending her child. "Touch him, and you disappear," the fox roared. Naruto raised his hand. "Sillin doesn't seek memories. It seeks cores." The serpent shrieked. Naruto pierced its chest with his hand and grasped something invisible. Orochimaru's mind core. His entire essence. His secrets. His fears. Laboratories, Naruto said. Allies. Experiments. Forbidden seals. And, his eyes narrowed. What is that? Something ancient appeared. A memory sealed even for Orochimaru. A golden symbol. A scythe. Naruto's heart pounded. So you were looking for her too. Orochimaru screamed with genuine desperation. No, not that. That doesn't belong to you. Naruto squeezed. Nothing belonged to you. The mental world collapsed. Returning to the real world. Naruto withdrew his hand. Orochimaru fell to the ground like a corpse. He was breathing. But his gaze was broken, empty, as if his soul had been bitten out. Naruto took a step back, panting. Black blood trickled from his nose. Damn it. Kurama held him with gentle chakra. You're still you, he told her. Even though you're on the edge. Naruto looked at his hands. No, he whispered. But now I know where to strike. At that moment, one of the clones returned, dissolving at his touch. The information hit him like a hammer. Sealed cages. An ancient altar. A symbol identical to the one on his blueprints. Naruto slowly raised his head. So, this is just the beginning. His gaze hardened. And no one is going to stop me. Metal screeched as the twin shurikens of the gale spun in perfect sync. The double-sealed door, reinforced with chakra, steel, and cursed seals, swung open like wet paper. Naruto stepped inside. The smell hit him first, blood, chemicals, and corrupted chakra. The operating room was lit by cold lamps, with stained tables and surgical scrolls tacked to the walls. And then he saw her. A woman about 24 years old, crimson hair spread out like extinguished flames. Unconscious, but alive. A black iron rod pierced her left shoulder, embedded to the bone. It wasn't a simple stake, it was covered in nullifying seals, pulsing faintly. A chakra neutralizer, Naruto muttered, his anger barely contained. Classic Orochimaru. She was strapped to the gurney with sealed straps. Her body bore precise, surgical cuts, mixed with old bruises. These weren't combat wounds, they were experiments. But that wasn't what stopped Naruto. It was the sensation. A tug in his chest. An ancient echo in his blood. Naruto frowned. Why? Without thinking, he snapped the straps and caught her before she fell. She was light, too light. He gently settled her and placed his hand on her chest. The green, fiery palm ignited. It didn't burn. It didn't hurt. It was an ancient Uzumaki technique, vital diagnosis by inner flame. Chakra seeped into her body, and Naruto saw. He saw his chakra system damaged, forced, sealed again and again. He saw deep marks on his spiritual network, as if someone had tried to reprogram it. He saw a seal, incomplete. And then he felt it clearly. Uzumaki, he whispered. The green fire reacted. The black iron trembled. Naruto gritted his teeth. They did this to you because of your blood, he said softly, with icy fury. Just like they did to my clan. With extreme care, he didn't rip the metal out. He knew that doing so abruptly could kill her. Instead, he sealed the object with a swift fuinjutsu, isolating its effect. Her breathing stabilized. She was still unconscious, but she wasn't dying anymore. Naruto sat up, lifting her into his arms. At that moment, the place shook. The base was beginning to collapse. Self-destruct seals, reactive to Orochimaru's mental state, were starting to activate. Naruto didn't look back. Hold on, he murmured, more as a promise than a request. I'll get you out of here. A golden flash enveloped his body. And he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the base, in a nighttime clearing, with the sea in the distance. Kurama was already there, alert. The fox looked at her. And his eyes barely opened. Naruto, he said in a deep voice. That girl. Naruto looked down at her. The Uzumaki symbol, hidden beneath bandages, pulsed faintly. Yes, she replied. It's no coincidence. The moon illuminated her face for an instant. And for the first time. The woman frowned, as if the warmth of that familiar chakra were calling her back to life. Fate had just moved a key piece. A few hours later. The dull rumble of the explosion still echoed in the distance. Orochimaru's old base was gone, only a smoking crater, charred remains, and broken seals floating in the air like cursed ashes. Naruto appeared among the trees in a golden flash, breathing calmly, though his chakra still vibrated from the excess energy released. He had detonated level 4 blast seals, chained together with surgical precision. It wasn't an impulsive attack, it was an execution. C4. Almost C5, he murmured with a tired half-smile. Someday. He walked a few more meters to the clearing. A steady fire burned there, protected by a discreet concealment seal. One of his clones had already dissipated, leaving everything ready. Beside the fire stood the man. Approximately 24 years old, with a strong build but marked by scars. His blonde hair, kissed by the sun, was very similar to Naruto's. Too similar. He had bandages on his torso and arms, and was breathing with difficulty, but he was still alive. His eyes remained closed. Naruto didn't linger to look at him. Carefully, he approached the other side of the fire and laid the woman down on a makeshift blanket. He adjusted the bandages, reinforced the seal that neutralized the iron in her shoulder, and left his katana nearby, just in case. Kurama sat before the fire, watching silently. If either of them wakes up, Naruto said, his voice low but firm. Wake me up first. Kurama nodded slowly. I won't let my guard down, he replied. Especially not with them. Naruto sat down, leaning his back against a log. Exhaustion began to wash over him, as it always did after a large release of chakra. Before closing his eyes, he looked at them both again. The man and the woman. Same age. Same aura, fragmented. Orochimaru, he whispered. What kind of monsters were you trying to create? The fire crackled. The wind stirred the leaves. And then. The woman frowned. Her fingers trembled slightly. Kurama tensed his body immediately. A second later, the woman's crimson eyes snapped open, reflecting the fire. Her breathing became ragged. Where? She whispered, her voice breaking. Kurama didn't hesitate. Naruto, he said gravely. Wake up. Naruto opened his eye instantly, his hand already near his katana. I'm here, he replied. Relax, you're not at that base anymore. The woman tried to sit up, but pain forced her to stop. She gasped, gritting her teeth. Orochimaru, she murmured. Naruto shook his head. Not anymore. She looked at him then. Directly into his face. Her eyes locked onto his. Sapphire blue, with a faint golden tinge. Time seemed to stop. Uzumaki, she said, not knowing how she knew. Naruto remained motionless. Kurama opened his eyes in surprise. The fire crackled louder, as if recognizing something ancient. Yes, Naruto finally answered. Uzumaki Naruto. The woman swallowed. Then, she whispered. I'm not dreaming. A few feet away, the man also stirred. A low groan escaped his throat. And his eyes began to open. Fate had just brought together, around a campfire, 3 lives marked by the same sin. And none of them would ever be the same. Naruto's heart leapt violently, as if it had struck an invisible wall. He froze for a moment before that man, his sapphire blue eyes locked on his own. Memories flooded back. The face of the 4th Hokage, the man who brought him into the world only to let him suffer. His blonde hair, disheveled, as if always blowing in the wind, just like the man before him. His sapphire blue eyes, identical, like a mirror reflecting all the pain he had carried since birth. Naruto took a step back, the golden katana still in his hand trembling slightly. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the campfire, the fire reflected in those eyes, and the weight of his entire life of abandonment, anger, and betrayal concentrated in that instant. Kurama, behind him, growled softly, sensing the current of dark and profound emotions emanating from the man. A mixture of guilt, arrogance, and smug indifference, but also something Naruto hadn't expected. A familial bond. The air grew heavy. Naruto gritted his teeth, and his mind screamed. You are he. The man blinked slowly, without breaking eye contact, and a silence heavy with centuries of resentment settled between them. It was more than an encounter. It was the clash between his past and his destiny, and Naruto knew that this moment would determine how his future, or his revenge, would be forged. Naruto raised the Crimson Sun Katana, its golden blade gleaming like a rising sun, while his sapphire eyes began to burn with an inner fire that even he couldn't contain. Kurama, lying behind him, held him gently but firmly, growling. Naruto, don't be reckless. Don't let anger consume you, not here. Not now. But Naruto wouldn't listen to reason. His voice boomed like thunder above the campfire and the silence of the forest. It was you. You condemned me from the day I was born. You let me suffer, cry, lose everything and everyone. And now, you want to show up here as if nothing happened. The wind seemed to still, the fire of the campfire dancing around him. The katana emitted a more intense glow, as if it sensed Naruto's pure rage and determination. Kurama gritted his teeth, seeing that Naruto's energy was nearing its limit. The Kyuubi's chakra mingled with the katana's elemental chakra, creating a kind of red and gold aurora that illuminated the night. Naruto slammed the katana against the ground with a heart-wrenching cry, the earth trembled, and tiny sparks of chakra rose like dancing flames. You were the one who condemned me to be a broken child. But now, I decide my destiny. I will forge my own path, and no one, not even you, will stop me. The man before him, with those sapphire blue eyes that reflected centuries of secrets and guilt, said nothing. His expression was a mixture of restrained guilt and astonishment, as if he hadn't expected the child he had scorned to possess the strength of a shinobi god. The air was thick with tension, almost palpable. Naruto breathed heavily, but he didn't let go of the katana. This time, he was the one forging history, not the man who had condemned him from birth. Naruto stood still, the Crimson Sun Katana still gleaming with its golden and red aura, his breath ragged, the tension of the moment palpable in every fiber of his being. In a firm voice, laden with resentment but controlled by Kurama, he replied. I don't need you to know my name. You're not worthy of knowing it after all you put me through. The man, still taken aback by the boy's intensity and overwhelming presence, narrowed his eyes and said, trying to gauge the situation. So, you're not afraid of me? Naruto barely bowed his head, letting a thread of his fire mark glow brighter on his forehead, and his voice sounded like suppressed thunder. Afraid? You think that after everything I've been through, after everything I've accomplished, I'd be afraid of you? You were merely the obstacle that taught me to be stronger. The woman beside him, still recovering, stared with wide, unwavering eyes, surprised that someone so young could carry so much hatred, yet also such determination. Kurama, behind Naruto, watched with a low growl, both proud and alert, ready to intervene if the situation spiraled out of control. The blond man took a deep breath and, with a thread of humility tinged with guilt, finally asked. So, who are you? What am I to you, if not fear? Naruto raised his face slightly, revealing only a glimmer of his sapphire blue eye tinged with gold, and his voice was cold, like ice mixed with fire. I am the one who will make you pay. Not with words, but by making my life proof that you should never have underestimated me. The air grew thicker, the campfire crackled, and the moment was ripe for the most intense emotional confrontation Naruto had ever faced, where not only his strength, but his anger and determination would be living proof of all he had endured. Naruto froze for a moment, fury and pain battling within him. His Crimson Sun Katana remained pointed at Minato's neck, the light from the fire on his forehead mark reflecting the intensity of his rage. Kurama kept his palm firm on the hilt, conveying calm and control, reminding him that he couldn't let anger completely blind him. Kushina, tears streaming down her cheeks, hugged Minato tightly, murmuring between sobs. Minato, I thought you'd never come back. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, feeling the mix of emotions that flooded him, anger, pain, hatred, but also a glimmer of relief and confusion. The woman who had been his mother, the one he had only ever seen asleep on the sofa, was alive and standing before him, embracing the man who had been a distant and troubled figure in his life. Kurama whispered, his tone a blend of warning and advice. Not now, Naruto. Observe first. See what is real, not what your pain makes you imagine. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and, for the first time in a long time, saw the humanity in his father. Minato was exhausted, pale from the wounds and strain of their recent encounter, but he was alive, breathing, and reacting with surprise and guilt at the sight of the katana pointed at him. Naruto tightened his grip on the hilt a little more, but lowered the blade a few inches, letting his emotions flow without immediate violence. His voice, though still heavy with suppressed anger, rang out firmly. Dad, Minato Namikaze. Everything that happened, everything I suffered, I never want to forget it, but now, I want answers. Kushina looked at him with shining eyes and took hold of both his shoulders, trembling. Naruto, my son, listen to him, he suffered too, and he lost us too. Naruto swallowed hard, the fury still present, but the sight of his mother and father together made something inside him change. Kurama loosened his grip slightly, and the atmosphere became charged with tension and anticipation. The true confrontation wasn't a physical fight, but a clash of emotions and long-held truths. Naruto took a few firm steps, letting the sand swirl with each movement, his breathing heavy but controlled. Kurama lowered his hand from the hilt of the katana and watched him patiently, knowing that the young man was processing a torrent of emotions too great for any immediate explanation. Kushina let out a soft sob and looked at Minato, who was still standing there, his face serious and troubled. Both were confused and worried. The boy who had sworn to protect them, who was now a formidable warrior, had simply left them without answers or confrontation, and that hurt them more than any physical attack. Naruto walked without looking back, his hood and uniform covering almost everything, revealing only his single right eye, which glowed faintly with a golden fire. Fury, pain, and mistrust still simmered within him, but also a glimmer of control. He knew he couldn't give in to irrationality, at least not now. Kurama whispered in his ear. You did well, Naruto. You didn't attack them, yet. Now control your own storm before you let them face it. Kushina, trembling, approached Minato and murmured. Naruto, my son, we need to give him time. And perhaps explain everything to him. Minato, with a mixture of guilt and surprise, simply nodded, understanding that his son was no longer a helpless child. He was now someone capable of choosing his own path, and that any confrontation would have to be earned with confidence and patience, not force. Naruto continued on his way, disappearing into the shadows of Konoha, leaving behind the still bleeding past, but also the seed of an uncertain future. Naruto stood still before the lake, his breath creating gentle ripples that mingled with the reflection of the night sky. Only he, with his young, 9-year-old body, his single right eye shining with determination, and his right arm replaced by the prosthesis Chiyo had given him and perfected with her chakra. Every scar, every fire mark on his forehead, every muscle tense from years of training and suffering, was reflected there in the water. For a moment, he allowed himself to look beyond the surface, not just his body, but his history, his losses, his anger, and his strength concentrated in that child who had survived the impossible. Kurama floated beside him, calm, watching as Naruto absorbed every detail of his reflection. Then, without a word, he let out a deep sigh, and with a fluid movement of his right arm, he charged chakra into his feet. The surface of the lake trembled as he dived, disappearing beneath the water. Bubbles rose as the golden glow of his elemental katana and twin shurikens reflected in the moonlight. As he descended, the water pressure seemed to have no effect on him. His body was trained, his chakra protected him, and his mind was focused. Each stroke brought him closer to the bottom, where the next challenge awaited, one that would test his strength, his cunning, and his control over everything he had learned so far. The child was not just a child, he was a miniature cage, an indomitable spirit wielding golden weapons and possessing a power that even the strongest in the village would begin to fear. Naruto emerged from the water with a swift movement, his chakra dissipating from his body like vapor. Without hesitation, he summoned the golden trident of the drowned sky. The weapon appeared in his hand with a dull thud, plunging into the lake's edge. Release, he murmured, his voice thick with resentment. Chakra surged, and before him, the earth began to rise, molding itself into the form of a statue, the serene face, the billowing cloak, the blonde hair. Minato Namikaze. Naruto gritted his teeth, raising the trident, ready to shatter it with a single blow. But he stopped. The trident wouldn't quite obey. The golden blade began to glow with an overwhelming intensity, far more than before. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and Naruto felt something he knew all too well. A calling. A trail of golden chakra, pure and ancient, seeped from the weapon and sank underground, piercing rock, roots, and the deepest layers of the world. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. It can't be. His mind did the calculation instantly. Twin shurikens of the gale. Nunchaku of the chained thunder. Katana of the crimson sun. Trident of the drowned sky. 4 of the 5 elemental golden weapons. The trident vibrated powerfully, as if confirming his thoughts. Then, Naruto whispered, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. The last one is here. The ground beneath the lake began to crack, not from a jutsu, but from the resonance between the relics. Kurama appeared beside him, her eyes narrowed, more serious than ever. Naruto, she said in a deep voice. That thing down there, it's no ordinary weapon. It's the most dangerous of all. Naruto closed his eyes for a second, and opened them again with absolute determination. I know. That's why it has to be mine. He plunged the trident into the ground and channeled chakra through the 5 natures, using his body as a conduit. The golden trail intensified, forming an ancient symbol beneath the earth, a coiled dragon, its fangs bared and its eyes golden. The lake began to drain slowly, as if the world itself were clearing the way. From the depths, something responded. A pulse. Ancient. Heavy. Violent. Naruto felt the pressure crush the air from his lungs. So it was you, he said firmly. The last relic of the Uzumaki clan. The earth began to split open. And from the absolute darkness, the roar of a dragon of stone and metal echoed, heralding the awakening of the 5th golden weapon. Volume 12, to the bottom. The campfire crackled softly, casting long shadows that danced among the trees. The silence was heavy, not uncomfortable. Heavy. Naruto sat before the fire, his gaze fixed on the flames, though his eyes kept drifting to the blonde man on the other side. Too similar. The same height. The same eye color. The same presence. Only without the whiskers. And without the weight of everything Naruto had carried alone. Kurama, in his human form, rested both hands firmly and warmly on Naruto's shoulders. He said nothing. There was no need. His chakra flowed slowly, steadily, like a heartbeat that kept him anchored to the present. Naruto exhaled deeply. Without looking directly at either of them, he reached out and released a storage seal. 2 bundles of cloth fell onto a flat rock in front of the fire. "Take them," he said finally, his voice controlled, cold but not hostile. Minato and Kushina looked at the uniforms. The first was crimson red, with gold details that resembled stylized flames traversing the shoulders and chest. The fabric was durable, lightweight, clearly made for high-speed combat. The second was deep blue, with silver lines reminiscent of lightning fracturing the sky, the design intended for mobility and electrical resistance. Both included hoods and balaclavas, designed to completely conceal the face. Naruto continued, without looking up. "I'm not going to say their names. I don't want to know if they accept or not. I just want them to understand something." The fire reflected in his single eye, now with a faint golden tinge. "I'm already in the bingo book. Rank A, and rising. If the other villages find out who I really am, they won't hunt me down. They'll try to recruit me. Or destroy everything around me to force me." Kurama gently squeezed his shoulders, a sign of support. If the world finds out that the red-hot habanero and the yellow flash are alive, Naruto finally looked up, his eyes meeting Minato's. "And that they're also on the side of the Golden Master, then my enemies will think twice before making a single move." Kushina pressed her lips together, holding back her emotion. Minato looked down at the uniforms, understanding the true weight of what Naruto was doing. It wasn't an invitation. It wasn't an apology. It was a strategy. And, perhaps, the first bridge. "I'm not asking you to be my parents," Naruto added, with brutal honesty. "That's not how you win. But if you're going to stay close to me, you'll do so on my terms." He stood up, adjusting his clothes, the fire illuminating the prosthetic on his right arm. "From today onward, as far as the world is concerned, you are dead." He turned his back on the fire and took a few steps, pausing only for a moment. "Tomorrow we descend. To the bottom. Beneath the earth. Beneath the secrets. Beneath the lies of the past." Kurama smiled slightly. Minato clenched his fist with determination. Kushina grasped the red uniform, trembling, but resolute. And deep within the world, the fifth golden weapon responded with a grave pulse, as if approving of the decision. The descent had just begun. The earth opened before them like a wound in the world. A vast ravine, so wide that the other end was lost in mist, and so deep that it seemed to swallow light itself. The walls descended in uneven layers of ancient rock, some glazed, others covered in cracks that glowed faintly, as if ancient chakra still breathed down there. Naruto approached the edge. The wind that rose from the depths was cold and heavy, laden with a metallic, salty scent, like an ocean trapped underground. He crouched and sharpened his single eye, pushing his vision to its limit. Nothing. Only absolute darkness. No reflection. No echo. No visible bottom. "It's too deep," he murmured. Kurama frowned, sensing something more than mere emptiness. "It's not just depth," he said softly. "There's a pressure field, ancient chakra. If you go down there unprepared, your lungs will collapse before you're halfway down." Minato stepped forward, observing the crevice with an uncharacteristic seriousness. "This isn't a natural fault," he stated. "The layers are cut with too much precision. As if something forcibly split the earth." Kushina closed her eyes for a moment, placing a hand on her chest. "And it's sealed," she added. "Not with an ordinary fuinjutsu. It's a containment seal, not a blocking one. As if whatever is below wants to rise." Naruto clenched his jaw. The golden trident, sealed in his back, vibrated. Not violently. Insistently. "The final weapon is down there," he said with certainty. "I can feel it." He stood up and took another step closer to the edge. A small fragment of rock broke off and fell. There was no sound of impact. 3, 4, 5 seconds passed. Nothing. "There's not even an echo," Kushina whispered, uneasy. Kurama placed a hand in front of Naruto, stopping him. "If you go down like that, even you would die," he said frankly. "There isn't enough oxygen, and the chakra of the abyss devours the internal flow." Naruto closed his eye for a moment, breathing slowly. He thought. He calculated. He smiled slightly. Then I won't go down as a human. He opened the seals on his pants and released the twin shurikens of the gale. The golden blades whirled around him, slicing through the air with a deep whine. Then, he touched the trident. If this crevice tries to kill me, he said with dangerous calm, I'll have to make the descent my own. Minato looked at him intently. What are you planning? Naruto glanced up at the sky, then back down at the abyss. Create a downward current of constant wind, seal oxygen in chakra capsules, and use the trident as a gravitational anchor. I won't fall. I'll descend. Kurama watched him silently, and then smiled proudly. You're becoming less and less like a child, he said. Quote. And more like a conscious calamity. Naruto took a step back, preparing himself. Stay here, he ordered. Quote. If something tries to get out, it won't be a test. The wind began to swirl around them. The golden weapons responded. And from the depths of the ravine, something ancient opened its eyes. The rope creaked softly with every meter they descended. The harness tightened and loosened in a steady, metallic, almost hypnotic rhythm. Naruto was in front, lower than anyone else, guiding the descent with cold precision. Above him, Minato. Then Kushina. At the very top, like an unmoving pillar, Kurama, anchored to the rock with enough strength to hold them all if anything went wrong. When Kushina's foot slipped, the world seemed to stop. A fragment of stone broke off and fell. 1, 2, 3 seconds. Nothing. No thud. No echo. No vibration. Only absolute silence devouring everything. Kushina held her breath. Kurama instinctively tightened the rope, his muscles tensing like raw steel. I'm holding firm, Kushina said, forcing calm. Naruto didn't look back. But his hand closed tighter around the rope. They continued descending. The air grew thicker, as if each breath took a little more effort. The light above was now just a pale thread. Below, nothing, only darkness. It was then that Minato spoke, his voice softer than usual. Naruto, he hesitated. How much has Konoha changed? Since Kushina and I were kidnapped. The rope tightened again. Naruto remained silent. It wasn't an awkward silence. It was a heavy one. Laden with unspoken words. They descended a few more meters before he finally spoke. From bad to worse. Minato closed his eyes for a moment, but didn't interrupt. The Hokage's advisors turned out to be traitors, Naruto continued, his voice flat. They orchestrated a coup in the shadows. They manipulated the village. They manipulated fear. He gritted his teeth. And he took a deep breath. I lost an arm. And an eye. The rope trembled. What? Kushina whispered, her voice breaking. Naruto didn't stop. It was when I was 5. He stated the detail as if speaking of another life. The village decided I was a monster. They beat me. They left me to die. Kurama closed his eyes above, his grip becoming even tighter. But I didn't die, Naruto continued. I was saved by a summoning that everyone thought was forgotten. Quote. Minato frowned. A summoning. Naruto nodded, though no one could see him. A dragon. The guardian dragon of fire. The name seemed to vibrate in the crevice. Protector of one of the 5 golden weapons. The silence that followed was different. Not empty. Reverent. Kushina gripped the rope tightly, tears streaming down her face, unstoppable. Naruto, she whispered, No, he interrupted, his voice gentle yet firm. We didn't come down here for that. Farther down, something gleamed. A dull, golden, deep flash. Like a heartbeat buried deep in the earth. Naruto felt it in his bones. We're close, he said. And from the bottom of the crevice, the earth responded. Naruto gripped the golden trident with both hands. The weapon vibrated, recognizing him. No hand seals. No hesitation. Suiten, water dragon. The trident roared. From nowhere, water erupted with impossible violence, condensing into a colossal dragon of liquid scales and glowing eyes. The watery roar filled the crevice as the dragon lunged toward the stone spikes that jutted from the walls like living spears. The impact was brutal. The pressure of the water pulverized the rocks, reducing them to gravel before they could even touch him. The shockwave rippled through the chasm, rattling the ropes and tearing away more fragments of stone that tumbled silently into the abyss. The dragon dissipated in a fine rain that didn't quite reach them. What was that? Minato murmured, surprised. It wasn't just a simple jutsu. Naruto looked up, his single eye gleaming with a golden light. Cole, he said, the guardian of Earth. Kurama frowned from above. So he's finally awake. The chasm trembled. A deep sound, like rock scraping against rock, echoed from the bottom. The walls began to move slowly, as if the earth itself were breathing. He didn't like our conversation, Naruto added with dangerous calm. Or me taking the trident. Below, in the darkness, two amber eyes opened. And the earth answered its king. The brown dragon with silver streaks rose with impossible speed, its claws digging into the rock like living blades. Each swipe of its tail shook the crevice and sent small rocks flying like shrapnel. Naruto reacted instantly. He sealed the golden trident to clear space, and with a swift movement, he drew the nunchucks from the chained thunder, combined them with ninja wire, and, using his harness, threw them toward the opposite wall, creating an improvised foothold. Hold on tight, he shouted. Kurama, jump. The dragon rose as if nothing could stop it, every muscle taut, every claw seeking to shatter the rock beneath them. Kurama, in his imposing Kyuubi form, spotted the three humans and leapt with feline agility, using the momentum of his harness and nunchucks to fearlessly scale the wall, while Kushina and Minato looked on in amazement. A dragon that climbs? Minato asked, puzzled. He has a disability in his wings, Naruto replied calmly. He can't fly, so he's more of a mountaineering dragon than an ordinary one. His climbing speed is breathtaking, like lightning. The dragon continued to draw closer, and every passing second made the crevice vibrate like a war drum. Naruto adjusted his nunchucks and harness, preparing for the next move. The encounter with Cole was inevitable, and this time, the strength of a 9-year-old boy would be pitted against an ancient dragon. Perfect, let's set up the whole scene with intense dialogue, tension, and action as Naruto descends toward the earthquake sickle. Naruto fixed his gaze on the golden glow shining from the back of the cave. The earthquake sickle, the fifth golden weapon, was embedded in the base of its pedestal, waiting to be taken. His heart pounded, and he didn't hesitate for a second. Kushina, Minato, Naruto shouted, drawing a kunai and aiming it at the harness that bound them together. I'm going to cut it. Minato frowned, his voice filled with alarm. Naruto, wait, what the hell are you doing? You can't. It's the right thing to do. Naruto interrupted, his gaze cold and determined. I can't let anything stop me now. With a swift movement, he sliced the harness with the kunai. Kushina and Minato screamed as they felt the separation, while Kurama instinctively jumped to break their fall. Naruto, Kushina exclaimed, fear in her voice. Watch out. Don't worry, Mom, Naruto shouted, I can handle this. And before they could react, Naruto plummeted to the bottom of the cave, extending his Crimson Sun Katana in his right hand and the elemental blade in his left. The energy of both weapons began to glow, and a trail of fire and lightning surrounded them as he executed his most powerful technique. Solar Style, Lightning Waltz. His foot touched the vertical wall, and like a human projectile, Naruto shot to the bottom, leaving a luminous trail of fire and electricity that illuminated the entire cave. Minato and Kushina watched from above, their eyes wide with awe and fear. That kid, Minato whispered in disbelief. He has the power of a cage. Naruto, be careful, Kushina cried, clinging to the edge of the crevice. I don't want to lose you again. As he fell, Naruto maintained his focus. Each flash of the technique illuminated his path, and he could feel Kurama's chakra surrounding him, helping him maintain his balance even as he descended at impossible speed. Kurama, have him back me up if anything goes wrong, Naruto commanded. Always, Kurama replied, his voice echoing within Naruto's mind. I won't let anything happen to you. Naruto, almost reaching the pedestal, saw the glint of the scythe seem to call to him, as if it recognized the wielder who could wield it. There you are, Naruto shouted with determination. The fifth golden weapon, I will find you and bring you back. His right hand moved toward the earthquake scythe, the elemental chakra currents from his katanas and Kurama's aura enveloping him, preparing for the moment to seize it and turn the situation into an absolute triumph. Perfect, I continue the scene with dialogue, colossal tension, and mythical weight, maintaining the dark and epic tone you've been building. Minato, Kushina, and Kurama watched from the top of the crevice as Naruto descended, enveloped in fire and lightning. The echo of his technique still vibrated off the walls. When something changed. A monstrous weight pierced the air. The pressure was so dense that the air itself seemed to compress. Minato felt a knot in his chest. Kushina brought a hand to her mouth. That presence, Kushina whispered. Kurama narrowed his eyes, more serious than ever. That is no mere guardian. The mass landed right behind Naruto, raising a wave of dust and rock fragments that rippled through the cave like a silent roar. Naruto spun around at once, weapons at the ready, chakra burning. Show yourself, he said firmly. Then, a deep laugh emerged from the cloud of dust. Hey, hee hee hee. The laughter transformed into a deep, ancient laugh that made the walls vibrate. When the dust settled, Naruto saw it in full. A colossal dragon with brown scales streaked with silver, its eyes slanted and razor-sharp. Two wings spread from its back, one large and powerful, the other smaller and misshapen. Its long tail ended in a point as sharp as a spear. "So," the creature said, tilting its head, "you finally came down here." Naruto gripped the hilt of the Crimson Sun Katana. "Cole." The dragon grinned, bearing fangs like stone pillars. "The one and only. Guardian of the earth. Protector of the earthquake side." Cole settled himself, resting a claw on the ground. "Relax, golden boy. I didn't come to kill you." Naruto didn't lower his guard. "I don't trust dragons who laugh as they fall like meteors." Cole laughed again, just what I expected from someone who already possesses 4 of the 5 golden weapons. The dragon's eyes flashed. "And make no mistake, the descent was the first test. As you fell, I attacked you. Traps, pressure, the fall, fear." Cole lowered his snout. "You passed it." Above, Minato frowned. "Test." Kurama growled. "That dragon is toying with him." Cole continued, "So I propose something simple, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah. Try lifting the scythe," Cole said, pointing at the pedestal. "If you can do it, I'll let you go without any trouble." Naruto felt a chill. "And if you can't?" The dragon's grin widened. "No one who has failed walked away. Some were expelled, others fell, and the weakest." His eyes narrowed. "The snakes took care of them." Naruto took a step forward. "Then this is the trap." Cole didn't deny it. The earthquake scythe isn't just a weapon. It's absolute weight. No one has managed to knock it off its pedestal. Naruto stopped in front of it. The scythe gleamed with a deep, almost living gold. The air around him vibrated, as if the earth itself were breathing. Kurama spoke within his mind, "That thing. It doesn't measure muscle. It measures willpower." Naruto placed a hand on the handle. "Perfect," he whispered. "Because willpower is the one thing I've never lacked." He squeezed. Nothing. The cave trembled slightly. Cole watched, curious. "Come on, use all your strength." Naruto growled, activating his chakra. Fire, lightning, golden energy coursed through his body. GH. The earth began to creak. Above, Kushina cried out, "Naruto, stop." The cave. Minato felt the ground vibrate beneath his feet. "This can be felt for miles." Naruto roared, through gritted teeth, "I wasn't born to let go of anything." With a sharp crack, the scythe burst from its pedestal. The impact was brutal. A massive tremor rippled through the cave, then the ground. Then the world. Elemental nations felt it. Smaller villages shuddered. It wasn't destructive, but it was unmistakable. The earth recognized its new wielder. Dust settled slowly. Naruto stood panting, holding the earthquake scythe. Cole remained silent for a few seconds, and then bowed his head. "HMPH, he smiled. "So it was you." Naruto looked up, resolute. Test passed, Golden Master. Volume 13, The True Awakening. Uzushiogakure, Dragon Forge. The heat of the forge illuminated the ancient walls of Uzushiogakure. Sealed runes glowed faintly, breathing alongside the pulse of the place. It wasn't a village. It was a sanctuary, a zone of work, creation, and war. Minato watched in silence. Kushina, on the other hand, couldn't tear her gaze away. "I never imagined," he murmured, "that this place would be your base." Naruto didn't answer right away. He was adjusting seals on the wall, as if words weighed more than metal. "It's not a base," he said finally. "It's where I work." Kushina clenched her fists. "And your friends?" she asked carefully. "The girls from Konoha." Naruto froze. Just for a few seconds. But it was enough for Kurama to lower his head. Naruto exhaled deeply. "The clan leaders," he began, "wanted to adopt me." Kushina's eyes widened. What?" Minato frowned. "Who?" "Hyuga, Nara." Even in Izuka, Naruto answered in a neutral voice. That senile old man Hiruzen was going to agree. Kushina felt a lump in her throat. "Then, why?" Naruto turned away. His one eye shone, not with anger, but with utter disappointment. "Because they got in the way." The silence fell heavily. "The advisors," he continued, "said the village needed balance." He made air quotes, almost mockingly. That it wasn't right for the Jinchuriki to grow up in an influential family. That it could destabilize Konoha. Minato gritted his teeth. "Damn them. And look at them now," Naruto said coldly. "They lost their Jinchuriki's loyalty. They lost their greatest weapon. And their greatest opportunity." Kushina took a step toward him. "Naruto, son." Naruto raised a hand. "I'm not finished." He walked to a window carved into the rock, overlooking a dense, dark forest. I distanced myself from Konoha. His voice didn't tremble. I marked that forest as a red zone. Anyone who enters doesn't leave. Minato felt a chill. You did that alone. Naruto nodded. Seals, traps, guardians. Nature itself obeys me there. Kurama spoke gravely. That forest doesn't protect Naruto. Naruto is the one who protects the forest. Kushina placed a hand on her chest. All this, because of political decisions. Naruto turned to face them. No, he corrected. This happened because they chose fear over family. A long silence fell. Minato lowered his gaze. I failed, as Hokage. Naruto looked at him, not with hatred, nor with forgiveness. You failed, he said. But I'm not here to judge you today. Kushina raised her head. Then, why did you bring us here? Naruto walked toward the central forge. The earthquake side lay embedded in the ground, vibrating gently. Because something awoke, he replied. And I'm not just talking about the weapon. The air grew heavy. The runes glowed more intensely. Kurama opened his eyes, alert. Naruto, your chakra. The boy closed his eye. The forge roared. Golden fire, silver lightning, cutting wind, and colossal earth pressure erupted simultaneously. Naruto opened his eye. The true awakening began today. The scythe vibrated in response. And Uzushiogakure, he added, will be feared once more. Minato and Kushina understood something in that instant. Their son was no longer a lost child. He was a force the world was only beginning to comprehend. The forge grew calm again. The runes gradually faded, as if the place had accepted its master's awakening. Naruto turned, crossing his arms. I have a little trip planned, he said matter-of-factly. Kushina blinked. A trip. Minato frowned. Where to? Naruto looked up. To Kiri. The name hit him like a ton of bricks. The leader of the rebellion, he continued, Meiturumi, wants my help to defeat Yagura Karataki, the fourth Mizukage. Kurama growled softly. That man doesn't rule anymore. He hunts. Naruto nodded. Yagura is killing bloodline users for no real reason, he said coldly. He says they're monsters, that sooner or later they'll rebel against their villages. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. Is he exterminating them? Yes, Naruto replied. Children, adults, entire clans. He makes an example of them. Or turns them into corpses. Minato clenched his fists. That's insane, even for Kiri. Naruto tilted his head. It's not insane. It's control through terror. Kurama spoke up. And he's not doing it alone. There's something else pulling the strings. Naruto glanced at Kurama for a second. I know. Kushina stepped forward. Naruto, why you? Why go to a 9-year-old? Naruto smiled slightly. It wasn't a cheerful smile. Because Mei isn't looking for a shinobi, he replied. Quote. She's looking for a symbol. Minato studied him closely. A symbol? Of what? That fear can be broken, Naruto said. Quote. That even a Mizukage can fall. That someone who was once called a monster can choose whom to protect. Silence fell again. Kushina swallowed. And what would you gain? Naruto didn't hesitate. Information. He raised a finger. Contacts. Real-world experience against an active cage. And something more important. His eyes hardened. Saving people like me. Kurama placed a massive hand on his shoulder. This journey isn't for Kiri. It's for Naruto. Minato took a deep breath. If you interfere, Konoha will know. Naruto glared at him. Let them know. Then he added, his voice calm but dangerous. Let every village know. Kushina felt a chill. And what if Yagura refuses to fall? Naruto turned slowly toward the earthquake sickle, which trembled at his gaze. Then Kiri will learn, he said. Why blood carriers aren't hunted. Or the children of the Uzumaki clan. The wind swept through the forge. Minato understood something terrifying. You're not going as a mercenary. Naruto nodded. I'm going as the Golden Master. Kurama grinned, fangs showing. In his judgment. Land of water. The fog was thick, almost alive. It crept between the trees, clung to skin, and muffled sounds, but couldn't silence the rumors. In clandestine ports, in coastal villages, in hidden passages through mangroves, the murmur was the same. The Golden Master is coming. They say he's going to the Kiri Civil War. He's not coming alone. No one knew who his companions were, but everyone was talking about them. 4 figures moved along the rocky shore, walking unhurriedly on the water, not hiding, as if the sea itself recognized them. The boy led the way. Small in stature. A presence impossible to ignore. Leaf green shinobi uniform with gold details. Gold shoulder pads that weren't merely ornamental, but symbolic. A green hood and balaclava concealed his entire face. Except for a single right eye, sapphire blue, with golden glimmers that shone even in the mist. Behind him, 3 figures. The first appeared to be a woman. Amber and red clothing, embroidered with fox claws and slash marks. Reinforced shoulder pads. Balaclava and hood. On her chest, clear as a challenge, the kanji for fox. Her eyes, sharp, alert, ancient. The second figure was tall and upright. Blue and silver uniform, details of lightning bolts running through the fabric. Silver shoulder pads. Blue hood. Only her sapphire blue eyes were visible, identical to the boy's, but filled with guilt and restraint. The third appeared to be another woman. Red and gold uniform, details of fire etched like burning veins. Gold shoulder pads. Red hood. Balaclava. Her violet eyes shone with contained emotion, repressed anger, and something more. Fear of losing him again. Anyone who observed them knew one thing. They weren't leaders. They were bodyguards. And that was the most terrifying thing. Naruto stopped at the edge of a moss-covered cliff. Below, the sea lapped gently, but the current formed a strange, unnatural pattern. Kurama spoke softly, just for them. Here. Naruto nodded. The barrier is sensory, he said. Well made, by Kiri standards. Minato looked around, alert. They're watching us. Since we set foot on the shore, Naruto replied without turning around. 5 snipers, 2 sensors, an advanced mist user. Kushina pressed her lips together. And why aren't they attacking? Naruto took a step forward, and golden chakra rippled across the ground like a gentle wave. Because I didn't come hiding. The mist stirred. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest, followed by 3 others. All armed, all tense, all clearly outmatched, and they knew it. The one in front swallowed. Golden Master, he said. The leader Mai Terumi is expecting you. Naruto looked at him. There was no hostility. No smile. Only judgment. Then let's not keep her waiting. The rebel activated a seal. The sea before them parted into a curtain of water, revealing a tunnel hidden beneath the mist, reinforced with seals and barriers. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. An underwater entrance. Naruto moved forward without hesitation. Yagura rules with fear, he said as they walked. Mai rules with hope. Kurama added, and today. They will both learn which weighs more. As the tunnel closed behind them, one of the rebels whispered, trembling. Is that child, really? Another replied softly, no. That's not a child. And deep within the land of water, the Kiri civil war had just taken a turn. Rebellion base, leader's office. The place wasn't luxurious. It was functional. Maps pinned to the walls, dried bloodstains marked the floor, open scrolls displayed sea routes, coastal fortresses, and the positions of ninja hunters loyal to Yagura. The air smelled damp, already war. Mai Terumi leaned over the central table, pointing a short dagger at enemy movements. If Yagura moves this force from the Black Reef Fortress, he'll cut off our access to the north, she muttered to herself. Then she felt it. Not hostile chakra. Pressure. She looked up. 4 figures stood inside her office. They hadn't forced their way in. They hadn't made a sound. They were simply there. Mai's eyes sharpened instantly. She straightened up, and with a simple gesture of her hand, activated a seal on the floor. You may leave, she said firmly, without taking her eyes off the boy in front of her. Leave us alone. From the shadows of the ceiling, walls, and floor, at least 8 figures dematerialized. Hidden guards, sensors, Hunter Nin. The door closed by itself. Silence. 5 remained. Mai placed both hands on the table and studied the group carefully. First the boy. Green and gold uniform. Gold epaulettes. Lowered hood. Balaclava. Only one eye visible, sapphire blue, with a gleam that didn't belong to any child. Then the other 3. The amber woman with fox markings. The blue man with lightning bolts and a heavy gaze. The red woman with violet eyes. Tense, protective. Mai exhaled slowly. So, she said finally, you're the Golden Master. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He took a step forward. The ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself recognized him. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. I'm here because you asked for help. And because Yagura crossed a line he shouldn't have. Mai raised an eyebrow. Direct. I like it. She circled the table, but kept her distance. Not fear, calculated respect. And tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, she continued, why should I trust a kid who's already an A- rank in the bingo book? And who comes accompanied by shadows that conceal his identity? Kurama stepped forward. Because we didn't come here to ask you for anything. Kushina spoke next, her voice restrained but firm. And because what Yagura is doing isn't governance. Minato added, gravely, it's extermination. Mei narrowed her eyes. Bloodline users, children, entire families, she said softly. Quote. He calls them future threats. Naruto clenched his fist. He calls them monsters, he corrected. Quote. Just like Konoha called me. The temperature in the room shifted. Mei looked at him intently. So you understand why I want to overthrow him? Naruto nodded. And you understand why I didn't come here as a mercenary. Mei took a scroll and spread it on the table. It showed Yagura's central stronghold, surrounded by artificial lakes and barriers of bloody mist. This is his lair, she said. Quote. No one has ever gone in and come out alive. Naruto studied the map, and then looked up. That's because everyone went in scared. Mei felt a chill run down her spine. What's your plan? He asked. Naruto turned his head slightly toward his companions. It's not a plan. His sapphire eye flashed with golden intensity. It's a strategic execution. Silence. Mei smiled. Not a kind smile. A dangerous smile. Then, Golden Master, she said. Welcome to the Kiri Civil War. A few hours later. The forest near the rebel base was devastated. Trees snapped as if uprooted by internal earthquakes. The ground split into deep, still smoldering fissures. The air thick with ozone, ash, and iron. Of the 1,000 shinobi sent by Yagura, fewer than 100 fled in terror. No one understood what had happened. They only knew what they had seen. 4 figures stood among the bodies. The first, in front. Green and gold uniform. Hood pulled down. Balaclava. A single sapphire blue eye that now shone like liquid gold. In each hand, a golden shuriken. The metal vibrated, as if it still had hunger. Naruto. The second one advanced to his right. Blue and silver uniform. Lightning bolts coursed through a golden nunchaku, connected by a chain that crackled with living thunder. Minato spun the weapon once more. The last enemy he had touched simply vanished, reduced to a white flash. Enemy retreat confirmed, he said calmly. But they will not regroup. To the left, the third figure. Red. Gold. A crimson solar katana still burned gently. Every cut Kushina had made didn't bleed. The wounds were cauterized, burned to the core. Some bodies were still steaming, with frozen expressions of terror. They didn't scream, she said softly. Quote. They didn't even have time. Behind them, the true end. A gigantic shadow moved. A golden scythe, as large as its wielder, lay planted in the ground. Kurama. When the blade struck the earth responded. Cracks opened like maws. Shinobi were swallowed, crushed, buried alive. Not water. Not barriers. Not defensive techniques. The scythe of earthquakes did not negotiate. A group of Kiri shinobi, wounded and terrified, crawled away. One of them looked back, and saw the boy in green raise his hand. Naruto didn't throw the shuriken. He closed them. The ground behind the fugitives sealed itself, blocking their path, not to kill them. Go, Naruto said, his voice echoing across the field. Quote. And tell Yagura something very clear. The men stopped, trembling. Naruto stepped forward. That the monsters he created are now hunting him. He released the shuriken. He didn't throw them. They simply vanished in a golden flash. Minato surveyed the battlefield. 1,000 shinobi, neutralized in minutes, he muttered. This is no longer a civil war. Kushina clenched her fist. This is a hunt. Kurama rested the scythe on his shoulder and looked at Naruto. Yagura already knows, he said. Quote. He felt the scythe. He felt the tremor. Naruto closed his one eye for a second. And when he opened it, the golden glow intensified. Then let him prepare his throne, he replied. The wind swept away the blood-tinged mist. Because I'm going to take him down. Naruto kept advancing. He didn't run. He didn't rush. Every step he took on the destroyed ground made the earth crunch, as if the ground itself recognized him. Then. Clang. 2 serrated blades crashed down on him from either side, crossing at the level of his neck. It was Kiba. The legendary twin blades. The impact raised a shockwave that made the air vibrate. Naruto didn't even flinch. With a swift flick of his wrist, he raised both golden shuriken and crossed them. Clink, crrrraang. The kibas were blocked. Blue sparks flew across the field as the lightning from the swords bit into the golden metal. But it didn't pierce through. On the contrary. The lightning chakra began to deflect, absorbed and redistributed by the golden weapon's internal network. The mist swordsman's eyes widened in genuine surprise. What? He snarled. My kibas. Stopped by shuriken. Naruto barely turned his head, his single blue gold eye fixed on him. They're not ordinary shuriken, he replied coldly. They're relics. The swordsman pushed harder, unleashing a burst of lightning that would have sliced any jonin in two. Naruto smirked. He dug his heels into the ground. And spun. The shuriken rotated on their axes, golden chakra swirling around them like a vortex. The lightning bolt was severed, diverted skyward in the form of two blue columns. The swordsman was flung back several meters, scraping furrows in the ground before coming to a stop on his knees. Impossible, he muttered. Those weapons. What the hell are you? Naruto took a step toward him. Behind him, Minato had already moved, vanishing in a flash of blue to intercept other swordsmen. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Kushina advanced with the solar katana engulfed in crimson fire, slicing through the mist itself. Kurama planted the earthquake scythe on the ground. The field trembled. Naruto lowered his shuriken, but didn't attack yet. Tell me something, he said to Kiba's wielder. How many times have you obeyed orders you knew were wrong? The swordsman gritted his teeth. In the mist, obedience is survival. Naruto raised his shuriken again. Then you'll learn something else today. The golden metal shone with the intensity of the sun. Resisting was also a sign of resistance. The mist began to swirl violently. Naruto observed him silently for a few seconds. It wasn't a look of hatred. It was recognition. The pieces fell into place. The profile of his face, his rigid posture, the way he clenched his jaw when he felt he was losing control of the fight. A name appeared in his mind, etched like old ink in the bingo book. Raiga, Kurosaki, he finally said. The swordsman's eyes opened abruptly. What? Naruto tilted his head slightly, almost indifferently. Kiba's wielder. Deserter. Class A. Obsessed with lightning power. The golden shuriken spun slowly in his hands, whirring with a low tone, as if responding to his chakra. Though, he added, I prefer another name. Raiga frowned. Oh yeah. Naruto looked up, his single eye glowing with a more intense golden hue. Spark blades. Silence. Then, a harsh laugh erupted from Raiga. You have the nerve to mock Kiba, brat. Naruto shook his head. It's not mockery. It's a comparison. He turned his neck slightly, his eyes gesturing toward his blue-clad companion, who advanced with a calm stride, the chain thunder nunchaku emitting deep, dense, controlled electrical pulses. The air around him vibrated, but didn't explode. That, Naruto continued, is true lightning. Channeled. Chained. Obedient. He looked again at Kiba, whose blades crackled erratically, almost nervously. Yours is noise. Flashes without direction. Electricity screaming because it doesn't know where to go. Raiga gripped the hilts of his swords. The lightning intensified, forming violent arcs that scorched the ground. Shut up, he roared. Kiba, they've killed hundreds. Naruto took a step forward. The ground crunched beneath his footsteps. And yet, he said softly. You're no match for the one who walks beside me. The blue-clad shinobi stopped a few feet away, raised his nunchaku, and the lightning condensed, forming clean, almost elegant lines, like a living net. Raiga felt something new. Not fear. Inferiority. Naruto raised both shuriken, crossing them in front of his chest. Raiga Kurosaki, he declared. This war isn't for you. The golden glow intensified. Surrender. Or learn why legendary weapons recognize hierarchies. The mist parted in concentric circles. Lightning from the sky responded. And the battlefield held its breath. The golden shuriken shot backward, before Naruto could even turn his head. Clang. Crash. The impact was brutal. A gigantic sword, covered in scales as rough as sharkskin, stopped inches from his back. The shuriken's golden metal screeched, but it didn't budge. The ground cracked under the pressure. Naruto spun around slowly. The mist parted just enough to reveal a massive, bluish silhouette with a sharp grin and predatory eyes. Samahata throbbed with hunger. Naruto grinned beneath his balaclava. A dangerous grin. Well, he said, his tone almost amused. If it isn't the tailless Biju. Kisame Hoshigaki let out a deep laugh, bracing Samahata's weight against the shuriken, testing it. He replied. What a curious nickname for a kid. Samahata attempted to absorb chakra. Nothing happened. Not a trace. The sword repelled the contact. Kisame raised an eyebrow. Oh, interesting. Naruto withdrew the shuriken with a sharp jerk and twirled it in his hand. I have a problem for you, he continued. My weapons don't feed on ordinary chakra. The golden glow intensified. They feed on willpower. Behind Naruto, the blue-headed shinobi stepped forward. The nunchaku of the chain thunder roared, causing the water on the ground to begin levitating through ionization. The red kunoichi adjusted her grip on the golden katana, the heat warped the air. And the figure in the background. The golden scythe barely sank into the earth, causing micro-tremors. Kisame whistled, genuinely impressed. 4 monsters, he said. And one of them is just a kid. Naruto tilted his head. No. I'm the problem. Raiga, still to one side, gritted his teeth. Kisame. Don't get cocky, that kid. Naruto raised his hand. The air compressed. Stay out of it, he said without looking at him. This is shark-infested. His golden shuriken floated around him, spinning like satellites. Kisame Hoshigaki, he continued. Wielder of Samahata. Member of the Bloody Mist. Tailed Beast Hunter. Naruto's golden eye flashed brightly. Tell me something. What does it feel like to be called a monster? A pulse of dark chakra rippled through the air. When you're facing someone who chose to be one. Samahata trembled. Not from hunger. From instinct. Kisami's smile widened. He. I like you, kid. He tightened his grip on his sword. Let's see. If you bleed like everyone else. Naruto lowered his center of gravity. Try it. The mist exploded. The water rose like a raging ocean. And 2 predators, without tails or chains, lunged at each other. Naruto crossed both golden shuriken in front of his chest. The wind shifted. It wasn't a gust. It was silence. The wind chakra compressed until it became invisible, so dense that the air around it warped. The blades of wind didn't spin, they sliced through reality. Naruto's single eye glowed like liquid gold. Wind release, he whispered. Jin Senpu. The shuriken vanished. They didn't fly. They existed elsewhere. Kisame barely had time to open his eyes. What? The impact came before the sound. Shrak. A perfect X was drawn in the air in front of Kisame. The mist was torn into layers, the water on the ground rose and was pulverized, and Samahata shrieked like a wounded animal. Kisami's body was flung hundreds of meters, through trees, rocks, and an entire hill, before crashing into the dry bed of a river. The cut didn't bleed. Not because it wasn't deep. But because the wind had instantly sealed the wounds with extreme pressure. Raiga froze. It's not possible. Samahata fell from Kisami's hands, digging into the ground and writhing, refusing to return to its owner. Naruto was already there. He didn't walk. The ground gave way beneath his feet as he appeared before Kisame, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him as if he weighed nothing. That attack, he said calmly, wasn't meant to kill you. He looked him in the eyes. It was to test your limits. He tightened his grip a little more. The water around them began to vibrate. And you're not up to the task. Kisame coughed, still smiling. Hey. You're definitely no kid. Naruto released his grip and let him fall to the ground, unconscious. Behind him, the blue shinobi whistled. That was pure wind. But I felt fire and lightning mixed together. The red-clad kunoichi added in a low voice. It wasn't a jutsu. It was an execution. Naruto looked up at Yagura's main base, visible in the distance through the mist. The shuriken returned to his hands on their own, spinning gently. Keep moving forward, he ordered. This is just the beginning. The wind stirred again. And the bloody mist had just understood something too late. The Golden Master hadn't come to aid a rebellion. He had come to redefine fear. Naruto exhaled slowly. There was no anger on his face. Only weariness. This is getting boring. Both golden shuriken spun in his hands, but this time they didn't just absorb wind. The air around them emptied. There were no gusts. No sound. The wind chakra was crushed, compressed to an unnatural state. The ground began to crack without being touched, the mist plummeting as if something were pushing it from above. Naruto's single eye stopped glowing. It turned black with a golden core. Wind release, he said in a low, firm voice. Shora Fujin. He threw the shuriken. They didn't spin. They vanished from the visible world. A second later, the sky split open. A colossal horizontal slash cut across the battlefield from one end to the other. It wasn't wind, it was divine pressure, an invisible blade that tore through the very air. The earth was shaved. Entire mounds disintegrated. Trees, towers, walls, and entire formations of shinobi were erased, not thrown, not torn apart. Erased. The nearby sea parted as if Moses had stepped back in time, raising a wall of water hundreds of meters high before collapsing into a tsunami held back by the very wind. Raiga was thrown into the air, unconscious before he hit the ground. Yagura's forces simply ceased to exist in that area. Silence. Then the shuriken returned to Naruto, falling into his hands like weary leaves. Naruto lowered his arms. That's it, he said. If Yagura wanted war. This was his warning. Behind him, none of his companions spoke. The red-haired Kunoichi trembled slightly. The blue-haired shinobi swallowed. Kurama, for the first time in a long time, smiled with pride. That jutsu, he murmured, no longer belongs to a human. Naruto looked toward the dissipating mist, toward the central fortress where the Mizukage's chakra still pulsed. I'm going after Yagura, he said with deadly calm. You guys clean up what's left. The wind picked up again. But now, in the land of water. The wind had a name. And everyone had just learned it. The Mizukage's tower was tensely silent. Yagura Karataki studied the map spread out on the stone table, small markers indicating the positions of his troops surrounding the rebels. His face showed no emotion, his cold, almost empty eyes seemed more like those of a weapon than a leader. The doors burst open. Mizukage-sama. The voice was hoarse, broken. An Anbu operative fell to his knees several feet from the table. His left arm was missing, the stump was emergency sealed, still smoking. His breathing was erratic, his eyes wild. Yagura didn't turn around immediately. Speak, he ordered, his voice dry. The Anbu swallowed, trembling. The platoon, the 100, he coughed blood. Were annihilated. For the first time, Yagura looked up. Rebels. The Anbu shook his head, exasperated. No, sir. There were only 4. The air in the room grew heavy. 1, the Anbu continued, carried golden shuriken. The wind, it wasn't normal wind. Another used lightning weapons. A woman with fire. And the last. His voice broke. A child. Yagura frowned. A child. Why yes. With a green hood, one eye visible. When he attacked, the Anbu gritted his teeth. The world split. The Mizukage walked slowly to the map. What technique did he use? The Anbu laughed nervously, on the verge of collapse. I don't know. There were no hand seals. No sound. They just vanished. Yagura looked at the marker where he had sent that squad. The marker meant nothing now. Name, he asked. The Anbu hesitated. He didn't give one. But the rebels call him. Silence. The Golden Master. Yagura's hand closed tightly, cracking the stone table. Inside his mind, a presence stirred. That chakra. It's not human. Yagura whispered, almost to himself. So you really came. The Anbu fell unconscious. Yagura straightened, his aura beginning to seep into the room like an oppressive pressure. Prepare the tower. Activate all barriers. Summon the remaining 7 swordsmen. His eyes turned cruel. If that boy wants my head, he'll have to come and get it. Far away, the wind shifted. And the Golden Master was already on his way. The rebellion's central base was buzzing with activity. Messengers came and went, communication seals burned on the walls, and maps were updated almost hourly. In the center of the room, Naterumi stared at the new report, her eyes wide. And a smile she couldn't, and wouldn't, hide. 75%, she murmured. One of the strategists nodded, still incredulous. All external strongholds have fallen. The persecuted clans are joining us willingly. Yagura's forces retreated toward Kurigakure. The land of water no longer belongs to him. May placed both hands on the table. Then it's official, she said firmly. Only Kurigakure remains. Her gaze shifted, almost automatically, to the entrance of the room. There he was. The boy in the green uniform with gold details, hood down, balaclava covering his face. And that single right eye that seemed to observe everything. Around him, his companions remained silent. The lightning wielder, the fire woman, the amber figure with a fierce aura. And that invisible but constant presence, Kurama, whom May felt more than saw. Golden Master. No, Naruto Uzumaki. May smiled with a mixture of relief and admiration. I never imagined the war of bloodlines would end like this, she confessed. In weeks you accomplished what we couldn't in years. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He walked over to the map and placed a finger directly over Kurigakure, the last stronghold. Here, he said finally, his voice calm, too calm for a child. Lies the remaining 25%. And the origin of it all. Quote. One of the commanders swallowed. Kurigakure is a natural fortress. Barriers, canals, perpetual mist. And Yagura is still there. Naruto bowed his head slightly. I know. Mei watched him closely. Do you have a plan? The boy looked up. Something flashed in his eye that wasn't hatred, but pure determination. It won't be a long battle. Kurigakure won't fall from attrition. He pointed to the center of the village. We'll cut off the head. The rest will surrender on their own. A heavy silence fell over the room. Mei exhaled slowly, and smiled decisively. Then so be it. The rebellion will march at dawn. She took another step closer to Naruto. When this is over, the land of water will remember your name. Naruto looked away. I don't need you to remind me. Just stop calling those born different monsters. Kurama, behind him, smiled proudly. In the distance, above Kurigakure, the mist began to stir. The final night of the Bloodline War had begun. Night shrouded Kurigakure in its eternal fog. The southern walls loomed like a colossal shadow, damp and reinforced with seals and layers of ancient chakra. Blue torches blazed at regular intervals, and the sentries marched confidently. Unaware that death was already just meters away. A few steps from the wall, hidden among rocks and mist, the rebel platoon waited in complete silence. At the front stood Naruto. His green hood pulled low, his balaclava held tight, his single right eye glowing with absolute focus. Around him, Mei, tense but determined, the rebel shinobi at attention, and behind them, unbeknownst to anyone, Minato, Kushina, and Kurama, containing a power that could wipe the village off the map if unleashed. Naruto reached out to his red-clad companion. The katana, he said softly. The woman nodded wordlessly and handed him the golden katana of the Crimson Sun. The metal glowed softly, as if anticipating what was to come. Naruto first drew his elemental katana. The black blade absorbed the light, and then it turned electric blue, lightning grooves running along the edge like living veins. Then he took the Crimson Sun Katana in his other hand. Fire. Lightning. Naruto crossed both swords in front of his chest. The air vibrated. The red fire began to compress, spinning on itself, while the blue lightning intertwined, forming an incandescent core. The energy didn't explode. It collapsed inward, creating something unnatural. A contained supernova. The rebels swallowed hard. Mei felt the pressure prickle her skin. By the bloodlines, she whispered. Naruto didn't answer. His feet dug into the ground, chakra coursing through his body like an unleashed torrent. The orb between his blades grew to the size of a torso, fire and lightning fused into an artificial sun that distorted the mist around them. From the wall, one of the sentries looked up. What the hell? Mei raised her hand. Time seemed to stop. Now, he ordered. Naruto stepped forward. Solar style, fusion shot, crimson nova. The swords separated with a sudden movement. The orb was released. It didn't shoot out. It appeared in front of the wall. For a fraction of a second, the world was silent. Then, boom. A colossal explosion lit up the night as if it were day. Crimson fire devoured the stone, blue lightning embedded itself in the defensive seals and made them explode from within. The southern wall of Kurigakure shattered. Giant blocks of stone were flung into the air, sentries' bodies were hurled through the air, and a shockwave swept through the mist, tearing open a gaping, smoking chasm. Alarms began to blare. Too late. Naruto lowered his swords, calmly sheathing them. Gateway open, he said coldly. Advance. Mei smiled, her eyes gleaming. Kiri rebels, she shouted. Tonight, the tyranny ends. The platoon surged forward, pouring through the chasm amidst flames and debris. From atop a distant tower, Yagura felt the impact and gritted his teeth. So you've arrived, he murmured, Golden Master. Naruto advanced through the smoke, his silhouette illuminated by the fire, while behind him a full-blown war raged. Kurigakure had been caught off guard. And the end was already underway. The mist blazed. Before them rose the final wall, smaller than the outer one, but infinitely more dangerous. A reddish barrier dome completely enveloped it, ancient seals whirring like gears, powered directly from the Mizukage's tower. Each pulse of the barrier made the ground vibrate. The rebels stopped. That barrier, Mei murmured. It's connected to Yagura. It won't fall with normal attacks. Naruto was already in front. He didn't respond. He extended his right hand, and the golden shuriken appeared, spinning slowly, its edge distorting the air. With his left, he plunged the earthquake side into the ground, the earth trembled in response. Then he drew the Crimson Sun Katana, which blazed with a deep, almost volcanic fire. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. Inside him, the elements collided. Fire. Earth. Absolute speed. This isn't a shot, Kurama whispered, a dangerous smile on his face. It's an execution. Naruto braced the shuriken in front of him and focused both weapons at their cores. The crimson blade began to melt into pure chakra, flowing like molten lava into the shuriken. At the same time, the scythe transmitted a brutal seismic vibration, compressing the incandescent mass. The shuriken began to change. The gold was covered in living magma, incandescent furrows running along its blades as it spun faster and faster, until its edges were no longer distinguishable. The temperature made the mist boil. The ground beneath Naruto cracked. "Release," he said in a firm voice. The shuriken spun at an impossible speed. Lava. Naruto stepped forward, aiming directly at the center of the barrier. Fusion shot. Enveloping thresher, magmatic. The projectile shot out. Not like a weapon. Like a natural disaster. The magmatic thresher advanced, spinning, devouring the air, leaving a trail of molten rock and shockwaves. Upon impact with the barrier, the seals tried to react. But the magma adhered, melting the nodes as the seismic vibration caused them to collapse from within. The barrier screamed. "What is that?" came the roar from the wall. "Craash." The thresher ripped through the dome as if it were glass, exploding on contact with the inner wall. The stone melted, collapsed, and spiraled open, creating a fiery crater that exposed the direct entrance to the Mizukage's tower. The impact was felt throughout Kurigakure. Inside the tower, Yagura took a step back, his eyes wide. "Magma, speed, earthquakes," he whispered. "That kid." The final wall had fallen. Naruto dispelled the shuriken, the magma evaporating into red steam. He calmly sheathed his katana and looked up at the tower. "Clear path," he said emotionlessly. "Yagura is mine." Mei clenched her fists, a fierce smile on her face. "Advance." Straight to the tower. As the rebels rushed inside, Naruto walked to the front, through the heat and rubble, his silhouette etched against the fire. The bloodline war was about to end. And the real fight was just about to begin. The chasm beneath the Mizukage Tower was a circular void, broken columns floating amidst currents of chakra, water condensing in the air as if the mist itself were breathing. In the center, on a cracked pedestal, stood Yagura Karataki. Small in stature. Giant in power. His coral staff rested propped against the ground. The three tails roared from within, making the water around it vibrate. "So you're the Golden Master," Yagura said coldly. "A kid playing God." Naruto didn't reply. The air exploded. Naruto was the first to move. In a green-gold flash, he appeared before Yagura and unleashed a horizontal slash with the golden katana of the Crimson Sun. The edge blazed like a rising star. Clang. Yagura barely managed to get past the staff. The shockwave split the ground in two and sent a wall of boiling steam hurtling toward the pillars. The staff held, but Yagura was thrown several meters back, leaving a deep groove in the stone. HMPH. Yagura grunted, digging the staff in to stop himself. What strength for someone who hasn't even lived 10 years. Naruto was upon him again. He drew his elemental katana, its black blade crackling with blue lightning. "Don't compare me to you," he finally said, his voice low. "I don't kill children out of fear." Crash. Naruto slashed both katanas together in an X-shaped cut, fire and lightning merging. Yagura raised his staff, and a wall of coral erupted from the ground, but the attack pierced through it, melting and shattering it into incandescent fragments. Yagura stepped back, clicking his tongue. "So you've mastered elemental fusion too," his eyes hardened. "Then there's no reason to hold back." The three tails chakra exploded. The water in the abyss rose like a spring tide, swirling around Yagura. Spectral scales formed on his skin, and his aura became oppressive, almost crushing. "Water release," he roared. Quote. Partial-tailed beast mode. Naruto twirled both swords and plunged them into the ground. The tremor stopped. "Kurama," he whispered. "I'm following you," the deep, calm voice replied. "Don't lose your rhythm." Naruto slowly sat up. His right eye glowed a deep gold. The air around him rippled. "I don't need to be a god," Naruto said, taking a step forward. "I just need to be the end of this madness." Yagura smiled for the first time. Then come, you damned child. Show me if you truly deserve that power. The water rose like a dragon. Naruto unsheathed the earthquake scythe, which made the entire chasm crack. Two wills. Two monsters. The battle for Kurigakure. It had just begun. Volume 14, The Rise of the Ninjutsu Master. The chasm trembled as if the ocean floor had awakened. The clash between Naruto Uzumaki and Yagura Karataki had reached an impossible point. Absolute equality. The coral staff and the earthquake scythe clashed again and again, each impact generating shockwaves that made the water suspended in the air boil. Fire, lightning, water, and earth intertwined in a violent, beautiful, and deadly dance. Yagura breathed heavily, but smiled. Incredible, he admitted. I can't remember the last time someone forced me to fight like this. Naruto spun, blocking a downward strike from the staff with the elemental blade and responding with an upward slash enveloped in lightning. Yagura leapt back, barely dodging, and the cut sliced through an entire column behind him. Don't praise me, Naruto replied firmly. I didn't come here for your recognition. The three tails chakra roared once more. Water condensed around Yagura, forming liquid arms, each armed with coral spikes. Then die, said the Mizukage. Water release, coral abyss dance. The arms descended like guillotines. Naruto didn't back down. He plunged his scythe into the ground. Earth release, stable core. The earth responded. The ground hardened beneath his feet, nullifying the water pressure. Naruto released his scythe, drew both katanas, and spun around, fire and lightning forming a devastating ring. Solar style, circle of dawn. The water arms evaporated in a burst of steam. The shockwave hurled both combatants to opposite sides of the chasm. Silence. Only the sound of dripping water. Yagura slowly sat up, a small trickle of blood running down his forehead. 10 years, he murmured, and you've already surpassed most of the Kage I've ever known. Naruto remained still. Breathing. Controlling. Inside, his spirit burned like a supernova, but he didn't let a single spark escape. Kurama watched him silently, attentive. Not yet, the Biju growled. Don't show that yet. Yagura raised his staff once more, but this time, he hesitated. Tell me something, kid, he asked. With that power, why don't you rule? Naruto raised his face. His single golden eye pierced it. Because I know what it's like to be ruled by fear. The air shifted. Naruto took a step forward. And sealed both swords. Yagura frowned. Do you surrender? No, Naruto replied. Now the real ninjutsu begins. He clasped his hands together. A single seal. The chakra around him changed nature, becoming pure, refined, ancient. Kurama opened his eyes. This brat. Uzumaki sealing technique, core mastery. The abyss responded. Red seals began to appear on the walls, the floor, the very air. The three tails chakra became erratic, heavy, as if something were anchoring it. Yagura's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Seals. On this scale. Naruto slowly advanced. My clan didn't just seal demons, he said calmly. We made them obey the laws of the world. Yagura's staff trembled. For the first time. The fourth Mizukage took a step back. And in that instant, Meiturumi, watching from afar, understood something terrifying. That child wasn't just a warrior. He wasn't just a monster. Naruto Uzumaki was awakening into something far worse than in ancient times. An absolute master of ninjutsu. And the battle. It had just shifted into a new phase. The air grew heavy. Naruto's body began to emit a deep, golden glow, not blinding, but ancient, as if something primal had awakened. One by one, the golden weapons scattered across the battlefield vibrated, rose, and began to slowly orbit him, obeying an absolute will. The earthquake scythe. The gale shuriken. The thunder nunchucks. The Crimson Sun Katana. All revolved around the 10-year-old boy like satellites of destruction. Yagura gritted his teeth. This has gone on too long, he growled. He thrust his staff into the ground. Water release, coral prison of the abyss. The ground erupted. In an instant, columns of dark red coral erupted from below, closing in on Naruto like a living cage. The walls sealed, the three tails chakra reinforced the structure, and the interior became oppressive, crushing. It's over, Yagura said coldly. Even if you're a prodigy. No one survives in there. Silence. 1 second. 2. Then. Incorrect. Naruto's voice pierced the coral. Inside the prison, the golden glow turned absolute white. Naruto clasped his hands with chilling calm. His chakra no longer felt elemental. Now it was geometric, precise, devastating. Earth. Wind. Fire. Kurama's eyes widened. No, that can't be. Naruto spoke with absolute clarity. Jinten, dust release. A three-dimensional cube of light formed between his palms. Absolute disintegration. The coral prison simply ceased to exist. It didn't explode. It didn't shatter. It was erased. Matter reduced to nothing. A silent wave expanded, pulverizing everything in its path until it stopped centimeters from Yagura. The Mizukage instinctively stepped back, planting his staff to steady himself. His eyes were wide. That, he whispered. That technique belongs to the third Tsuchikage. Naruto floated a few inches above the ground. The golden weapons spun faster, the air vibrating. No, Naruto corrected coldly. It belongs to one who understands the composition of the world. Yagura felt something he hadn't felt in years. Real fear. What are you? Naruto raised his gaze, his single eye shining like a contained sun. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Heir to Fuinjutsu. Wielder of the golden weapons. And the one who will end this war. The Three Tails chakra roared, unleashing its full power. Yagura assumed a full fighting stance. Then come, he said with a forced smile. Let's see if even you can stand against a complete Biju. Naruto extended a hand. The weapons aligned. Kurama, he said softly. Now then. Behind him, a colossal silhouette of red chakra began to manifest, not wild, but perfectly controlled. With pleasure. The sky above Kurigakure darkened. The battle between two Jinchuriki. And the ultimate awakening of the master of ninjutsu. Had just begun. The air crackled with electricity. Naruto inhaled deeply. His single gaze, sapphire blue now tinged with gold, reflected a lethal calm. The 5 golden weapons shone brightly. The golden trident settled firmly against his back, radiating a lighthouse-like glow. The Crimson Sun Katana began to emit visible heat, sending tiny embers floating around it. The earthquake side vibrated, resonating as if the very earth itself were answering his call. The chained thunder nunchaku, suspended behind him, crackled with concentrated electrical energy. The twin gale force shurikens, concealed at his sides, spun slowly, creating cutting gusts of air. Meanwhile, his shinobi uniform began to transform. The green fabric absorbed golden light, as if the sun itself were clothing him, enveloping his body in a living armor of golden chakra. Every fold of the garment became liquid, incandescent, and protective, amplifying his presence. Naruto began executing hand signs with dizzying precision. His movements formed ancient symbols, seals that combined elemental chakra, jinchuriki, and weapon forging. Yagura, in his 3 tails form, roared, unleashing waves of water that rose with devastating force. But there was no escape. Naruto was perfectly synchronized with his weapons and his chakra. Every breath, every gesture, was a precise calculation of speed, strength, and energy control. The ground trembled at their mere presence. Naruto stopped moving for an instant, simply observing. His golden chakra expanded, surrounding his body with an aura that seemed to fuse the sun and the earth within him. With a deep, almost ceremonial cry. Time to end this. The sky lit up. The final battle had begun, master of ninjutsu against the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. The clash of titans was about to erupt, and there would be no escape for anyone. The 3 tails roar subsided for a second. Yagura felt something he hadn't felt even as a full Jinchuriki. Being watched from within. Naruto slowly raised his gaze. The wind stirred his golden cloak as the fire mark on the right side of his forehead began to burn, spreading like an incandescent crack. Until it touched the void where there had been nothing before. Then it happened. Naruto's severed eye began to open. Not flesh. Not blood. But pure chakra rebuilding the impossible. First, the black sclera appeared, as deep as the void between dimensions. Then, from the center, a brilliant blue iris was born, so intense it resembled a compressed star. It wasn't an ordinary dojutsu. It didn't belong to any known clan. It was something forged, awakened by loss, anger, determination, and absolute will. Naruto blinked once. And the world changed. Before his new vision, Yagura ceased to be a physical figure. Naruto saw nets, knots, currents. The Sanbi's chakra, normally violent and crimson, now appeared as corrupted red rivers, tangled around Yagura's spiritual core, slowly piercing it. Naruto spoke. His voice was calm, too calm. So this is, he murmured, the chakra of a Biju used as a cage. Yagura took a step back without realizing it. The Sanbi roared, restless. What did you do to me, brat? He growled, gripping his staff. Naruto took a step forward. The 5 golden weapons responded to his movement, orbiting slowly like divine satellites. The air vibrated. The Mizukage tower began to crack on its own, unable to withstand the pressure of the chakra emanating from him. I didn't do anything to you, Naruto replied. I just opened my eyes. He raised his right hand, and with his new eye, he peered deeper. Now he saw something more. External seals, crude, alien. Invisible chains that belonged neither to Yagura nor the Three Tails. Naruto frowned. You're not crazy. They're controlling you. The Three Tails roared with fury, and Yagura screamed, clutching his head in both hands. Shut up. I am the Mizukage. I decide. Naruto clenched his fist. Liar. The ground exploded beneath his feet as he took another step forward. The earthquake scythe dug itself into the earth, stabilizing the area. The thunder nunchaku crackled, synchronizing with his heartbeat. The trident emitted a deep rumble, like an ocean's lament. They used you, Naruto continued. Like they used my village. Like they tried to use me. His new eye glowed brighter. But this ends here. Yagura looked up, and for the first time since becoming Mizukage, he felt real fear. Naruto slowly brought both hands together, forming a seal no shinobi had ever seen before, one that combined forging, biju, elements, and soul. Yagura Karataki, he said solemnly. I will break your chains. Golden chakra exploded into the sky. And the real battle was just beginning. Naruto launched himself. The world seemed to slow down. With his new eye open, reality was no longer a sequence of movements but a living map of chakra. Every thread, every pulse, every intention unfolded before him with terrifying clarity. He saw like a hyuga, but not just tenketsu. He saw entire networks, flows, feedback loops, breaking points. He predicted like a Sharingan, but not by copying. He anticipated, reading the immediate future from the chakra's intention. And in Yagura, everything was exposed. Naruto saw 3 overlapping layers. Violent, thick, invasive red, the Sanbi's chakra, pushing, pressing, trying to dominate. Intense, fluid blue, Yagura's sweetened, disciplined, sharp as a controlled tide. Dark blue, almost black, the Doden, heavy, anchored, supporting his body like a living wall. 3 wills, Naruto thought, and none in harmony. He grounded himself. He didn't run. He vanished. The lightning waltz activated instinctively. His feet touched the ground once, leaving an incandescent crack. Fire and lightning intertwined, propelling him in a jagged line, impossible to follow with normal vision. Yagura reacted reflexively. Water release, wall of water. The blue chakra exploded before him, raising a liquid wall reinforced with extreme pressure. Naruto didn't stop. His new eye saw the exact point where the water chakra was condensing too much. There. He twisted his body in the air and threw one of the golden shurikens from the whirlwind, infusing it with wind release and a tiny spark of lightning. Wind release, senpu, piercing variant. The shuriken didn't cut the water. It destabilized it. The wall collapsed inward as if sucked in, and Naruto was already there. Yagura raised his staff. Earth release, coral shell. The dark blue, almost black chakra hardened around his torso, forming a brutal armor. Naruto saw the mistake instantly. Earth release was drawing chakra from the core. Too slow. The Crimson Sun Katana traced a golden arc. The edge didn't just cut. It burned the earth release's tenketsu, sealing the flow for a second. Enough. Naruto spun around and, with the elemental blade, delivered a direct blow to Yagura's side. Solar style, split dawn slash. The impact wasn't explosive. It was precise. Yagura was sent flying against the tower wall, leaving a spiderweb-like crack. The 3 tails roared from within, furious. Naruto landed softly. His black-blue eye glowed intensely. I can see when the 3 tails pushes, he said calmly. I can see when you resist. And now, I can see where to cut without killing you. The golden weapons spun around him, aligning themselves. This fight is no longer about strength, Yagura. It's about control. Naruto's chakra surged once more, golden and scorching, as the 3 tails began to thrash about in desperation. And for the first time, the Jinchuriki was losing control of the field. Naruto took a step forward. The 3 tails' roar shook the tower, the walls vibrated, and the red chakra churned like a stormy ocean. Yagura gasped, on his knees, struggling not to be swept away by the violent tide. Naruto raised his hand. His palm was enveloped in green chakra, but it wasn't ordinary green. It burned gently, like a living flame that didn't burn, but healed. The healing fire palm. He placed his hand directly on Yagura's forehead. The contact was immediate. The green chakra seeped in like luminous roots, piercing through skin, bone, and mind. Naruto spoke in a low, firm voice. Without hatred. Silen. The world shattered. Inside Yagura's mind. Yagura opened his eyes and found himself in a dark, endless sea. The waves were red chakra, and in the center, rising like a living mountain, was the three tails, gigantic, its eyes filled with fury. But also with pain. Invisible chains pierced it. They weren't Yagura's. They were external. Genjutsu. Yagura whispered. No, a voice behind him replied. Naruto was there. Not as a child. Not as a Jinchuriki. But as pure consciousness, enveloped in golden light. This is not an illusion, Naruto continued. It is a surgical intrusion of the soul. Quote. The three tails roared. Human, get away from my host. Naruto raised his new eye, the one with black sclera and brilliant blue iris. I see you, he said fearlessly. I see where your chakra hooks into his. I see where you are forcing it. Chakra networks appeared before him like constellations. Points of connection. Points of pain. Points of rupture. Naruto advanced. Each step calmed the sea. Yagura, he said without looking at him. You are not broken. You are only chained. The three tails charged. Naruto extended both hands. The five golden weapons appeared floating behind him, not physically, but as symbols of authority. By the ancient pact. By the dragon forge. And by the right of the conscious bearer. The golden chakra expanded. Silen, separation of wills. The chains began to crack. The three tails roared, but this time, with surprise. What are you? Naruto stared at him. I am the one who wasn't protected. The one who learned on his own. And the one who chose not to repeat the cycle. The chains broke. The red chakra receded, no longer invasive but contained. Yagura fell to his knees. But breathing peacefully for the first time in years. Back to reality. Naruto's green palm slowly faded. Yagura fell unconscious, but stable. The three tails chakra retreated, calm, sealed without violence. Naruto withdrew his hand. He took a step back. The war is over, he said in a tired but firm voice. Kiri belongs to its people again. The golden weapons descended, their brilliance fading. Naruto pulled his hood back up. The golden master had resurfaced. Not as a weapon of destruction. But as the true master of ninjutsu. The elemental blade in Naruto's right hand changed color. The obsidian black turned emerald green, streaked with luminous veins like living sap. The air around them vibrated. It wasn't ordinary chakra, it was primal chakra, dense, ancient. Naruto plunged the tip of his sword into the ground. I don't trust in incomplete endings, he said coldly. The ground roared. Mokuden, 4 pillars prison. The floor of the Mizukage's tower exploded. 4 colossal pillars of living wood erupted around Yagura, covered in natural seals, Uzumaki spirals, and veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. Roots intertwined, closing into a thick, oppressive, organic cage. Then, from below. Crack. Thinner, yet incredibly resilient roots emerged like snakes and coiled around Yagura's arms, legs, and torso. His hands were coated in wood release, sealed like shackles. The Sandy's red chakra tried to react. It couldn't. The chakra shut down. What? Yagura mumbled unconsciously, barely audible. The Sandy, inside him, roared once. And then silence. The wood release completely suppressed the Biju. From the shadows, the rebels and the Kiri shinobi watched in utter terror and awe. Wood release. One whispered. That's impossible. The first Hokage died decades ago. Maid Terumi stepped forward, her eyes wide. It's not the first Hokage's wood release, she said slowly. It's more refined. Kurama, standing behind Naruto, smiled slightly. Tisk, this brat, he thought. He's no longer just copying legends. He's surpassing them. Naruto withdrew the leaf from the ground and deactivated it. The green dissipated. He approached the wooden cage and placed his palm on one of the pillars. Listen carefully, Yagura Karataki, he said clearly, his voice echoing throughout the tower. I didn't kill you. I didn't release the three tails. And I didn't destroy Kiri. He raised his face slightly, his bright blue eye piercing the prison. I left you alive. So you could answer for what you did. The roots tensed a little more, making it clear that he could crush him if he wanted. The bloodline hunt ends today. The blood regime ended today. And if you lose control again. Naruto turned away. I won't save you again. Mei stepped forward to stand beside him. With this, she said, looking at the prison. The war is over. Naruto nodded once. Make it public. Let them know that Kiri fell. But not to an army. He glanced sideways at Yagura. It fell to someone who decided to stop the cycle. The Golden Master walked toward the tower's exit as dawn began to filter through the mists of Kurigakure. Behind him were a defeated but alive Cage, a silent Biju, and a nation forced to be reborn. 1 month later, Kurigakure had changed. The mist was no longer oppressive or stained with blood, it was a tranquil, almost respectful haze, as if the village itself knew it had survived something that should have destroyed it. In front of Kiri's main gates, 4 figures paused for the last time. The boy in the green uniform with gold details walked in front. Hood up. Balaclava covering his face. Only one eye visible, attentive, serene. Behind him, 3 presences that no one there fully understood. The blue ninja, silent, impeccable posture. The red ninja, firm, with a warm but contained chakra. And the amber ninja, whose mere presence made the air feel watched. Mei Terumi stood before them, arms crossed and a tired but genuine smile on her face. Beside her, leaning against a stone pillar, was Zabuza Momochi. The demon of the mist observed the boy with a serious, appraising expression. There was no more mockery in his eyes. Only respect. So you're the one who defeated Yagura, Zabuza growled. I've seen many monsters in my life. His lips curved slightly. But you don't smell like one. Naruto didn't reply. He just bowed his head slightly. That was enough. Mei stepped forward and took something from her coat. A small book with dark covers. Here, she said, tossing it gently. Naruto caught it in midair with 2 fingers. As he opened it, his eyes narrowed slightly. Bingo book. He flipped the pages calmly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4 pages. On the last one, a name stood out in darker ink than the rest. Naruto Uzumaki. Classification, SS. Danger level, extreme. Notes. User of multiple golden weapons. Anomalous elemental mastery. Superior sealing ability. Defeated and captured the 4th Mizukage alive. Continental strategic threat. Naruto closed the book expressionlessly. Only 4 pages, Mei murmured. Believe me, that's the best I could do for you. Then he smiled slightly. Your companions weren't identified. To the world, they only exist as the blue ninja, the red ninja, the amber ninja. He looked at the 3 behind Naruto. And so it will remain. Minato lowered his head slightly in gratitude. Kushina clenched her fists, suppressing her emotion. Kurama smiled inwardly. Not all Kage are idiots, he thought. Interesting woman. Naruto tucked the bingo book into his coat pocket. Kiri is free, he said. Don't chain her up again. Mei held his gaze without hesitation. I don't intend to. This village has already paid enough. There was a brief silence. Then Mei spoke sincerely. If someday, she hesitated for a second. If someday the world needs you again. Naruto was already turning away. I don't work for the world, he replied without pausing. I work so that it doesn't break children again. That was all. The 4 of them began to walk away. The gates of Kurigakure slowly opened to let them pass. Zabuza watched them until they disappeared into the mist. Hey, Mizukage, he said. That kid. Mei nodded. Yes. If someday he decides to turn against the world. They both fell silent. We will pray that he never has a reason. Far away, as they walked through the mist. Kushina spoke softly. Naruto, where to now? The boy looked up at the unseen horizon. To where the world is still broken. Kurama chuckled softly. Hey. You're definitely an Uzumaki. Minato closed his eyes for a second, proud and hurt at the same time. And so, the Golden Master, SS rank, disappeared from Kurigakure. While the ninja world, unknowingly, had just entered a new era. Volume 15, The Hard Part. Uzushiogakure, Dragon Forge. The sound of crackling coal was the only thing that broke the silence. Naruto was bent over the workbench, several scrolls spread out before him. His fingers traced lines, symbols, and diagrams with a precision that didn't belong to a child his age, but to a veteran craftsman. In the center of the drawing was his new work. Mugen Yugo no Ha. The Blade of Infinite Fusion. A symmetrical, double-bladed sword with a central hilt reinforced by Uzumaki seals. The design allowed it to separate into two twin blades, each capable of acting independently. Or rejoining in an instant. But what was truly dangerous wasn't its shape. Here, Naruto murmured, pointing to a circular core drawn in the center. If this point fails, the sword will explode from within. Kurama, sitting near the fire with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes. You're not creating a weapon, he growled. You're trying to create a concept. Minato watched from across the table, serious, analytical. He had silently reviewed the blueprint for several minutes before speaking. The replication of the fusion you performed in Kurigakure, he finally said, wasn't just technique. It was perfect synchronization between weapons, chakra, and will. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. The memory returned with force. Flashback, walls of Kurigakure. The night was thick with tension. Rebel forces waited in silence. Mei raised her hand. Time seemed to stop. Now, she ordered. Naruto stepped forward. The wind died down. The mist dissipated. Solar style, fusion shot, crimson nova. The swords separated with a sudden movement. The orb wasn't launched. It appeared. Right in front of the wall. For a fraction of a second, the world was silent. Then. Boom. Night turned to day. Crimson fire devoured the stone. Blue lightning embedded itself in the defensive seals and made them explode from within. The southern wall of Kurigakure crumbled as if it were made of sand. End of flashback. Naruto opened his eyes. I want the Mugen Yugo no Ha to be able to do that, he said softly. Without relying on me being in that state. Kushina, who had remained silent, leaning against a pillar, frowned. That means the sword will have to think, she said. Or at least, respond on its own. Minato nodded slowly. And therein lies the problem. He took another scroll and placed it next to the main plan. On it was a mineral symbol, accompanied by ancient annotations. For a blade to withstand and replicate a multiple elemental fusion, he explained. You need a conductor that doesn't reject any chakra. Naruto looked at it intently. Minato pointed to the name written in dark ink. Crystal. An extremely rare mineral from the land of Earth, he continued. It forms under extreme pressure, between veins of natural chakra. It has internal layers that don't negate the elements. They accept them. Kurama chuckled softly. Of course, he said. The only damn mineral capable of doing that is in the most heavily guarded mines of Iwagakure. Naruto decisively closed the scroll. So that's the hard part. He raised his gaze, his single eye gleaming with determination. I can't forge the ultimate sword with incomplete materials. Kushina smiled with a mixture of pride and concern. You know that means trouble with another great nation, right? Naruto was already walking toward the rack where his weapons hung. Trouble always comes first, he replied. I just decide where to face it. Kurama stood up, stretching. Hey. Looks like Iwa is going to meet the Golden Master. Minato closed his eyes for a moment. This time, he said. It won't be a simple incursion. Naruto took his cloak, draped it over his shoulders, and looked one last time at the blueprints for the Mugen Yugo no Ha. I know, he replied. But if I want to cross the next boundary. His voice turned firm. I need that sword. And so, from the silent ruins of Uzushiogakure, destiny began to move once more. This time. Toward the land of Earth. Shores of Uzushiogakure, guardians of the whirlpool. The sea was calm, but it wasn't a natural calm. It was the calm imposed by two ancient wills. Kai stood perched atop a cyclopean crag, his cyan scales reflecting the sunlight as if the ocean itself breathed with him. Around him, the wind swirled in soft, steady spirals. Beneath the surface, the water began to stir. And then Nya slowly emerged, shaking her scales with red veins, forming perfect waves that never touched the shore. The guardian dragons of the Whirlpool Islands. Naruto advanced until he stood before Kai. The wind lifted his green cloak with gold details, and for an instant he seemed too small for the weight he carried. Until his eyes spoke for him. We're going out, he said bluntly. Kai tilted his head slightly, attentive. How many? His voice boomed, deep as a distant storm. Only two, Naruto replied. Minato and I. Nya narrowed her eyes, emerging a little more. Is Kurama staying? She asked, curious. Yes, Naruto nodded. Someone has to keep the barrier alive. And if invaders come, I want them to believe I'm still here. Kai let out a snort that stirred the air. The land of Earth, he said. It's not a place that welcomes those who touch what doesn't belong to them. Naruto looked up, his eye gleaming with an almost ferocious firmness. We're not going here as thieves. We're going like blacksmiths, searching for the last remaining material. Nya tilted her head. The abandoned mines, she murmured. Those places are never truly empty. Minato then approached, his hood up and his face hidden by his blue balaclava. His chakra was contained to the extreme, almost non-existent. We won't be here long, he said calmly. But if we don't return. Kai interrupted him. You will return, he stated. Because the boy isn't walking toward his end. He's walking toward something that doesn't yet exist. Naruto gave a faint smile. Watch over the islands, he told Kai. Watch over the whirlpools, Kurama. Kai lowered his neck, bringing his snout close until he was only a few feet from Naruto. This place is your home now, he said. And no army will touch it as long as I breathe. Nya added, with a sharp smile. If anyone crosses without permission, there won't be a trace left to tell the tale. The wind intensified. Naruto took a step back, and Minato activated the pre-prepared displacement seal. A golden radiance began to envelop them. Before it vanished, Naruto glanced up one last time. We'll be back, he said. With the crystal, or with the answer to why no one has succeeded. The flash faded. And on the shore of Uzushiogakure, as the whirlpools continued to spin eternally. The two guardian dragons watched the horizon intently. For the journey to the land of Earth had begun. And this time, the shinobi world would soon take notice. Land of Earth, abandoned chrysalis mines. The air was heavy, thick with ancient dust and stagnant chakra. The mine walls glowed unevenly as the heat lamp Naruto carried passed by. Veins of amethyst, black iron, quartz, and rare minerals reflected reddish and amber hues. Beautiful, valuable, but useless for what they sought. Naruto advanced ahead, his stride firm, the echo of his boots fading into the darkness. Too many common minerals, he muttered. If the crystal chrysalis were here, it would have reacted to my chakra by now. Minato walked a little behind, alert to every crack, every shadow. Although his face was hidden, his gaze analyzed everything with surgical precision. These mines weren't abandoned due to exhaustion, he said. Look at the marks. Naruto focused his lamp. On the walls were clean cuts, some melted, others crystallized, signs of catastrophic failures, not normal mining. Internal explosions, Naruto deduced. Not explosive tags. Something reacted with the minerals. Minato nodded. Crystal chrysalis is unstable when exposed to multiple chakra natures, he explained. If someone tried to forge with it without control, the mine could have collapsed from within. They continued onward. The deeper they went, the less natural the formations became. The walls ceased to be rock and began to resemble layers, as if the earth had been compressed again and again. Naruto frowned. This isn't normal geology. Suddenly, the lamp illuminated something different. It wasn't glowing. It was absorbing the light. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Minato, he said softly. Do you see that? In front of them, embedded in the wall, was a black vein with iridescent reflections, as if multiple colors were trying to emerge but were held back by a dark layer. The rock around them was fractured, but not broken, as if it refused to yield. Minato felt a chill run down his spine. That's no ordinary mineral. Naruto held the lamp closer. The instant the heat touched the vein, it happened. The lamp flickered. Naruto's chakra was absorbed for a second, and then released, amplified. The ground trembled slightly. Naruto smiled, slowly. I found it. Minato opened his eyes behind the balaclava. Crystal chrysalis. Naruto placed his palm against the wall. His special eye activated, revealing internal chakra networks in the surroundings. Not only that, he replied. It's a primal core. The vein began to throb, like a dormant heart that had just awakened. The walls creaked. From the depths of the mine, something responded. A low, deep sound. Too rhythmic to be a cave-in. Minato tensed. Naruto, he said seriously. We're not alone. From the darkness of the lower tunnel, a silhouette began to move. It wasn't human. It wasn't an ordinary beast. The crystal chrysalis reacted. And whatever guarded it had just sensed its presence. The vein stopped pulsing the instant Naruto closed the seal. Fuinjutsu, deep storage. The crystal chrysalis vanished inside the scroll with a dull flash, as if the earth itself had exhaled in frustration. The trembling ceased. Silence. Naruto drew the elemental leaf. Living obsidian reflected the mine like a bottomless void. Then he looked up. And saw the path back blocked. Two figures stood in the shadows of the tunnel. Black cloaks. Red clouds. He didn't need a bingo book to know that. One was short, hunchbacked, with stiff, unnatural movements. His eyes shone like old glass, and his posture didn't belong to a living body. The other was blond, his hair haphazardly pulled back, one eye visible. The other covered. A crooked smile. The blonde hummed. Now that's unexpected art. Minato took a half step forward, chakra ready, but Naruto raised his hand without taking his eyes off him. No, he said softly. Leave them to me. The hunchback tilted his head, as if evaluating a defective tool. Interesting, his voice was rough, hollow. A child, but with warped chakra. No, refined, like a puppet without strings. Naruto gripped the sword's hilt. Sasori of the Red Sand, he said without hesitation. And you, Deidara, the clay terrorist. Deidara's visible eye widened in surprise. He laughed. A brat who recognizes us. That really blows my mind. Sasori took a step forward. The ground creaked beneath his feet, not from weight, but from a lack of life. That scroll, he said. Give it to us. Naruto smiled. But there was nothing childish about that smile. No. The air shifted. The golden weapons weren't visible, but they responded, vibrating through the dimensional seal. The elemental blade was stained a dark hue with electric veins. This mineral isn't for explosive toys, Naruto continued. Or for corpses with an artist complex. Deidara clicked his tongue. What a temper, he said, pulling out a small bag of clay. I like you, kid. We're going to blow your arm off or something, okay? Naruto took a step forward. Just one step. The ground gave way beneath his foot. Try it, he replied with deadly calm. But go in there carefully. Because only one of you is going to walk out of this mine. Sasori slowly raised an arm. Deidara grinned from ear to ear. And Minato, behind Naruto, understood something with absolute clarity. Akatsuki hadn't found a kid. They had found a catastrophe in the making. The mine shook again. The collision was inevitable. The tunnel exploded as it moved. Naruto disappeared first. It wasn't ordinary speed. It wasn't body slam. It was a void, as if space itself had been ripped away in the blink of an eye. What? Deidara managed to say. And then. Impact. A sharp, invisible blow twisted his torso and embedded him against the mine wall. The rock cracked in a spiral, as if the impact had rotated internally. Goo, since when do kids hit like that, huh? Sasori reacted instantly. His arm ripped from his body like a mechanical snake. Too late. A blue and silver silhouette appeared behind him. Crack. A nunchaku engulfed in lightning slammed into Sasori's back, piercing chakra defenses and sending him flying several meters, bouncing like a broken doll against the tunnel pillars. Sasori stabilized himself by digging cables into the rock. Not human, he murmured. Not entirely. Naruto reappeared in front of Deidara, both golden shuriken now slowly spinning at his sides, slicing through the air. First warning, he said coldly. Underestimating us was your mistake. Deidara spat blood and laughed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Ha ha ha, he coughed. Now that's dangerous art. He clapped his hands. Small clay figures emerged from the ground, insects, birds, burrowing fish. C1. He didn't finish the sentence. Naruto raised his hand. Wind release, void mastery. The golden shuriken disappeared. And reappeared within the swarm. They didn't cut. They erased. The clay exploded inward, imploding without fire, without sound, as if the wind had ripped it from existence. Deidara's eyes widened. What kind of wind released is that? One that doesn't play at exploding, Naruto replied. One that kills. Sasori launched a combined attack, poisoned needles, hidden seals, mechanical traps. The blue ninja moved like contained lightning, deflecting, shattering, nullifying. Each electrical impact wasn't meant to destroy, but to paralyze and disarm. Interesting, Sasori said. Discipline, precision, they don't improvise. Naruto walked slowly toward the center of the tunnel. Listen carefully, he said. You don't know who we are. You don't know where we came from. And today, you won't find out either. The walls began to vibrate. Golden chakra seeped through cracks in the floor, resonating with something deeper. Deidara swallowed. Sasori, he whispered. I don't think this is a normal assignment, eh? Sasori stared intently at Naruto. No, he replied. This is a sealed disaster in human form. Naruto raised the elemental blade. The living obsidian turned black with golden veins. Last warning, he said, his voice still low. Turn around. Or this mine will be your tomb. And no one will ever know who killed you. The silence was heavy as a gravestone. Akatsuki, for the first time in years, hesitated. And that said it all. Dust still hung in the air as Sasori's body finished disintegrating. There was no scream. No blood. Only the dry sound of something ending. Naruto slowly lowered the elemental blade. Minato tensed instantly, stepping half a step ahead of Naruto without thinking. From the cave's junction, a small but imposing figure floated down with its arms crossed. HMPH, growled an elderly voice, heavy with authority. So here you were, Sasori of the Red Sand. And this is how you end up. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, touched the ground with unnatural softness. Behind him, two Iwa Anbu stood motionless, alert. Onoki looked up. His eyes narrowed. Well. The dust settled completely. The green ninja with the golden shoulder. The blue ninja with contained lightning. One a child. And the other. Onoki felt a chill run down his spine. Golden Master, he said softly, more serious than he cared to admit. Your presence here complicates things considerably. Naruto didn't respond immediately. His single visible eye observed the old man's every micro-movement. Every fluctuation of chakra. Every adjustment to his center of gravity. We don't work for Akatsuki, he said finally, dryly. If that's what worries you. Onoki let out a nasal laugh. HMPH, I'm glad to hear it. Because if the most dangerous SS-rank ninja on the continent were to lie with them, not even I could afford to sleep soundly. One of the Anbu stepped forward. Tsuchikage-sama, shall we order the capture? Naruto tilted his head. The air tightened. Try it, he replied with absolute calm. And this mine will become a crater. Minato said nothing. But the electric chakra around his gauntlets crackled softly. Onoki raised a hand. Freeze. The Anbu stopped immediately. The old Tsuchikage observed Naruto with renewed attention, not as an enemy, but as a phenomenon. You're young, he said. Too young to bear that power. And that title. Naruto didn't look away. I didn't ask for it. I earned it. Silence. Onoki sighed and rubbed his beard. That crystal you sealed, he said, looking at the scroll at Naruto's waist. Chrysalis crystal. Material forbidden by Iwa for decades. Minato took a step to the side, clearly showing they wouldn't hide anything. We need it, Naruto said. And we didn't use it against Iwa. Onoki closed his eyes for a few seconds. Today I lost a traitor, he murmured. And I confirmed that Akatsuki is still operating in my territory. He opened his eyes. I'm not going to hunt them down. The Anbu tensed. But I'm not going to help them either. Naruto nodded once. We didn't ask for it. Onoki looked at them one last time. And then his gaze settled on the blue ninja. You, he said slowly. Your chakra is strange. Minato barely bowed his head, speechless. Onoki smiled wearily. HMPH, he whispered. This world keeps giving birth to monsters. And each one younger than the last. The old man began to rise. Leave before I change my mind. And tell Maid Terumi to take good care of the living weapon she has as an ally. Naruto didn't answer. He just turned away. When the echo of his footsteps faded into the mine, Onoki muttered to himself. Golden Master. If you ever decide to become an enemy, not even the mountains will save us. Uzushiogakure, Dragon Forge. The forge roared as Naruto increased the airflow. The coal crackled, illuminating the dragon forge with orange and gold flashes that danced across the ancient walls of Uzushiogakure. On the table, the Crystallis crystal glowed with a faint, almost vibrant light. Naruto studied it through the magnifying glass for a few more seconds. Perfect, he murmured. It was miraculous. No cracks. No contamination. The internal veins were complete, as if the cave itself had protected it, waiting for this moment. Naruto set the magnifying glass aside and turned to the forge. The two ingots were already cherry red. The 5160, flexible, impact resistant. The 1095, hard, sharp, lethal. Resistance. And edge, he whispered. Like me. He took both ingots in the tongs and placed them together on the anvil. With his other hand, he raised the hammer. Clang. The sound echoed throughout the forge. Naruto struck with a steady rhythm, unhurried, letting the metal speak. Crackling. Slag flying. The steel beginning to fuse. It's not just welding, he thought. It's real joining. He sent a small amount of chakra into the hammer. Not to force. Just to feel. The metal responded. He pushed the block back into the forge. More heat. More pressure. Clang, clang, clang. The steel began to behave as one. Naruto repeated the process again and again. Heat, hammer, bend, weld. Each fold reinforced the structure. Each blow aligned the carbon. Until, finally, he placed the block on the anvil. A single ingot. Dark. Heavy. Perfect. Naruto took a deep breath. Now, you. He picked up the crystal. The mineral barely vibrated when Naruto touched it with chakra, as if recognizing it. It wasn't a material to simply be melted. I'm not going to break you, he said softly. I'm going to integrate you. With utmost care, he pulverized only a small portion, creating a shimmering powder that seemed to contain solid light. He mixed it with special Uzumaki flux. Hand-engraved seals adorned the bowl. Elemental fusion. Stable. Naruto opened a small channel in the still-hot ingot, like a vein. He poured the compound slowly. The steel absorbed the crystal. For an instant, the forge lit up with impossible colors. Red, blue, green, white. All coexisting without repelling each other. Naruto took a step back, surprised. It works. The metal didn't shatter. It didn't explode. It didn't reject the crystal. It adapted. Naruto picked up the hammer once more. Mugen Yugo no Ha, he whispered. You're not a sword yet. Clang. The first blow that would define its form fell. The blade of infinite fusion was born. Naruto's shout echoed throughout Uzushiogakure. It's ready. Minato's eyes snapped open. Kushina mumbled sleepily, and Kurama, in human form, frowned before sitting up with feline calm. The two girls who had been sleeping on Minato's lap stirred, half confused, until they looked up. And then they saw him. Naruto stood before them, steady, serious. Different. In his hands he held a large, double-bladed sword. It wasn't just large. It was imposing. The central hilt was white and solid, designed to be swung with one hand or held with both without losing balance. The latter pattern ran across both blades with an almost hypnotic symmetry, as if the metal had been woven rather than forged. Each blade had its own guard. Shaped like an open dragon's mouth, fangs pointing toward the tip, as if the sword itself were poised to devour its enemy. The hilt was made of dark, reinforced wood, wrapped in strips of leather dyed green, Naruto's color. For a moment, no one spoke. Kushina was the first to react. Naruto, she whispered, did you make that? Naruto nodded. Mugen Yugo no Ha, he said calmly. The blade of infinite fusion. Minato stood slowly, observing every detail with the eyes of a shinobi and a father at once. The balance, he murmured. It's perfect. Kurama smiled slightly. And dangerous, he added. Very dangerous. Naruto took a few steps forward and, with complete nonchalance, tapped the ground lightly. And you haven't seen everything yet. Crack. A clean sound. The central hilt split in two, separating with a perfect internal mechanism, without resistance, without any misalignment. In an instant, the greatsword became two twin swords. Each balanced. Each complete. Each alive. The dragon mouths now seemed to stare at each other. Kushina brought a hand to her mouth. My God. Minato closed his eyes for a second, as if accepting something inevitable. This, he said finally, is not just a weapon. It's a concept. Naruto held the two swords at his sides. The metal responded, vibrating softly, as if recognizing its creator. It can replicate fusions, he explained. Elements, techniques, even styles. Number matter how many times. It doesn't degrade. Kurama looked at him intently. So, he said, you're no longer just the Golden Master. Naruto looked up. His single blue eye shone with quiet determination. No. This is only the beginning. The morning sun illuminated the twin blades. And for the first time, even Minato understood a truth impossible to ignore. That 9-year-old boy was already forging a new world. Naruto fixed his gaze on the training dummy at the back of the forge. He said nothing. He spread his legs slightly, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and raised both twin swords. The right blade began to burn. Fire chakra flowed gently, first as embers, then as deep crimson flames that ran along the edge and burst from the mouth of the dragon guard. The left blade vibrated. Lightning awakened with a sharp crack, electric blue, snaking through the metal and exploding in small bursts that made the air tremble. He's mixing them without them repelling each other, Minato muttered, frowning. That shouldn't be possible. Kurama narrowed his eyes. It is, he corrected. Because the sword allows it. Naruto crossed both blades in front of his chest. The fire and lightning did not collide. They didn't explode. They didn't cancel each other out. They attracted each other. A sphere began to form between the two dragon mouths. At first, it was small, about the size of an apple. But it grew quickly, spinning on its axis, layers of crimson fire and blue lightning intertwined like propellers. The air grew heavy. The forge torches went out abruptly. The ground trembled. Naruto, Kushina said tensely. Don't you think? It's fine, he replied, without taking his eyes off the target. The sphere reached the size of a soccer ball, compact, bright, emitting a deep hum, almost like a heartbeat. Naruto took a step forward. Solar style, he said firmly. The blades parted sharply. Fusion shot, Crimson Nova. The sphere didn't shoot out. It appeared. For a fraction of a second, the world was completely silent. Then, boom. The explosion shook all of Uzushiogakure. A pillar of crimson fire, pierced by blue lightning, engulfed the training dummy, the floor beneath it, and the wall behind it, vaporizing everything in a brutal radius. The impact left a molten crater, the metal of the floor dripping like lava. The shockwave forced Minato back a step. Kushina reflexively covered her face. Kurama smiled, proudly. When the dust settled, nothing remained of the dummy. Naruto slowly lowered his swords. The twin blades were still intact. Not a crack. Not a deformation. No recoil, Minato whispered. No chakra loss. Kushina looked at her son, a mixture of fear and admiration in her eyes. Naruto, she said, do you realize what you just created? Naruto stared at the crater in silence for a few seconds. Then he spoke, with absolute calm. Yes. A weapon that doesn't limit the user. A weapon that grows with me. Kurama stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then listen carefully, little blacksmith, he said with a dangerous smile. From today onward, the world has no way to stop you. Naruto gripped the hilts. His reflection gleamed in the metal. And for the first time, the blade of infinite fusion had truly awakened. Naruto called them to the Dragon Forge one last time. The fire was still burning, lower, as if it too was tired. But satisfied. There's steel left, Naruto said bluntly. And I wasn't going to waste it. Kurama was the first to enter. Naruto tossed her the cloth-wrapped object. Kurama caught it midair, and his eyes sharpened. They were metal gauntlets, claws, fitting perfectly to his hands. Each claw bore the same ladder pattern as the Mugen Yugo no Ha, as if they were part of the same weapon family. Test, Naruto said. Kurama grinned. He channeled chakra through his arms. The claws roared. The metal became incandescent, coated in red and vermilion chakra, dense flames that didn't just burn the air, they devoured it. The nails grew a few centimeters longer, curved, demonic. HMPH, Kurama clenched his fist and the ground cracked. Hell claws. I like them. Naruto nodded. Then he turned to Minato. Two silver flashes flew toward him. Minato caught the three-pronged kunai almost reflexively. But stopped. These seals, he murmured. The ring around each kunai was covered in Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, incredibly thin, compact layers. When Minato infused chakra, the kunai responded. The metal became lighter, sharper, and the space around them vibrated as if they were already marking their destinations. There. Faster, Minato said, surprised. The jump is instantaneous. There's no latency. Naruto looked at him with a small smile. Designed for the Flying Thunder God technique. Not for running away. But for hunting. Minato closed his fingers around the kunai, serious. Thank you, son. Finally, Naruto turned to Kushina. He handed her a long object wrapped in red leather. Kushina uncoiled it. A chain whip, supple, strong. At the tip, three metallic orbs dangled gently. She began. Touch it, Naruto said. Kushina placed her hand on the hilt. The seal engraved there activated. The orbs mutated. They opened with a metallic click, unfurling into balls of spikes, spinning slowly, each with microscopic edges. Kushina swallowed. Naruto. This is. She tested a movement. The whip hissed through the air and, upon striking a test pillar, pierced through it, tearing it as if it were cloth. Lethal, she finished, a fierce smile spreading across her face. Perfect. The forge fire crackled. The four of them remained silent for a few seconds. They weren't just weapons. They were bonds. Extensions of their will. Evidence that they were no longer broken, but forged. Kurama placed a burning claw on Naruto's shoulder. Dragon Smith, he said softly. The world is not ready for this family. Naruto looked at his hands, still smeared with soot. Let it prepare itself then. The fire roared one last time. And the forge went out. Volume 16, The Return. Naruto knelt before the 5 guardian dragons of the elements. Kai, the guardian of fire, Nya, the guardian of water, J, the guardian of lightning, Cole, the guardian of earth, and Moro, the guardian of wind. They all stared at him, as if he were about to do something utterly absurd, and around him, the chakra cancellation he had caused with his earlier mistake hung in the air, silent and heavy. Kai broke the silence first. Golden Master, do you really think you can go through the land of dragons without your chakra? Nya added coldly. You made our power test useless. All the elemental energy beams were blocked. Naruto lowered his head, recalling what had happened. Flashback. The 4 members of Naruto's team were on a delicate mission, to subdue the Jinchuriki of the 7 deadly sins. The mission was entrusted by the leader of Taki, who hoped they would bring the young woman back or, at least, stabilize her so she wouldn't die. The red-clad ninja, her voice firm, addressed Naruto. Captain, you should use the fusion shot on the 7 deadly sins. If you bring it down, it will be easier to bring her to the ground and control her. 10-year-old Naruto, dressed in the same green as his classmates, nodded silently. He knew his mother would have given him the same instruction. However, something stopped him. And he made an impulsive decision. He reached behind his back and separated the fusion blade, blending chakras almost instinctively, lightning and earth. The ball of energy began to form, green and electric, sparking with the force of the most instinctive elemental combination he had ever performed. Now, he whispered, and fired. The result was immediate. The ball of green lightning struck the 7 tails, and before anyone could react, a massive shockwave erupted. Everything around him, the shinobi, the battlefield, and himself, was temporarily deprived of chakra. The 7 tails Jinchuriki had returned to the world of the living, but her body was burned, evidence of the Biju's near-complete transformation. Naruto stared at his sword, breathing heavily. Suddenly, an aerial presence rapidly approached. The dragons of the clan descended, enraged by Naruto's actions and their impact on the land of dragons. Naruto! Minato shouted from a distance. You'll pay for this. Before he could react, the 5 guardians carried him off, leaving him unable to fight, though conscious. I'll be back, Naruto promised them before disappearing into the clouds of energy. End of flashback. Kai sighed, crossing his arms. You won't be leaving the land of dragons. At least not until you've performed an effective and lethal fusion shot. Something that can destroy the rock in the valley we used to test the strength of jutsu. Naruto inhaled deeply, concentrating. A fusion shot. Lethal. But new. I can't repeat a fire and lightning one. I already did that, and it damaged the environment too much. Jay raised an eyebrow. Don't say you've run out of ideas, Golden Master. It's not that, Naruto murmured, sweating as his chakra struggled to reorganize. Combining elements to create others. It's harder than it looks. The stone, not a hair moves. Moro sighed, hovering with his wings outstretched. Are you going to give up so soon? Naruto looked at the twin shurikens of the whirlwind, which lay before him. He picked one up and floated it in the air along with his swords. An idea crossed his mind. If Mei could, why can't I? He began to mix earth and fire chakra, as he had seen in Mei's lava release. Slowly, the shuriken became enveloped in fiery red magma, swirling like molten lava, radiating heat and energy. Yes, this might work, Naruto said, as the shuriken spun before his eyes, glowing and deadly. Kai looked at him, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Well, Golden Master, I finally see you're ready. Nya, crossing her arms, said. You'd better not fail this time. Naruto grinned from beneath his balaclava. I don't intend to. He gripped both swords, adjusted his stance, and exhaled a controlled wave of power as the lava shuriken whirled around him, ready to strike. Let's go, he whispered. And the land of dragons trembled once more at the Golden Master's presence. Naruto blinked a few times as his Goldengen fully activated. The dragon Nya stood beside him, watching intently and pointing toward the crystals. Now that you've reconstructed your left eye with the essence of the 5 golden weapons, Nya said solemnly, you'll be able to perceive the true aura of each crystal. Some contain pure elemental energy, others have resonances of ancient chakra, and a few are imbued with the essence of ancient, forbidden artifacts. Moro intervened, holding up 2 crystals in his claws. Take these 2, Golden Master. Try fusing them. Use your Goldengen to see their essence and auras. If they're compatible, you'll be able to generate a fusion shot even more powerful than any you've ever fired. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then, slowly, he channeled chakra into his left eye. The transformation began. The sapphire blue of his iris turned skeletal black, while the iris itself glowed brilliant gold, as if gold itself had fused with his gaze. When he opened his eyes, the chakra networks surrounding each crystal became visible. Each aura shone with a distinct color: red, blue, green, gray, brown, black. And some radiated complex patterns that swirled and intertwined like constellations. Naruto murmured, concentrating. Each one has something different. Elemental energy, resonance, stability. I must choose 2 that are perfectly compatible, or everything will explode. He bent over the crystals, reaching out his hand. The Goldengen allowed him to feel the vibrations and essence of each one. 2 crystals began to glow more intensely as they drew closer, one a deep red and the other an electric blue that seemed to contain currents of pure chakra. These, Naruto whispered, they can fuse. With a precise movement, he brought both crystals together, while the Goldengen projected gold and black lines around his hands. The energies of both crystals began to intertwine, swirling and slowly merging into a single, glowing core. Kai, J, Nya, Cole, and Moro watched intently, their scales reflecting the light of the forming core. Nya commented. Perfect. You're accomplishing what no other shinobi could. That fusion blast will be devastating. Naruto felt energy building in his arms and torso, vibrating in time with his breath. It was a bittersweet sensation, absolute power mixed with infinite responsibility. Good. Now all that's left is to channel this into the infinite fusion sword, he said, as the fused core began to levitate above his hands, slowly spinning and emitting a golden and blue glow that illuminated the entire chamber. The Golden Master was ready for a new level of power. Naruto gazed at the crystals suspended before him, the metallic gray radiating a cool, steady aura, while the incandescent, lava orange emanated a vibrant, turbulent energy. With his Goldengen activated, he could see the chakra and essence lines of both crystals intertwining, forming a pattern reminiscent of a stream of magma that was both solid and fluid. Perfect, Naruto murmured, letting out a sigh of relief. His intuition told him the combination would be stable and extremely powerful. He crouched slightly, holding the crystals in front of the Mugen Yugo no Ha, the infinite fusion sword. The crystals began to levitate above the blade, slowly spinning as their auras melted into a light that blended metallic gleam with incandescent orange fire. This will be a total magma fusion shot, he said, a spark of excitement in his voice. If I channel this correctly, I can combine the destructive force of metal with the searing fluidity of lava. Nya, J, and Cole surrounded him, watching with fascination as Naruto manipulated the energy. Golden Master, Nya said. That fusion is stable. If you fire this, any structure will melt and collapse. Moro added. And the best part is, you won't lose control. The essences are in balance. This is your experiments taken to the next level. Naruto grinned from beneath his balaclava. With a swift movement, he positioned the infinite fusion blade and the crystals upon it, feeling the blade absorb and amplify the combined energies. His eyes glowed, the left with the golden Goldengen, the right with its black and sapphire blue skeleton. All right, time to test this, he said. The sword vibrated in his hands, intense heat emanating from it, as the essence of the crystals and the power of the infinite fusion blade began to intertwine. Naruto was ready for his first blast of total magma fusion, an attack that promised to surpass everything he had done before, even the fire and lightning blasts that had brought down the walls of Kurigakure. Naruto took a deep breath as he held the 2 blades of the Mugen Yugo no Ha, each vibrating with the concentrated power of the fused crystals. His eyes glowed, the left, the gold of the Goldengen, and the right, a deep sapphire blue, observing every chakra line of the target stone. It's time, he murmured, almost whispering to himself as he focused all his chakra. First, he began to infuse the blade with the metallic gray metal, causing the edges to emit an intense silver glow. From the tips of the blades, a kind of swirling metal ribbon emerged, a disc spinning at top speed, slicing through the air with a sharp, metallic sound, like a lethal saw suspended in space. Then, with a fluid motion, Naruto began to envelop the metal saw in lava chakra, the orange of the crystal merging with the spinning metal, causing an incandescent glow to emanate from the blade. Sparks and small fragments of lava flew into the air, melting the metal with the searing heat of the elemental energy. Complete fusion. Ready, Naruto said, as the blades spun in unison, forming a magma cutter, a perfect fusion of metallic hardness and incandescent fluidity. Nya, Jay, Cole, and Kai watched from the sides. I've never seen anything like it. Nya whispered, impressed. That attack. It could destroy the entire test valley if I used it, Jay added. Naruto adjusted his grip, bracing both blades for fire, his legs planted firmly on the rock, his arms beginning to move, channeling all the energy stored in the magma cutter toward the target. The air vibrated around them, and small cracks began to form in the stone even before the blade touched it. Futon. Fusion shot, full magma. Naruto shouted, unleashing all the accumulated energy. The magma cutter shot out in a straight line, spinning at an impossible speed, metal slicing and lava scorching everything in its path. Sparks flew, small rocks melted, and the air filled with intense heat, creating a glow that illuminated the entire area, as if an orange and gold sun had descended upon the valley. The sound of the impact was thunderous. The target stone cracked, then split into several fragments, partially melting, as the magma cutter sliced through the entire block with absolute precision, leaving a steaming, metallic furrow filled with solidified lava. Kai stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with pride. That's the true power of the Golden Master. Cole nodded. He's managed to combine metal and lava perfectly. And maintain control. Naruto took a deep breath, slowly lowering the blades as the magma cutter vanished, absorbing the excess energy back into the sword, and gazing with satisfaction at the result, a huge, gleaming, molten groove that proved he had achieved a new level of his fusion shot. The little dragon squealed urgently, waving the crystal ball in front of the 5 guardians and Naruto. The image was clear and dangerous. In the crystal, Minato, Kushina, and Kurama were fighting back-to-back against Hidan and Kakuzu. Naruto gritted his teeth. Akatsuki, he muttered, his voice thick with suppressed rage. In the vision, Kushina twirled the chained whip, the chains glowing with incandescent Uzumaki seals. Stay away from my family, she roared. With a brutal pull, she completely ensnared Kakuzu, lifted him several meters into the air, and slammed him to the ground with seismic force. Boom! The masks cracked. One of them exploded. Kakuzu grunted, coughing up black chakra. TCH, he spat. 2 hearts remaining. Naruto clenched his fist. Good, Mom. From another angle of the view, Minato and Kurama kept their distance from Hidan. Kurama, in human form, had his hell claws ignited, digging into the ground, ready to spring. Don't come any closer, Kurama growled. That madman lives to get stabbed. Minato, serious and analytical, held one of the upgraded 3-pronged kunai, but didn't attack directly. Naruto was right, he said with tense calm. We can't give him blood. Hidan laughed, pacing in circles, dragging his triple scythe. What's wrong? Don't you want to play anymore? He mocked. Come on, Blondie. Give me a scratch. He plunged his scythe into the ground and began to draw the ritual circle with the blood of others that he carried with him. Naruto slammed his fist on the ground in anger. No, don't let him finish the symbol. Kai stepped forward. Golden Master, if you wish. No, Naruto interrupted, his eyes glowing. I'll go. Jay frowned. Your chakra has just stabilized. Naruto activated the Goldengen, his left eye blazed gold. They are my family. And Akatsuki, his voice lowered, dangerous, doesn't touch what's mine. Moro bowed his head. Then the test is over. The valley floor, still smoldering, cracked on its own, as if acknowledging his will. Cole grinned, baring his fangs. Go, boy. But remember, his eyes flashed, don't underestimate the immortal. Naruto was already walking toward the edge of the valley. I won't, he said, pulling the twin shurikens from the whirlwind. I'm going to seal him. The little dragon flapped its wings. Where to, master? Naruto looked up, determined. To the battlefield. His chakra exploded in gold. In the crystal, Hidan jerked his head up. Do you feel that? He laughed. Something big is coming. Minato smiled for the first time in the fight. Yes. Our son. Kurama bared his fangs. And this time, Akatsuki is going to learn what fear is. The image shook. The air distorted. And a golden flash began to form behind Hidan. The golden flash exploded behind Hidan. Huh, was all he managed to say. Clang. The Mugen Yugo no Ha appeared, spinning around Naruto's palm like a mechanical sun. The double-bladed sword caught the scythe mid-swing, redirected it with absurd precision, and with a sharp flick of the wrist. Out. The scythe flew off, plunging dozens of meters away, shattering rock and metal. Hidan took a step back. Then another. What the hell was that? Naruto landed in front of him, his back to Minato, Kushina, and Kurama. His green cloak billowed slowly. The goldengen glowed a deep gold. Don't you ever point that thing at my family again, he said coldly. I'm giving you a warning. Just one. Hidan laughed, clicking his tongue. Warning, huh, kid, I'm immortal. Naruto barely bowed his head. I know. The sword split into its twin blades with a metallic click. That's why I'm not going to kill you. The air shifted. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto. Minato understood immediately. He's going to seal him. Hidan frowned. Seal him, me, he laughed harder. Try it. Naruto stepped forward. Each step left a golden mark on the ground. I don't need your blood. I don't need to hurt you. I just need you to cease to exist here. Hidan attacked with a direct punch to Naruto's face. Naruto didn't dodge. The left blade interposed itself, blocking the blow. The right blade rested on the ground. Fusion style, he murmured. The goldengen analyzed Hidan's chakra flow. Black, twisted, anchored to an external point. The ritual. Resonant nullification. The right blade vibrated. An invisible pulse coursed through the ground and shattered the ritual circle before it could be completed. Hidan froze. What? My symbol. Naruto looked up. Your technique depends on the environment. Mine redefines it. Kurama smiled fiercely. That's my boy. From behind, Kakuzu tried to move. But the Uzumaki chains tightened. Don't move, Kushina growled. I'm not finished with you yet. Naruto took one last step toward Hidan. The two blades pointed at his neck and chest. Without touching him. Now, he said firmly. Kneel. Hidan, for the first time in his life, swallowed hard. Who the hell are you? Naruto answered without shouting, without anger, without hatred. The one who decided that today. Akatsuki lost ground. The ground began to seal beneath Hidan's feet. And this was just the beginning. Naruto smiled. It wasn't a cheerful smile. It was sharp. Let's see, then, he said with dangerous calm, if your immortality saves you from this. He slammed the Mugen Yugo no Ha into the ground once. Clonk. The hilt snapped cleanly, separating the two blades. The air trembled. Minato's eyes widened. Naruto, wait, that combination. Remember Chome. Kushina shouted. That blast nullified chakra in the entire radius. Kid, Kurama roared. Stop. But Naruto wasn't listening anymore. His goldengen glowed with full intensity. Relax, he murmured. This time I know what I'm doing. The blades began to slowly rotate around his hands. First, metal. The metallic gray crystal manifested as a liquid saw, spinning at an impossible speed, slicing through the air with a high-pitched screech. Then, lava. An incandescent orange enveloped the metal, but it didn't melt it, it coated it, fueled it. The temperature shot up. The ground began to glaze over beneath Hidan's feet. Huh, he laughed nervously. What's that? A new trick. Naruto raised both leaves and crossed them in front of his chest. Metal, absolute structure. Lava, constant destruction. Rotation, infinite friction. The air compressed. Fusion shot, he said, his voice resonating as if it came from multiple places at once. Minato felt a chill. It's not chakra nullification, he whispered. It's existential drain. Kurama opened his eyes with a mixture of pride and terror. That brat, refined it. Naruto held out his hands. The two blades aligned, forming a spinning core. Magma crusher, abyssal core. It didn't fire a blast. It appeared. A compact vortex, the size of a human torso, manifested right in front of Hidan. It didn't glow. It didn't roar. It just spun. The ground beneath Hidan began to disintegrate in layers, as if reality itself were being sanded down. What is this? Hidan yelled, digging his feet in. Hey, wait. He tried to move. He couldn't. The rotation wasn't pushing him. It was breaking him down. No, I'm not regenerating. Why am I not regenerating? Naruto took a step forward. Because I'm not killing you, he said with absolute coldness. I'm wearing you down. The vortex touched Hidan. His skin didn't bleed. His bones didn't break. They simply eroded. Like rock beneath eternal lava. Ah. Kakuzu, trapped by the chains, instinctively recoiled. That kid, he murmured. He's not a Jinchuriki. Kushina clenched her fists, her heart in her throat. Naruto. Minato closed his eyes for a second. You chose your path, he thought. And it's heavier than a child should bear. The vortex closed. There was no explosion. Only a deep, smooth, glazed crater remained. And an incomplete body, sealed within a layer of vitrified metal and solidified lava, still conscious, still alive. But unable to move, regenerate, or die. Naruto lowered his weapons. He took a deep breath. Immortal, he said emotionlessly. Perfect. The Goldengen slowly deactivated. Then you will live like this. Silence. Kurama exhaled slowly. That was brutal. Naruto turned around, facing Kikuzu. You, he said. Have hearts. The leaves whirled again. And I, have time. Kikuzu barely had time to react. TCH, he growled, trying to harden his threads. But Kushina was already upon him. This is for my scars. She roared. The chained whip spun like a raging snake. The barbed balls ripped across the ground, leaving claw marks charged with Uzumaki chakra. In the blink of an eye, the weapon coiled around Kikuzu's torso, arms, and neck included. What? He exclaimed. Kushina went all out. Naruto, now. Kikuzu was sent flying through the air, straight ahead like a projectile. Naruto lowered his body, planted his feet, and spun the Mugen Yugo no Ha in his palm. The double-bladed sword whirred, metal and lava resonating in perfect sync. Fusion cut, he whispered. Shrong. The slash was clean. Too clean. Kikuzu's body split in two from shoulder to hip, the black fibers cut and sealed instantly by the magmatic heat. He fell to the ground. But he didn't die. From his remaining torso, two masks emerged roaring, one of wind and one of lightning. I still have, Kikuzu spat out, 2 hearts. Naruto looked up, calm, dangerous. I know. Kushina landed beside him, breathing heavily, her eyes blazing. This bastard doesn't give up easily, he said. Plan. Naruto slightly pulled back the hilt, letting the sword vibrate. You immobilize. I'll finish. Kikuzu roared and launched a combined attack. A lightning spear wrapped in wind blades. Die. Kushina slammed her whip into the ground. Uzumaki ceiling, crimson anchor. The chains glowed and imprisoned Kikuzu's chakra for a critical second. Naruto. The Goldengen activated again. Naruto saw the hearts. One beat in the lightning mask. The other, hidden, protected by layers of thread and dark chakra. There you are, he thought. He raised the Mugen Yugo no Ha and fused metal and lava once more, but this time he compacted the core. Fusion shot, crimson drill. It wasn't an explosion. It was a piercing. The attack pierced the lightning mask, melting the heart in an instant. The mask fell to the ground, inert. Kikuzu screamed. Damn you. He tried to back away. He couldn't. Kushina tightened the whip with pure fury. This is the last one. Naruto advanced, unhurried. Your mistake, he said coldly. Was thinking the hearts made you immortal. He raised the sword. They only slowed you down. Final cut. The last heart was sealed, crushed, and vitrified in the same movement. Silence. Kikuzu's body fell. Definitely still. Kushina released the whip, trembling slightly, and then exhaled. It's over. Naruto reattached the hilt of the Mugen Yugo no Ha. The weapon settled, as if satisfied. Kurama appeared behind him, a lopsided smile on his face. 2 down Akatsuki, he said. Pain's going to feel this. Minato looked at his son, serious, proud, and worried all at once. Naruto, he said. You're no longer a variable. Naruto looked at the battlefield, then at his family. I never was, he replied. I just got tired of them pretending I didn't exist. In the distance, the wind carried ash. And somewhere, far away, a pair of wavy eyes opened. Kushina was breathing heavily, but she smiled like a child with a new toy. She twirled the whip once more in the air, the chains clanged and the barbed balls left a smoking trail as they struck the ground. Naruto, she said, her eyes gleaming, this is madness. The weapon responded to the Uzumaki chakra as if it were part of my body. It's hard, flexible, it doesn't lose its edge. He gripped the handle. It's perfect. Naruto tilted his head, proud. I designed it to withstand seals of high emotional voltage, he said with a half smile. With you, it was mandatory. Kushina burst out laughing. That explains a lot. Minato, a few meters away, appeared and disappeared in a yellow flash. He rematerialized right next to Naruto. And almost tripped. This, he said, adjusting his grip on the kunai, is strange. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Strange how? Minato twirled one of the 3-pronged kunai, the seals on the ring glowing softly. It's not just speed, he explained. It's as if space gives way before I arrive. The flying thunder god technique responds faster. As if the weapon anticipates my intention. Kushina looked at him, surprised. Faster than before. Minato nodded, serious. Much more. Naruto lowered his gaze, thoughtful. Seals don't just mark destiny, he murmured. They synchronize the user's will with space. With you, it was inevitable they would evolve. Kurama, meanwhile, shattered the ground with a stomp. Ha 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 ha, he laughed in a deep voice. This is a weapon. He raised his hands, his metallic claws glowing with red and vermilion chakra. He struck a nearby rock. Boom. The stone shattered as if struck by a meteorite. It's not just force, Kurama said, clenching his fists. It's pure impact. Each blow enters, explodes, and spreads. Like destroying a mountain. From the inside. Naruto watched silently. The Goldengen glowed faintly. The claws amplify intention, he explained. They don't make the blow stronger. They make the world accept that the blow must destroy. Kurama glanced at him sideways, a lopsided grin on his face. HMPH. You're getting more dangerous every day, pup. Kushina approached Naruto and roughly ruffled his hair. You know what you just did, right? You gave legendary weapons to people who were already monsters. Minato placed a hand on his son's shoulder. And yet, he said calmly, you're still you. Naruto looked up. For a second, he was just a boy again. I didn't do it to create weapons, he replied. I did it so that, when we fight together, no one can ever separate us again. The wind passed between them. For the first time, there was no tension. No imminent war. Just a family. Armed to the teeth. Kurama broke the silence. Good, he growled. Who are we going to scare now? Naruto smiled, slow, dangerous. Anyone who thinks they can still touch us. Minato frowned, genuinely interested, not as Hokage, but as a father. And as a ninjutsu genius. So it wasn't brute force, he said. It was judgment. Naruto nodded, and his left eye glowed again. The black sclera absorbed the light, the golden iris like a compressed sun. It wasn't intuition, Naruto corrected. It was vision. Kushina took a step forward, watching him intently. That eye, she murmured, isn't a normal dojutsu, is it? No, Naruto replied bluntly. The Goldengen doesn't copy techniques. It doesn't impose force. It understands compatibility. Kurama crossed his arms. HMPH. Basically, you see which things accept existing together. And which ones repel each other. Naruto gestured in the air, as if drawing two invisible shapes. In the land of dragons, the guardians made me fail time and time again. They gave me a box of elemental crystals. They didn't tell me what to combine. Just to look. Minato's eyes widened slightly. And what did you see? Auras, Naruto replied. Not pretty colors. But elemental intentions. He made a fist. Some crystals clashed with each other. Others cancelled each other out. But the metal. And the lava. The golden iris slowly rotated. They didn't compete. The metal wanted form and rotation. The lava wanted to consume and expand. Kushina understood first. One gives structure. The other gives destruction. Naruto smiled. Exactly. When their auras aligned, there was no rejection. The fusion didn't explode. It stabilized. Minato took a deep breath. That's why there was no chakra cancellation. Nor recoil. That's why, Naruto continued. Fusion shot, Magma Crusher was born. He extended his hand. Metal spinning at absurd speed. Lava like a living shell. An impact that doesn't disperse, it drags along. Kurama let out a deep laugh. A technique that doesn't explode. Grinds. Naruto lowered his gaze for a second. If I had had this eye before. What happened to Chome wouldn't have happened. Kushina took his face in both hands, firmly. Naruto. You failed. And you learned. Minato nodded. That's exactly what defines a true master. Naruto closed the Goldengen. His eye returned to its normal sapphire blue. That's why I know something now, he said softly. A perfect fusion blast isn't born from mixing elements. It's born from listening to whether the world allows that mixture. Silence. Kurama clicked his tongue. Great. Now the world itself is conspiring against you. Naruto smiled, tired, but certain. No. Now. I understand. Volume 17, Konoha's Blame. Uchiha Compound. Clan Head's House. The afternoon fell slowly, tinged with a muted orange that barely managed to filter through the rebuilt rooftops. The compound was too quiet for a clan that was once feared by the entire village. Makoto stood, leaning against the wooden railing of the crib. Inside slept Sayuri Uchiha, her third daughter. Small, fragile, with a lock of dark hair falling across his forehead and a slightly restless expression, as if even in his dreams he felt the weight of the surname he carried. Makoto gently adjusted the blanket around him. "Go to sleep," she whispered. "You're safe here." But her voice trembled. Her gaze drifted off, and the thoughts came. As always. What if he hadn't survived that night? What if Sasuke had been left alone? Like him. Her fingers closed slowly on the wood. Naruto. The name didn't need a sound to hurt. If only she had held him in her arms. If I had brought him here. If I had defied the elders. A child with the power of a demon. But with the loneliness of an orphan. I could have done something, she murmured. The sliding door opened with a soft creak. Makoto didn't turn around. She knew who it was. Fugaku entered slowly, leaning on his cane. Each step was measured, forced. The wound from that night hadn't just scarred the clan. It had broken his body. He stopped a few steps from her. "Thinking about him again," he said, not as a reproach, but as a resignation. Makoto closed her eyes. "Not a day goes by that I don't." Fugaku leaned his cane against the wall and approached the crib. He watched Sayuri sleep. His lips curved slightly. "She's strong," he murmured. "She has your calmness." "And her destiny," Makoto replied bitterly. "To bear the burden of mistakes she didn't make." Fugaku was silent for a few seconds. "Itachi passed by today," she finally said. "And Shisui too." Makoto pressed her lips together. "Do you know something?" Quote. Fugaku nodded slowly. "The Golden Master has reappeared. Land of water, land of earth. Now even the cage avoid him." Makoto turned her face away, her eyes gleaming. "Naruto." The name came out like a broken thread. "You know, don't you?" she asked. "Itachi, Shisui, you." Fugaku looked straight at her. "Yes. We know who he is." The silence grew heavy. "And yet," Makoto continued. "In front of everyone. You pretend not to know him." Fugaku looked down. "It's the only way to keep him alive." Makoto laughed humorlessly. "Alive? That child walks like a war machine." She turned back to the crib. "Fugaku," she said softly. "If I had gone out that night. If I had taken his hand. If I had brought him here, even secretly." Her voice broke. "He wouldn't be alone." Fugaku closed his eyes. "Or he'd be dead." Makoto turned sharply. "You don't know." "Yes, I do," he replied firmly. "The elders, Danzo, wouldn't have allowed it." He leaned more heavily on his cane. "Naruto survived because no one claimed him." The words hit him like a blow. Makoto clutched her chest. "That doesn't make it fair." "It never was." They both looked at Sayuri. "Makoto," Fugaku said in a lower voice. "That child doesn't need us to save him anymore." She shook her head, tears falling silently. "No. But I did need to save him." Fugaku didn't answer. Because deep down, he carried the same guilt. Far from Konoha, under skies that knew no flags, the Golden Master walked without looking back. But in the hearts of the Uchiha, the echo of that child who was never theirs continued to scream. Uzushiogakure, dawn. The sky was still dark, barely pierced by a violet band on the horizon. The sea was calm, too calm for what was to come. Kurama stretched his arms lazily, yawning. "HMPH," he grunted. "When you wake someone before dawn, it usually means trouble." Minato adjusted his gear with a calm demeanor, though his gaze was fixed on Naruto. "You've been too quiet," he said. "That's never a good sign." Kushina crossed her arms, tilting her head. Every time you get like this, something huge happens afterward." Naruto didn't respond immediately. He walked to the shore, the wind stirring his green cloak with gold details. Then he raised his hand. "Come out." The air vibrated. A deep roar echoed from the sky and the sea simultaneously. 4 presences descended like colossal shadows, landing with controlled force on the rocky shore. 4 dragons. 4 distinct auras. 4 living wills. Kurama opened his eyes with genuine interest. "Oh," he smirked. "Now we're talking." Naruto turned to his team. "Before, we traveled as shadows," he said calmly. "Now, we'll fly as omens." He pointed to the first one. The green-scaled dragon with gold veins lowered its head. Its eyes were sharp, intelligent, almost calculating. Lloyd, Naruto said. Speed, stealth, and precision. He's mine. Lloyd let out a soft snort, as if approving of the choice. Then he pointed to the second one. A dragon with blue scales streaked with yellow, more robust, with lightning bolts running down its back like living nerves. Kaizo, he continued. Air mastery and electric power. Kaizo let out a short roar, and the air crackled. Minato took a step forward, watching it with a smile he couldn't hide. Fast, he murmured. Very fast. Naruto nodded. It's yours. Minato looked up, surprised for only a second. Then we'll get along. The third dragon moved forward a little. Red scales, ruby veins, broad wings, and a fiery presence that rippled the air around it. Wildfire, Naruto said. Frontal strength. Absolute fire mastery. Kushina felt the heat and smiled, a dangerous spark in her eyes. I like it, she said. It has character. Wildfire tilted its head toward her, and released a short burst of flame that dissipated before touching the ground. Yeah, Kushina laughed. We're definitely going to get along. Finally, Naruto pointed to the fourth. A dragon with orange scales and red veins, more streamlined, with elegant wings and a calm but profound gaze. Sora, he said softly. Balance, support, and battlefield control. Kurama took a step forward, watching him with interest. That one, he said. That one isn't just strength. Naruto looked at Kurama. No. It's intuition. Sora bowed his head and allowed Kurama to climb aboard without resistance. The QB grinned broadly. Hey, he chuckled. I like this one. The team remained silent for a few seconds, taking in the scene. 4 dragons. 4 riders. One shared destiny. Minato broke the silence. So, he said. Where are we going? Naruto climbed onto Lloyd's back with a fluid motion. From above, he surveyed them all. His left eye, the Goldengen, glowed faintly. To where nations have already begun to fear us. To where the balance is broken. And to where the world will need to decide. He paused. Whether it sees us as saviors. Or as the beginning of the end. Lloyd spread his wings. The other dragons followed suit. The wind roared. Team Gold, Naruto said. We're taking off. And with a roar that shook the sea, the 4 dragons took flight, leaving Uzushiogakure behind. And carrying with them a new era that could no longer be stopped. Land of Fire, 6:30 a.m. The sun was just beginning to peek through the high clouds, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. High above the ground, 4 dragons crossed the heavens like living shadows. Well, 3 of them were doing so with dignity. The other 2 were playing around. Look at this, Kushina. Minato shouted from Kaizo, swooping down and then spiraling upward. This is better than the flying thunder god technique. Don't get so excited. Kushina replied from Wildfire, laughing as she made a sharp turn. I bet you can't get through those clouds and come out without getting dizzy. Naruto, riding calmly on Lloyd, glanced at them sideways. Don't go into the clouds, he said flatly. There's severe turbulence and cross currents. Kurama, from Sora, let out a deep laugh. He just warned you, he said. That means something's going to go wrong. Bah, Minato and Kushina replied almost simultaneously. 10 seconds later. A violent whirlwind shook the clouds. Okay, maybe you were right. Minato yelled as Kaizo was launched into the air, sparks flying from his scales. Wildfire emerged behind him, Kushina laughing hysterically, her hair disheveled by the wind. Haha, that was awesome. Naruto closed his eyes for a second and sighed. Impossible. Lloyd maintained a steady flight, ignoring the aerial chaos around them. Naruto spoke again, this time with a bit more seriousness. Listen. Our destination is Tanzakugai. Minato raised an eyebrow. The gambling city. Kushina smiled immediately. Drinks. Kurama added. Debts. And trouble. Naruto nodded. All of that. But we're after one person in particular. His gaze hardened slightly. Jiraiya. The Toad Sage. There was a brief silence. Minato tightened the reins slightly. My master. Kushina glanced toward the horizon. The legendary pervert. Kurama grinned, his fangs showing. The only human to have survived spying on tailed beasts and still be alive. Naruto looked at them all. We need him. He has information, contacts, and enemies. The wind calmed a bit as they slowly descended. And besides, Naruto added in a low voice. If anyone can get into trouble in Tanzakugai without raising suspicion. A pause. It's him. In the distance, between mountains and winding roads, the first signs of civilization were beginning to appear. Signs, rooftops, cooking smoke. Tanzaku Gai awaited them. And with it, the toad sage. And the trouble that always followed him. The flight descended among the treetops of tall, leafy trees. The forest muffled the sound of the dragon's landing, leaves and dust rising gently. One by one, Lloyd, Kaizo, Wildfire, and Sora folded their wings. Naruto was the first to disembark. Minato and Kushina followed him. And then everyone stood still. Silence. Hanging from a thick branch, upside down, swaying slowly in the wind, was a man with tangled white hair, an open kimono, an empty bottle tied to his wrist. He was purring. Zzz. Tsunade-chan. That's not fair, he mumbled, half drunk. Kurama blinked. Is that an offering? Kushina put her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. It can't be. Minato's eyes widened. Jiraiya. The toad sage spun around a little more, bumping gently against the trunk like a poorly tied human piñata. Naruto watched him silently. Very silently. His hand closed slowly. A bamboo staff, leaning nearby by some traveler, creaked when Naruto took it. Kurama immediately turned his head. No. Naruto clenched his jaw. Just a tap. Naruto, Minato intervened quickly. Remember secrecy. In diplomacy, Kushina added, though she was smiling. Very little, but some. Naruto took a deep breath. He inhaled. He exhaled. He dropped the staff. Good. Jiraiya muttered something else, completely oblivious. I won that bet, for sure. Kurama crossed his arms. If this is the key contact, we're doomed. Naruto took a step forward, looked up, and spoke in a dry voice. Jiraiya. Nothing. Jiraiya of Mount Myoboku. The man opened one eye. Barely. Tsunade. Naruto raised his hand. The aura changed. A second later, Jiraiya woke with a start, feeling a chill run down his spine. That chakra, he murmured, focusing his eyes. That's not normal. His eyes fixed on the boy in green, wearing a hood and balaclava, only one eye visible, as firm as a stake in the ground. Naruto stared at him emotionlessly. Wake up, sage. Or I'll bring you down. Jiraiya swallowed. Fine. Now I'm sober. The branch cracked. The meeting had just begun. The blade hissed. A clean, precise cut. The rope snapped as if it had never been there. Jiraiya fell, but not badly. He spun in the air by pure reflex, dug a hand into the trunk, and landed on his feet, wobbling for barely a second before regaining his balance. The drunkard was gone. His eyes, now sharp, scanned the clearing. Dragons. 4 absurdly dense presences. 3 cloaked figures. And in front, that kid. Jiraiya smirked. Hey, what violent manners to wake an old man. Naruto unhurriedly sheathed his katana. You were sleeping on neutral ground. I did you a favor. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. A favor. I usually get paid for that kind of show. Kurama let out a deep laugh. Don't get used to it. Jiraiya slowly turned his head toward Kurama. His smile froze for a split second. Well, that chakra isn't human. Minato stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Jiraiya. We need to talk. The toad sage looked at him, and for the first time blinked. You. His pupils contracted. It can't be. Kushina remained behind, silent, hood down, but her chakra was unmistakable. Jiraiya let out an incredulous laugh. This is new. Either I'm dreaming. Or the alcohol has fried my brain. Naruto took a step forward, commanding attention without releasing chakra. We're not here to fill you in. Or to explain miracles. Jiraiya looked at him again. This time with real attention. That eye. That control. And that silence. He scratched the back of his neck. You're not an escort. Or an apprentice. Naruto barely inclined his head. I'm the one who decides if this conversation continues. Silence. The wind stirred the leaves. Jiraiya sighed and raised both hands. Okay. Message received, scary kid. He smiled, but now with a seriousness behind it. If Minato is alive. If Kushina is here. And you possess the chakra. He looked directly into Naruto's visible eye. Then there's only one explanation. Naruto didn't respond. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. So it's you. Kurama growled softly. Be careful how you finish that sentence. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, amused nonetheless. Relax, Fox. I've made many mistakes in my life. He looked at Naruto once more. But I'm not suicidal. Naruto turned slightly. Let's walk. Tanzaku Guy is nearby. Jiraiya grinned from ear to ear as he picked up his broken bottle. Hey. Invitation accepted. As they advanced, the wise toad thought only one thing. That kid. He didn't come looking for answers. He came to shake things up. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, without drama, without raising his voice. He reached inside his green robes and pulled out a thick envelope made of special paper. In the center, a dragon was embossed, surrounded by an Uzumaki blood seal, still alive, pulsating with chakra. Jiraiya's smile faded. Naruto held it out to him. Get this to Hiruzen. The sage took it with 2 fingers, as if the object might bite him. This isn't an ordinary letter. No, Naruto replied. It's a proposal. Kurama crossed his arms. And also a warning. Minato closed his eyes for a second. Kushina pressed her lips together, tense. Jiraiya looked at the seal again. About what? Naruto looked at him straight on. His single visible eye was cold, calculating. Mature for someone his age. The kind of clan heirs Konoha is creating. And the kind it's losing. Jiraiya swallowed. That's political. Very political. Naruto nodded. Exactly. That's why I can't send it myself. He turned and started walking away. If others open it, the seal burns. If they ignore it, the dragon awakens. Jiraiya gave a nervous laugh. Ha, I always knew I'd end up as a messenger for something dangerous someday, but this. He looked at Minato. Do you know what's in there? Minato shook his head slowly. I only know that Hiruzen is going to feel it. In his bones. Kushina spoke for the first time, her voice low but firm. Tell the old man. That this time it wasn't a plea. Jiraiya placed the envelope inside a sealed scroll, serious as he rarely was. Understood. He looked at Naruto one last time. Hey, kid. When Hiruzen reads this, Naruto didn't stop. If he decides to change, there will be peace. If he decides to ignore it. Kurama smiled, baring his fangs. There will be history. The wind rustled through the trees. Jiraiya watched the 4 of them disappear into the distance, dragons waiting ahead. TCH, he muttered. The world is in the hands of a child. And it's never been so well armed. He clutched the envelope. They'd better not make him angry. 1 week later. Hiruzen stood before the clan leaders, Fugaku Uchiha, Hiyashi Hyuga, Shibuya Gurame, Su Minazuka, Ino Ichi Yamanaka, Chosa Akamichi, and Shikaku Nara. Hiruzen held a letter in his hands, and Jiraiya stood behind him. When Hiruzen broke the blood seal and drew the letter, he began to read aloud. Dear 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I, the Golden Master, would like to propose a training camp for 2 to 3 weeks, outside of Konoha but within the Land of Fire. I plan for the graduating class of clan heirs to participate. To ensure fairness, you can grant them 3 days of rest after graduation, and then you can summon them back to Konoha. I'm proposing this because it's clear that Konoha is becoming even more unbearable, and according to my spies, high-level jonin are wasting their time on regrettable things like erotic books and alcohol. If you agree or wish to reply, the dragon seal on the envelope is a summoning seal to summon a messenger dragon to deliver this letter to my location. Sincerely, Golden Master Uzumaki Naruto. Note, my team and I will not be lenient. Train the class well, as I will be examining them during these 3 weeks. The office of the Hokage was completely silent. A heavy, uncomfortable silence. Hiruzen finished reading the letter, and didn't lower it immediately. The smoke from his pipe slowly dissipated. Jiraiya, behind him, had his arms crossed and his brow furrowed. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't joking. That said a lot. Finally, Hiruzen spoke. That kid, he corrected, that man. Doesn't just know exactly where to strike. He placed the letter on the table. He knows how to do it. Fugaku Uchiha was the first to react. His cane tapped softly on the floor. The clan heirs, graduate class, he repeated. He's talking about our children. Hiyashi Hyuga closed his eyes for a moment. And their eyes. Their talents. And our weaknesses. Shikaku Nara sighed, rubbing his temple. It's not an invitation. It's a strategic assessment. Inoichi nodded. And a very well-structured one. 3 days of rest after graduation. Psychologically lowers your guard. Then he summons them. It doesn't sound like punishment. It sounds like an opportunity. Sume Inazuka grunted softly. And who does he think he is to say that Konoha is vulnerable? Shibi Aburame spoke, as always, in a neutral voice. The facts support his claim. Loss of assets. Desertions. Failures in the supervision of elite Jonin. Everyone knew who he was referring to. Choza Akamichi shifted in his seat. But training them outside the village. That's entrusting Konoha's future to an outsider. Jiraiya intervened for the first time. He's not an outsider. We just let him be. That hit like a ton of bricks. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, he murmured. The child we were supposed to protect is now protecting us in his own way. Hiyashi's eyes snapped open. Are you saying we should accept? Hiruzen looked up, firm, determined. I'm saying that if we reject this. Fugaku finished the sentence for him. We'll be confirming everything he wrote. Silence again. Shikaku leaned forward. Furthermore, he clearly says he won't be gentle. A slight grimace appeared on his face. That means we'll see how prepared our heirs are. And how badly we've trained them. Quote. Soon clicked her tongue. My boys aren't going to break. Other clans thought the same thing before, Inoichi replied. Hiruzen took the empty envelope. The dragon seal was still warm. He's right about something, he said gravely. Konoha has gotten complacent. Jiraiya glanced at him sideways. So what are you going to do, old man? Hiruzen pressed the seal with 2 fingers. Answer. He made a hand seal. The engraved dragon glowed. A small messenger dragon emerged in a cloud of golden chakra, bowing its head respectfully. Hiruzen dictated. We accept. On one condition. The dragon took flight, waiting. That this training not be just for the children. He looked at the clan leaders one by one. But for us as well. The dragon roared softly and vanished in a flash. Fugaku closed his eyes. Then. The real Konoha exam begins. Jiraiya smiled, this time humorless. And this time. The examiner won't be forgiving. The Hokage's shadow lengthened across the table. And for the first time in years. Konoha felt the fear of falling behind. Volume 18, The Reach. 3 years later. Konoha Gates. The village's massive gates had been opened since dawn. In front of them gathered the newly graduated genin and some genin from the previous year, personally selected by the third Hokage. This was no ordinary trip. This was no ordinary mission. Parents checked scrolls, backpacks, weapons, emergency seals. Nerves, pride, and worry mingled in the air. Hiruzen hadn't given too many details. Just one clear order. Trust me. Uchiha clan. On the Uchiha side, Makoto was completely focused on Sasuke. Sasuke, check your shuriken. Don't forget the explosive tags. And your chakra, does it feel stable? Yes, Mom, Sasuke replied, somewhat annoyed. Makoto continued adjusting his vest, his forehead protector, even his hair. So much attention, that she completely forgot about someone else. Mom. There was no response. Mom. Nothing. It was then that a shadow approached from behind. I think you forgot something. Makoto turned around and stood silently. Itachi was there, serious as always, with a 3-year-old girl perched on his back, her arms wrapped around his neck. Brother, the little girl said, half asleep. Sayuri, Makoto exclaimed, bringing a hand to her mouth. Sorry. Itachi bent down slightly to help the girl down. She was waiting, he said calmly. She didn't mean to interrupt. Sayuri ran straight to Makoto and hugged her tightly. Don't go too far, she murmured. Sasuke watched the scene silently, his fists clenched. I'm just a kid too. But they expect me to be strong. Itachi placed a hand on his head. Train well, he told him. Not everyone gets this opportunity. Sasuke nodded firmly. The general feeling. Among the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans. The atmosphere was similar. They didn't know who would train them. They didn't know what awaited them. They only knew one thing. This camp was no ordinary one. And the name behind it all. Uzumaki Naruto, the Golden Master. He did nothing without a reason. The conversations died away. The wind shifted. A deep roar shook the air. From the horizon, 4 colossal shadows descended slowly, beating their wings with a heavy, commanding cadence. The ground trembled as the 4 dragons landed on the other side of Konoha's massive gates. Absolute silence. Green scales streaked with gold. Blue with flashes of yellow. Red with a ruby sheen. Orange with blazing fire. Each one lowered their head. And their riders dismounted. The first stepped forward. He wore dark green with gold details, polished metal shoulder guards. A balaclava and hood concealed his face. Only his eyes were visible. There was no arrogance. No smile. Only authority. I am the Golden Master. His voice wasn't loud. But it cut through the genin like a leaf. For 21 days and 21 nights, he continued, you will be under my command and that of my team. The other 3 riders positioned themselves behind him, motionless as statues. There are no clans here. There are no privileges here. There are no parents, Hokage, or Jonin to rescue you here. Some genin swallowed hard. Others clenched their fists. When you cross these gates with me, he said, gesturing outside, you will cease to be children. The wind stirred the cloaks. And when they wear that headband, he added, they're not playing at being ninjas. His eyes scanned each person present. Hyuga. Uchiha. Nara. Children without surnames. A shinobi is an adult, he stated. Age doesn't matter. He took a step back. So this is your final warning. The silence was so thick it hurt. Those of you who are ready for what's coming, he said calmly, step forward. He paused. Those of you who aren't. You can stay in Konoha. And reconsider what you want to be. No one will judge you. The dragons let out a low snort, almost as if they were waiting. 1 second. 2. Then. 1 step. Then another. And another. Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward, his face serious. Shikamaru sighed, and stepped forward. Hinata trembled, closed her eyes. And took the step. Unknown genin, heirs, orphans. Some stayed behind. Staring at the ground. Looking at their parents. The Golden Master observed in silence. When he finished, he spoke one last time. Good. His eyes glowed slightly. Those who advanced will either survive or be forged. The rest still have time. He turned to the dragons. Prepare yourselves. Because from this moment, the training begins. The dragons lowered their necks simultaneously. It wasn't a kind gesture. It was a silent order. Get on, said the Golden Master. Now. A nervous murmur rippled through the group. 80 genin. 80 volunteers. Heirs of powerful clans mingled with boys without surnames, all with the same tense expression. Their parents watched from the walls, some with pride, others with pure fear. 20 per dragon, he added without raising his voice. Don't group yourselves by clan. Learn this now, you'll fight strangers or die alone. That hit like a ton of bricks. Sasuke frowned as he was separated from the other Uchiha. Hinata hesitated for a second, until some random genin offered her a hand to help her up. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome, he muttered as he climbed, but we're here now. The dragons weren't ordinary mounts. Their scales were alive, hot on some, cold on others. As they climbed, several genin felt something strange. Pressure. As if the creature were assessing them. An Inuzuka boy swallowed hard when the red dragon slightly turned its eye toward him. A Hyuga reflexively activated his Byakugan, and immediately deactivated it. It's useless, he whispered. I can't read it properly. 20 above the green dragon. 20 on the blue. 20 on the red. 20 on the orange. Reinforced leather restraint belts tightened on their own, as if the dragons knew exactly where to tighten. When the last genin was secured, the Golden Master stepped forward and spoke one last time toward the walls of Konoha. From this point on, there is no turning back. Some parents lowered their gaze. Others clenched their fists. Itachi watched silently, with Sayuri asleep on his back. Fugaku closed his eyes for a moment. Hiruzen said nothing. Take off, he ordered. The wings opened. The wind exploded against the gates of Konoha. A collective roar shook the sky, and one by one, the dragons took flight, carrying 80 future shinobi with them. Leaving behind the village they knew. From above, Konoha seemed small. Very small. And then, the Golden Master's voice resonated among the genin, clear, cold, and absolute. Memorize this feeling. Because when you return, not everyone will be here to see it. The dragons accelerated. And the Golden Master's camp began to form even before they landed. The dragons spiraled down, slicing through the air with surgical precision. The forest was so dense that, from above, it resembled an endless green sea. When they finally touched down, the change was abrupt. Silence. A vast meadow, surrounded by gigantic trees. A crystalline lake reflecting the sky. A natural stone path climbing toward the mountains, and beyond. The coast, visible as an infinite blue line on the horizon. And in the middle of it all, The four legendary dragons stood silent for a moment, each mentally assessing the profiles of the 80 genin as the wind gently stirred the treetops. Kushina crossed her arms and frowned. Hinata Hyuga. She has incredible potential. Her mother, Hitomi, was a formidable waterbending master, but she concealed her abilities from the clan elders. I wonder if Hinata will be able to awaken that dormant power. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and concern. Naruto tilted his head, leaning against a nearby tree, lost in thought. Awakening someone's true potential, she said slowly, isn't something you can force. It requires time, extreme experiences, and, above all, self-belief. If we push them too hard, they might regress. Kurama, sitting beside her, crossed his tails on the ground and added in his usual sarcastic tone. And let's not forget Nara. That lazy heir has all the intellect of his clan. But it's dormant. If you don't awaken it, he'll continue to watch everything from the shadows and wait for others to do the work. Minato nodded, his gaze scanning the cabin where the Nara would be staying.